Today we are going to see, what if Goku raised Gohan alone after losing Chi-Chi? Part 1. So let's get started. Mount Pao's, Son Goku's house. It was a calm afternoon. The sky was clear, and the distant chirping of forest birds carried through the gentle breeze. The world kept turning as if nothing had changed, but inside that humble wooden house, time itself seemed to have stopped. Goku held baby Gohan softly in his arms. The infant, only a few months old, dozed peacefully, unaware of the sorrow filling the air. The Saiyan with a pure heart, the warrior who had faced monsters and even conquered death, couldn't find the strength to smile. He sat by the bedside, his face shadowed by a grief so rare for him. The spark that usually filled his eyes with curiosity and joy was gone, replaced by silent despair. Chi-Chi breathed with effort. Her once strong, determined face was now pale, marked by the toll of an illness no Dragon Ball could cure. Goku bit his lip, wishing just this once that brute strength could fix something. Why now, Dragon Balls? He muttered bitterly. You can bring someone back to life, but you can't heal this? Chi-Chi slowly opened her eyes and raised a trembling hand. Goku, her voice was a whisper. He moved closer to the bed, still holding Gohan. The baby stirred, opening his small black eyes to look curiously at his mother. I'm here. Chi-Chi. Goku knelt down beside her. How are you feeling? Chi-Chi smiled faintly. Worse than yesterday, but I'm happy. You're both here, you and our son. Her trembling hand reached toward Gohan. Goku lowered the baby gently so she could touch his cheek. Look at him, Goku, she said softly. He's so bright, I can tell. He has your spirit, but I want him to have something more. Something more? Chi-Chi took a shallow breath. Promise me you'll help him become a great scholar. Don't force him to fight. Let him live a different life from yours. Goku looked down. I just want him to be happy. That's all that matters. Then let him choose. Protect him, but don't hold him back. Let him discover the world in his own way. A silence fell, broken only by the wind brushing against the house. Chi-Chi, Goku's voice trembled. I don't know if I can raise him alone. She met his gaze, gentle, yet strong even now. Your son Goku. You've faced armies, demons, even King Piccolo himself. Do you really think you can't care for your son? Goku's lips curled into a sad smile. Not without you yelling at me, telling me to wash the dishes. Chi-Chi let out a weak laugh. You'll always be so stubborn. The baby made a small sound, a sleepy murmur. Chi-Chi looked at him one last time. Goodbye, my Gohan. Then she turned her gaze back to Goku. And you, Goku, be happy. Promise me. He closed his eyes tightly. I promise. Chi-Chi exhaled softly. And then, she didn't breathe again. The sun dipped behind the mountains. The cabin was silent. Goku sat alone, Gohan asleep on his chest, staring at the open door. The wind stirred the grass outside. Life moved on, but something within him had changed forever. 4 years later, Mount Pao's. Morning sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dancing shadows on the damp forest floor. A light breeze drifted through Goku's small house, carrying laughter with it, bright, joyful laughter that filled every corner. Ha ha ha. Dad, stop, that tickles. Gohan squealed, squirming as his father's hands moved like lightning. Goku's trademark messy hair gleamed in the sunlight, his grin youthful as ever. What's this? The mighty Gohan gives up already? I thought you were braver than that. I'm not giving up. Stop, Dad, I can't, haha. Gohan kicked playfully in protest. Finally, Goku relented. Gohan flopped onto the tatami mat, panting between giggles. Goku sat beside him and reached for the small red cap on the nearby table, the one with the 4-star Dragon Ball set into the front. Here you go, champ, he said softly, placing it carefully on Gohan's head. This used to be Grandpa Gohan's. He gave it to me when I was your age, now it's your turn. Gohan looked up, eyes wide. Then he smiled, touching the cap with both hands. Grandpa Gohan? Yeah. Goku nodded. His voice grew quieter. He was wise and strong. He would have loved you. The silence was brief. Goku stood and stretched. All right, time to go visit Master Roshi and everyone else. Let's fly. Gohan's face lit up. I'll finally meet your friends, Dad. Exactly. Goku picked up a small backpack already packed with snacks, a science book for Gohan, and a change of clothes. Some of them haven't seen you since you were a baby. They're gonna be surprised. He lifted Gohan effortlessly onto his shoulders. Yet, as he fastened the straps on his back, old memories returned. Cooking without burning the house down, learning to change diapers, reading bedtime stories, even when the words made no sense to him. patching up scrapes, soothing tears, teaching his son how to float for the first time. He had trained to become the strongest, to defend Earth, to defeat impossible foes. But nothing had prepared him for this. Still, somehow, I've learned more than I ever imagined, he murmured, adjusting Gohan's pack. When he was born, I thought Chi-Chi would handle all the education. I just wanted to play with him, teach him how to fish. He glanced at the blue sky. But your mom, she left me all this. Who I am now, it's because of her. Dad, what did you say? Gohan asked from above. Goku smiled. Nothing, son. Just thinking how fun it is to be a dad. Gohan grinned wide. And you're the best dad ever. You taught me how to fish in Redin. And I'll teach you even more if you don't fall off. Goku laughed, leaping into the sky as the wind rushed around them. Gohan clapped with delight as they soared above the treetops. The little house grew smaller and smaller below, but what they carried wasn't material. It was love built from struggle, laughter, and memories that neither time nor death could erase. And so, flying toward Kame House, father and son had no idea that they were about to reunite with old friends and face a test that would change their world forever. Meanwhile, the eastern continent, the Kusha mountain range, a desolate land carved by wind and time where silence was broken only by the roar of energy blasts tearing through stone. A green key orb slammed into a cliffside, pulverizing rock into dust. At the mountaintop, Piccolo stood panting lightly, arm extended, cape whipping in the wind. His white turban lay discarded nearby, forgotten in his focus. "Tch, not again," he growled, glaring at the smoking crater. Sweat rolled down his temple. Goku, that name echoed in his mind over and over. Ever since his battle with King Piccolo and later, his defeat at the hands of the reborn Piccolo Jr. during the tournament, he had felt the sting of humiliation. He had trained without rest, for one purpose only, to surpass him. To defeat the one man who had made him tremble, not out of hatred but pride. Damn cheerful insect, no matter how hard I train, he's always one step ahead. Piccolo clenched his fists. But this time will be different. Then, the wind froze. The sky darkened. Birds fled the forests in panic. Piccolo felt it instantly, like an invisible claw squeezing his chest. He turned sharply northward. A key. No, a monster. What is this? He muttered, eyes widening. His entire body tensed, pure instinct. The pressure was immense, wild, brutal. A key unlike anything he'd ever felt. It was as if hell itself had spat something onto Earth. An explosion thundered in the distance. The shockwave ripped across the mountains, forcing Piccolo to shield himself as rocks and dust flew past. And then he saw it. A figure descending through the haze, armor black and green, a scouter over one eye, long wild hair flowing behind him, and a smirk that chilled the blood. A tail coiled around his waist. The stranger landed lightly before him, arms crossed. Interesting, the warrior said, his voice dripping with disdain. Didn't expect to find a Namekian on this planet. But I still need to locate Kakarot. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, taking a cautious step back. Kakarot? Who the hell is that? The stranger chuckled, deep and mocking. He tapped the device on his eye. It beeped rapidly, scanning Piccolo. HMPH. Not bad, power level 322. He paused, smirking. Not bad for an insect. A vein pulsed on Piccolo's forehead. What did you just say? The warrior didn't flinch. His key flared briefly, just enough to make the air tremble. Piccolo could barely breathe. He was stronger than Goku. Much stronger. But Piccolo's pride refused to back down. He raised his arms into a fighting stance. I don't know who you are. But if you think you can insult me and walk away, you're dead wrong. The warrior sighed theatrically. Tisk. Impulsive like most lower beings. He pressed a finger to his scouter. My name is Raditz, and I'm here to find my younger brother Kakarot. Piccolo blinked. Your brother? Raditz looked smug. Yes, Kakarot. He was sent to this planet long ago. Judging by the state of this world, it seems he forgot his mission. Piccolo gritted his teeth. You're talking about Goku, son Goku. Raditz smiled. So that's what he calls himself now. Pathetic. Humans really are a weak species. He was sent to exterminate them, not befriend them. The silence between them froze solid. Piccolo's mind raced, confused, yet alert. Goku sent to conquer Earth? This man his brother? And more importantly, why now? Why come here after all this time? Raditz turned toward the horizon. Because it's time for Kakarot to remember his duty. And if he refuses, his smirk deepened. I'll remind him who he truly is and what race he belongs to. Piccolo swallowed hard. Whatever was coming, it was far beyond anything he'd ever known. And for the first time in years, he realized training alone wouldn't be enough. Moments later, the sky was clear, calm, deceptively peaceful, but Raditz tore through it like a black comet. His long hair streamed behind him, scouter beeping constantly as it tracked power levels across the planet. Tisk, he muttered. That Namekian actually thought he could intimidate me. Ridiculous. The scouter chirped again, new reading. Raditz slowed, hovering in mid-air. Arms crossed as the number flashed on the display. 653. Well, he grinned. So this is the highest power on the planet. No doubt that's him. Kakarot. He cracked his neck. HMPH. Not bad. Still an insect compared to me. But then, the scouter's tone changed, not a reading this time, a call. Raditz frowned. Now what? And then he heard her voice. Calm, commanding, sharp enough to cut stone. Raditz, I assume you've arrived on the planet where your brother was sent. Have you found him yet? Raditz stiffened. Princess Vegeta, he said, lowering his tone instantly. Yes, I've just landed. I'm tracking his energy, it's higher than we expected. Silence, the kind that made his stomach knot. He could feel her glare through the transmission. Then, her voice again, colder. Higher? How much? 653, he answered quickly. Impressive for a third-rate planet, but still below Saiyan standards. A soft click echoed. She was analyzing the data remotely. I see, Vegeta murmured. That familiar edge of disdain in her tone. Looks like your idiot brother got too comfortable living among insects. Raditz said nothing. Even Nappa knew better than to interrupt her. Remember why you're there, Raditz. She continued. Try to recruit Kakarot. If he regains his Saiyan nature, he could be useful. If not, Raditz nodded. I know. I'll handle it. Just give me a little time. This planet's full of strange creatures. I even ran into a Namekian. A Namekian? Vegeta's voice sharpened. On that planet? Raditz hesitated. Yeah, strong enough to notice. I ignored him for now, no real threat. Another long silence. When she spoke again, her tone was pure ice. Be careful, Raditz. That planet might seem harmless, but if Kakarot catches you off guard, it'll be your mistake. And remember, if your signal drops suddenly, I'll come collect your bones myself. Raditz shivered. That was Vegeta, princess of the Saiyans. Cold, proud, merciless. He and Nappa had fought beside her for years. And yet sometimes they feared her more than any enemy. With good reason. Hey, don't worry. If my brother's as soft as he seems, this'll be easy. You won't need to bother coming here, my lady. He used the title that always soothed her temper. Silence. Then a single word. Better be. Transmission ended. Raditz exhaled deeply, wiping his brow. Damn, how can one woman make my knees shake like that? Then, with a fierce grin, he turned toward the south. All right, Kakarot, let's see how strong you've gotten and whether you're worthy of the Saiyan name. With a thunderous roar of ki, he shot through the sky straight toward Kame House. Kame House, a tiny island lost amid the endless ocean, surrounded by crystal waters and palm trees swaying lazily in the breeze. The sun shone bright, and the salty air carried the scent of summer and nostalgia. For Goku, it felt like coming home. Wow, Goku, so this is your son. Bulma leaned down with a wide grin, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity as she ruffled little Gohan's dark hair. The boy peeked shyly from behind his father's leg. He looks so much like you, but there's something of chi-chi in his eyes, she added, her tone softening. Krillin knelt beside him, pulling a small toy turtle from his pack and making funny voices. And this is Master Roshi. He's very wise but also a bit of a perv. Just, don't look at the magazines near his chair, okay? Krillin, Roshi sputtered, nearly choking on his tea as he waved his fan in panic. Show some respect for your master. Gohan giggled shyly, hiding his face in Goku's GI. Goku crouched and nudged him gently forward. Go on, Gohan, don't be shy, Krillin's a fun guy. And over there, he pointed to Bulma, that's Aunt Bulma. She invented tons of stuff. Even the capsule I brought our food in. Really? Gohan's eyes widened with curiosity. Bulma laughed, crossing her arms. That's right, kiddo, and you'd better study hard if you want to be as smart as me. Gohan nodded with a smile. Goku watched them play for a moment, his expression softening. Bulma noticed and glanced at him sideways. Goku, she said gently, lowering her voice. How've you been since Chi-Chi? Goku's smile faltered, and for an instant, a shadow passed through his gaze. He didn't answer right away. He watched Gohan laughing as Krillin tried to lift him with one hand. I've been better, he said at last. Getting the hang of this single dad thing. Bulma's expression softened. It can't be easy. He nodded slowly. It's not. I still burn dinner half the time and nearly set the house on fire once. He laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. But every time I see Gohan laugh like that I know I'm doing something right. I promised I'd protect him. No, just because Chi-Chi asked me to because I want to. Bulma lowered her gaze and squeezed his arm gently. You're doing great, Goku. Really great. Just then, Roshi, watching the scene from his beach chair, suddenly froze. His staff dropped into the sand. Wait, do you feel that? Krillin, still holding Gohan, looked up, squinting. Goku stopped breathing for a moment. And then he felt it too. A massive power. A raw, crushing pressure that came from high above, drawing closer fast. The air thickened. The sea went still. Birds vanished from the sky. A shadow streaked across the island like an invisible blade. What is that? Bulma whispered, backing away, instinctively pulling Gohan close. I don't know, Goku said, his jaw tight. But it's strong, stronger than me, and it's coming fast. The sound of something tearing through the sky grew louder, roaring like thunder. Krillin set Gohan down behind him. It's like a meteor's about to hit. Then, with an ear-splitting crash, a figure plummeted from the heavens and struck the beach, blasting up sand and rock in a violent explosion. The ground trembled, the palms bent, Kame House shook to its foundation. When the dust settled, a tall, muscular man stood before them wearing black and green battle armor. His long black hair flowed like a dark banner, and a mocking smile curved his lips. A strange device blinked red over his left eye, beeping steadily. And around his waist, coiled like a predator's tail, was just that. A tail. Goku instinctively stepped forward, shielding Gohan behind him. Who are you? The stranger smirked. So I've finally found you. Kakarot. Silence fell. Bulma frowned. What? What's he talking about? Roshi stepped back warily. I don't know, but that guy, he's not from this world. Goku tilted his head. Kakarot? That's not my name. My name is Son Goku. The man chuckled. Of course you don't remember. Raised like a domesticated animal, but whether you like it or not, you're one of us. A Saiyan, and I'm Raditz, your older brother. The ocean breeze died. Even the waves seemed to hold their breath before him. Goku stood firm, arm outstretched protectively toward his son. Gohan clung to his father's leg, eyes wide with fear. He didn't understand, but he felt that something terrible had arrived. Bulma, Krillin, and Roshi stared in shock. The armor, the scouter, the tail, none of it made sense. Bulma whispered, that tail, it's just like the one Goku had as a kid. Krillin's eyes widened. So it wasn't just some weird mutation? The silence shattered with a low, mocking laugh. Raditz stood over them like a storm. Surprised? I don't blame you. This planet's full of ignorant insects. Goku scowled, fists tightening. You said you're my brother. What does that mean? Raditz crossed his arms. Exactly what it sounds like. We share the same blood. The same warrior lineage. You're no Goku. Your true name is Kakarot. Goku shook his head. No, that's not my name. My grandpa Gohan gave me mine. Sentimental lies. Raditz snarled, his ki crackling through the air. Listen closely, Kakarot. You are a Saiyan, a member of the most powerful warrior race in the universe. Born on planet Vegeta, alongside me and others of our proud kind. We lived for battle. We conquered worlds, purged them of life, and sold them to the highest bidder. Bulma's eyes widened. So you're space mercenaries? Exactly, Raditz said proudly. The best in existence. There were thousands of us until a meteor destroyed our world. Now, only a handful remain. His tone darkened. One woman, our princess. Another warrior. Myself and you, Kakarot. Krillin swallowed hard. Goku, is this true? You're really from space? Goku looked down. The pieces clicked together. His strength as a child. His tail. His instinct to fight. It all made sense now. But no matter what Raditz said, this planet, these people, this was his life. Maybe I was born somewhere else, Goku said quietly. But Earth is my home. He lifted his head, eyes burning with resolve. My name is Son Goku. I don't care where I came from. I'm an Earthling. Raditz's smirk faded into disdain. TCH. Pathetic. You were sent here to destroy the humans. And instead, you're playing house with this weak, pitiful race. Don't you dare talk about them that way. Goku shouted. They're my friends, my family. Then Raditz noticed something. His scouter blinked. Behind Goku, half-hidden, small, wide-eyed, trembling. A child. Well, now what's this? Raditz tilted his head, pressing the scouter. That child, Gohan whimpered, clinging tighter to Goku's leg. Raditz's grin returned. So you had a child with one of these Earth women. A hybrid Saiyan blood mixed with human. The scouter beeped. The reading was low at first, then suddenly spiked. Who now? That's interesting, Raditz muttered. That boy's power level is fluctuating wildly. He's got potential, tremendous potential. Goku stepped forward, blocking Raditz's view entirely. Stay away from him. Raditz laughed a deep, cruel sound. Protecting him, are you? Kakarot, that child has a warrior's power. Untrained, unstable, he could be useful to the Saiyan cause. His smirk widened, or a very easy weakness to exploit. The air thickened like storm clouds. Both men were ready. Then Raditz vanished. Wind exploded outward as he moved faster than sight. Goku Ba. Rely sensed the change, pure instinct kicked in. He spun, grabbing Gohan and diving back as Raditz's hand cut through the air where his son had been. Damn you, Goku roared, rolling across the sand with Gohan in his arms. He stood, breath ragged. The boy clung to his neck, crying uncontrollably. Raditz stepped back, intrigued. That surge of power fascinating. The scouter beeped again. 720. So you were holding back, Kakarot. Hiding your strength among these insects? Goku handed Gohan to Krillin, his eyes never leaving Raditz. Krillin, take him. Don't let that guy near him. Krillin swallowed hard. Gee, got it. Just be careful, Goku. He backed away, clutching the sobbing Gohan close. Goku's ki flared, blazing white. The sand trembled beneath his feet. Raditz grinned. They clashed. STS and feet collided in blinding bursts of motion. Shockwaves rippled through the sea. Ki blasts flashed across the beach, exploding in thunderous bursts. For a moment, Goku held his own, but Raditz wasn't even trying. Then he struck. A brutal knee to the gut. A crushing elbow to the back. Goku hit the ground hard, buried in sand and rock, blood on his lips. Dad! Gohan screamed. Raditz appeared before Krillin in an instant. With a casual backhand, he sent the small monk flying into the sea. He grabbed Gohan by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as the child kicked and cried. Let me go, Dad. Raditz smiled. Now I see your son has power. Rage. Everything you've forgotten. Kakarot. Goku stirred weakly, forcing himself upright. Gee, Gohan. Raditz looked down at him, sneering. You have 24 hours, brother. Kill 100 humans. Prove you still remember what it means to be Saiyan, or I'll take your son. And if you're useless to me, maybe the princess will find him interesting. Goku froze. Princess? He whispered. Raditz turned away, holding the struggling child. See you tomorrow, Kakarot. I hope by then you remember what race you belong to. He shot into the sky like a thunderbolt, vanishing beyond the clouds. Goku lay there, silent. The sand burned against his skin. The ocean breeze no longer felt gentle. His son was gone, and not to some enemy from another world, but to his own brother. And that final word echoed in his mind. Princess. Who was she? A leader among the Saiyans? A greater threat? A shadow approaching from the stars? Goku rose shakily to his feet. Krillin stumbled out of the water, gasping. Goku, are you okay? What was that guy? What are we gonna do? Goku took a deep breath. We're going to get Gohan back. No matter who he is, or what family I came from, I'll protect my son. The sun climbed higher, but its warmth had gone. Waves crashed harder against the shore, echoing the turmoil in their hearts. On the beach, Goku tended his wristbands and adjusted his belt. There was no time to waste. Gohan was in danger. Krillin stood beside him, face pale and grim. Bulma held the dragon radar, while Roshi, normally relaxed, was silent, grave. Bulma, Goku said firmly, can I use the radar? The dragon radar? Oh yes, of course. She pressed a capsule, and a puff of smoke revealed the familiar device. She handed it to him without a word. Thanks. If Gohan still has his cap, the 4-star Dragon Ball will show up on this. I can track it and find him. Then the wind changed. A shiver ran through all of them, a new pressure, lighter than Raditz's, but equally terrifying. Ah, Bulma pointed upward. Up there. Krillin jumped in front of her defensively. Above the pink roof of Kame House, a tall green figure floated, cape billowing, eyes glowing like embers. Piccolo, Piccolo, Krillin shouted. What's he doing here? Haven't we had enough trouble already? Roshi stayed silent. He knew this was no coincidence. Piccolo descended slowly, like a shadow falling over the island. He landed softly on the sand, his gaze locked on Goku. It's been a while, he said, his deep voice carrying across the beach. I didn't expect to see you humiliated like that, Goku. Fatherhood made you soft? Goku didn't flinch. As Krillin tensed and Bulma clung to Roshi's arm, Goku simply closed his eyes, exhaled and smiled faintly. You saw everything, didn't you? Piccolo? Piccolo narrowed his eyes. I did. I felt that power long before it arrived. I thought you were the only one worth calling a threat on this planet. You. That thing your brother is something else entirely. Krillin snapped. So what? You came here to gloat? To finish what you started at the last tournament. Goku doesn't need this right now. Piccolo ignored him completely. His gaze never left Goku. No, I didn't come to fight. Or to mock you. He paused. I came because I'm just as pissed off as you are. That stopped everyone cold. Piccolo continued. That guy Raditz, his power makes no sense. And if he's telling the truth, there are more like him. If they come, they'll wipe out this planet without breaking a sweat. And I can't let that happen. Not if I plan to rule this world someday. Bulma swallowed. You mean this could be the end? Yes, Piccolo said flatly. And if you, the one who beat me, couldn't stop him, then I don't have a choice. He took a step forward. Goku didn't move. We have to join forces. You and me, at least this once. Krillin's jaw dropped. Goku and Piccolo teaming up? Bulma hugged herself, trembling. And what if it's not enough? What if that guy comes back with the princess he mentioned? Goku's gaze lifted to the sky. That word again. Princess. Who was she? And what kind of monster could make even Raditz sound afraid? He hopped onto the flying Nimbus, glancing at Piccolo. Ready? Piccolo closed his eyes. His ki flared, dark and steady. I'm ready. And so, the warrior of pure heart and the On of darkness flew together toward a battle on which the fate of the world now hung by a thread. Planet Earth, Northern Wastelands. A lone spacepod rested in the middle of a cracked, barren plateau. No trees, no life. Not even an echo, just the whistling of cold wind scraping across the rocks, as if nature itself wanted to stay far away from that place. The ship, round, metallic, and lifeless, looked like a parasite embedded in the skin of the world. And inside it, Gohan cried. The little boy was curled up on the cold curved floor, knees pulled tight to his chest, clutching the red cap his father had given him just hours ago. The pod's interior was dim, the only light coming from flickering panels that beeped and blinked. Every pulse of that mechanical heartbeat made his sobs louder. Dad, Dad, Dad. His voice cracked. His tears fell freely, pattering against metal. His small chest heaved with shallow, frightened breaths. But beneath the fear something stirred. A strange fire burned, deep inside, a pressure he didn't understand. Something raw, angry, alive. Every time he thought of the long-haired man who'd torn him away from his father, the fire grew hotter. The ship trembled faintly. The lights flickered. Outside, Raditz lay stretched out on a flat rock, hands behind his head. He looked relaxed, almost bored. His armor creaked as he shifted, his tail flicking lazily from side to side. But his eyes were open, thoughtful, fixed on the horizon. The arrogance from earlier had faded into something more pensive. Then, a sharp tone broke the silence. Beep beep. Raditz sighed and tapped the side of his scouter. This is Raditz. A voice answered immediately, a woman's voice, low, firm, commanding. Raditz, report. Did Kakarot agree to join us? Raditz smirked. Not exactly, Vegeta, but I found something you'll like. Kakarot had a child, with one of the females of this planet. A hybrid. There was silence. Then, a small note of intrigue. A hybrid, she repeated slowly, savoring the word. Interesting. I didn't expect a Saiyan to even be capable of breeding with such a weak species. Raditz snorted. Neither did I, but the boy isn't normal. His power fluctuates wildly. My scouter nearly shorted out. It's like he's got a bomb inside him ready to go off. Vegeta chuckled, not warmly, but with cold amusement. That is useful, maybe too useful to leave there. If Kakarot refuses to cooperate, bring the child to these coordinates. Uploading now. Beep. Raditz's scouter blinked as new data appeared, a star map, glowing faintly green. He tilted his head. Those are the coordinates of our current position, Vegeta confirmed. Nappa and I are finishing the purge of a minor civilization, but a half-breed Saiyan with that kind of potential could be worth more than his father. If he survives training, he'll serve. If he doesn't, you know what happens to the weak. Raditz glanced back toward his pod. Through the narrow viewport, he could just make out the small shape inside the boy, trembling, clutching his hat like a lifeline. TCH, he's got Kakarot's eyes, but that fear. I can't tell if it'll make him stronger or just another burden. Vegeta's tone was dismissive. Fear can be buried. Power can be trained. Either he adapts or he dies. Saiyan law. Raditz nodded. Understood. I'll give Kakarot his time. But if he does anything stupid, the kid's mine. Her voice grew colder. Don't forget what's at stake, Raditz. There aren't many of us left. We need warriors, not excuses. Don't betray your blood. Click. Transmission ended. Raditz looked up at the darkening sky. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the rocks in red and gold. For a moment, something flickered across his face, not pride, not anger. Something else. Envy? Doubt? He wasn't sure. All he could hear now was the muffled crying from inside the pod. Tisk, he muttered, sitting at the edge of the cliff. What is it about this planet that even made Kakarot forget who he was? He closed his eyes, and said nothing more. Inside the pod, Gohan's sobs were fading, not because the fear was gone, but because exhaustion was taking over. His breathing slowed, his small heart thudded wildly in his chest, and then, without knowing why, he screamed from the bottom of his soul. Dodd, a pulse of raw, unshaped ki burst from him like an explosion. The pod shook violently, lights flashed, systems flickered and died. Raditz's eyes snapped open. What the hell was that? And far, far away beyond the stars, a Saiyan princess lifted her head. Something had called her. Later, the sky deepened to a cold blue. The air thinned. Dust swirled across the northern mesas. Raditz stood atop a high ridge, cape of wind and hair flowing wild behind him. His scouter beeped again. Beep beep beep. 2 power readings flared on the screen, racing toward him. He focused. 700 no 727 3740. A grin crept across his face. Kakarot, finally taking this seriously. Another reading appeared beside it, steady, dense. 650 Namekian signature confirmed. He chuckled darkly. So the green insect decided to tag along. Fitting. Kakarot and the Demon 2 rejects playing heroes. Raditz turned his gaze toward the pod. Inside, the soft light of the control panel glowed faintly. Don't worry, kid, they'll come for you, and when they do we'll see what family's really worth. High above, slicing through the clouds, 2 figures raced through the evening sky, one riding a golden cloud like a comet, the other gliding under his own power, cape snapping in the wind. Goku and Piccolo, the warrior of pure heart, the demon born of evil, one flying with hope, the other with cold fury and pragmatism. The wind roared, but Goku barely heard it. His eyes were fixed ahead, his mind far away. Chi-Chi, a memory flashed. A warm room, the smell of soup, Gohan asleep against his chest. Chi-Chi, smiling faintly through her weakness. Promise me he'll be a scholar. Promise me he won't have to fight. His jaw clenched. He could almost feel her trembling hand in his. Protect him but don't confine him. I promised, he whispered to the wind. I won't break it, not today. Behind him, Piccolo watched silently. No words were needed. They both knew this wasn't just another fight. It was a war for something far greater. Goku glanced down at the rushing landscape, the forests, the rivers, the mountains. Everything he loved, everything that shaped him, was now under threat. And above all, Gohan, Chi-Chi's legacy, the last piece of her he had left. Hold on, son, he murmured. Dad's coming. The dragon radar beeped. Goku pulled it close. The 4-star Dragon Ball Gohan's cap glowed on the display. This is it, he said, descending onto a cracked plateau heavy with the scent of stone and dust. Piccolo landed beside him, cape billowing. Both stood shoulder to shoulder, eyes on the horizon. And then they saw him. Far ahead, standing tall on a rock outcropping, was Raditz. The pod gleamed behind him. His grin was pure malice. Well, he called out. So you came after all, Kakarot, and you brought the bug with you. Piccolo growled. You talk too much. Raditz spread his arms wide. Touching. A team up to rescue a child. How very human. Give me back my son, Goku said. His aura rippled, his voice calm but deadly. Raditz crossed his arms. Not yet. You've still got 21 hours left, brother. I won't kill anyone to prove myself, Goku said quietly. But I will stop you if I have to. Raditz laughed. Stop me? You still don't understand your place in the universe. Piccolo's ki flared purple around him. Enough talk. Raditz's scouter beeped wildly. 765,770. Goku's energy was rising, steady, fierce, unstoppable. Piccolo spat to the side. Ready, Goku? Goku nodded. This time I'm not alone. Both warriors lifted into the air. Raditz uncoiled his tail, crouched low, and smiled. Then come. The sky burned crimson, and the world held its breath. The battle began. Wind howled across the broken plain. The sky dimmed, clouds swirling like smoke above a brewing storm. 3 auras, white, green, and violet, collided in a chaos of light. Behind Raditz, the pod gleamed faintly, sealed tight. Through the small viewport, a child watched. Gohan pressed his tiny hand against the glass, tears streaking his cheeks. Beyond that thin wall, his father fought for him, and something inside him stirred, something vast, something ancient. A spark, a flame, a power waiting to awaken. Minutes passed, night fell, the land was scarred, blackened by craters and fire. Raditz panted heavily, his armor cracked. His scouter blinked, erratic. Beep, beep, beepzkt. Sparks flew. He slammed a fist against it. Damn it, the screen flickered, then displayed new readings. Kakarot, power level 998-1000. Namekian, power level 854. Raditz's eyes widened. 1000? Impossible. He barely had time to process before Goku was there, a flash of white. A kick to the chest that sent him skidding across the air. He roared, spinning to counter, but his elbow met solid resistance. Clang! Piccolo caught the blow, his shoulder cracking but holding firm. Raditz jumped back, eyes burning. You again, green scum. Piccolo smirked through the pain. Not bad for a low-class warrior, huh? You can break my bones, but not my pride. Piccolo, Goku called. I'm fine, the Namekian growled. I'll charge my attack, buy me time. Got it, and suddenly, Goku stood alone. Brother against brother. Raditz sneered. You think you can win by yourself, Kakarot? I don't think so, Goku said, his stance low, fists clenched. I know I can hold you long enough. They lunged. The ground split beneath their feet. Every blow was thunder, every strike, an earthquake. Raditz's confidence began to falter. His swings grew desperate, his voice turned to growls. And then Goku broke free. He landed, breathing hard, but eyes blazing with purpose. His aura erupted, white fire bursting skyward. The rocks around him lifted, suspended in his ki. The wind howled. Raditz hovered above, eyes wide, his heart hammering. What is this? The scouter screamed. 1100, 1250, 1400, 1600. Impossible, Raditz shouted, voice trembling. Goku's eyes closed briefly. When they opened, they were calm. He whispered to himself, Chi-Chi Gohan, this is for you. Kaa. The syllable echoed through the mountains like thunder. Blue light gathered between his palms. Raditz gritted his teeth. Kakarot, stop, that power, me. The ground split beneath him. The very air vibrated. From afar, Piccolo's dark aura flared, spiraling as he prepared his own attack. 2 warriors, 2 lights, 1 blue, 1 purple rising in harmony. Ha-mee. The glow consumed the plateau. Raditz's tail lashed behind him in panic. That power, impossible. He hasn't even transformed. Goku's gaze hardened, and in his mind, Chi-Chi's voice whispered one last time. Protect him. Ha. The earth shuddered. The air collapsed inward, every atom drawn to that growing sun of light. Raditz screamed, diving forward. I won't let you. But it was too late. Goku roared with all his heart, all his fury, all his love. Ha! And the world was swallowed in light. The blue beam ripped across the night sky like a divine thunderbolt. Raditz barely had time to twist his body, too slow, too late. No, he roared as the Kamehameha consumed him. The impact was catastrophic. A column of light and fire tore into the heavens, blazing like a newborn star. The ground shuddered, rocks split, the night itself seemed to recoil. Then silence, an endless, aching silence. When the dust finally settled, the air still trembled with leftover energy. Ash and glowy, ing embers drifted lazily through the smoky air, and in the center of a smoking crater Raditz knelt. His body shook violently, his Saiyan armor was shattered, his shoulder burned raw. A deep crack split his chest plate from collar to waist. Blood dripped from his mouth, streaking his chin crimson. The pride of a Saiyan was broken. Ghhghhh, he coughed, spitting a mouthful of thick blood onto the rock below. His tail dragged lifelessly across the ground. His eyes burned with equal parts fury and disbelief. Goku descended through the haze, white aura fading around him. His expression wasn't one of triumph. It was grief. Raditz, his voice came low, heavy with exhaustion. The older Saiyan looked up weakly. Kakarot, it's over, Goku said. You can't fight anymore. You don't have to keep doing this. Raditz's lips twitched. TCH, you're still soft. From above, Piccolo hovered, his aura a storm of purple lightning spiraling around his arm. Goku, don't drop your guard, he barked. I know, Goku answered quietly, not taking his eyes off Raditz. But he's my brother, Piccolo growled. He's a monster. You'll regret this. Goku knelt slightly, holding out his hand. You don't have to die here. It doesn't have to end like this. Raditz stared at that open palm. For a flicker of a second something human passed behind his eyes. Regret? Pity? Or calculation? Then he moved. Zock! Raditz lunged forward, seizing Goku's wrist in an iron grip. Goku's eyes widened. Crash! Raditz slammed him to the ground, pinning him under his knee, one arm crushing his throat. Idiot! Fool! Raditz spat, blood and rage mixing in his breath. Always trusting everyone, always believing in mercy. Goku! Piccolo roared, his energy flaring brighter. I told you, damn it! He aimed, charging his special beam cannon, the swirling lance of energy vibrating the air itself. But Raditz was too close too fast. You've doomed yourself, brother. Raditz hissed. I'll kill you, then I'll talk. Eat your brat and deliver him to our leader. Then something changed. Raditz froze. A high-pitched alarm blared from his scouter. Beep. His eyes darted to the side. What is this power? He turned toward the pod, toward the cracked glass. Inside, light pulsed wildly. The metal warped and groaned. And from within, a small, shaking voice echoed. Dodd. The pod burst. Boom. AW. Avenue of golden red energy exploded outward, scattering stone and smoke. The shockwave sent ripples through the night. And in the heart of it, Gohan, the boy stood amidst the dust and fire. His black hair whipped upward from the force of his own ki. Tears streamed down his cheeks, but his eyes burned with raw fury. Leave him alone, he screamed, voice cracking with emotion. Don't touch my Dodd. Raditz turned, trembling despite himself. What is that boy? His scouter shrieked again. Power level 800, 900, 1200, 1800, 2000, 2100. 2000? Impossible. Before Raditz could move, the child moved first. Bang! A headbutt, small, perfect, devastating, slammed directly into Raditz's chest. Crack! The sound echoed like the splitting of stone. Raditz flew backward, body full, ding in half before crashing into a cliffside. The rock collapsed under the impact. Krash. The field went silent again. Gohan landed shakily, ki still flickering around him like sparks from a dying star. He trembled, gasping for breath. Tears still falling, but not from fear. Dad? He whimpered. Are you okay? Goku lay on the ground, staring up at his son through blurred vision. His chest ached, but his heart swelled with pride. A single tear escaped him. Gohan, you did it. Piccolo descended slowly, eyes wide. That child, his power. Dust settled. Raditz didn't move. Then, a low growl. Ghhhrarghhh. Raditz rose from the rubble, body trembling, armor shattered beyond repair. His eyes burned crimson with madness. No, I won't lose to weaklings like you. I am a Saiyan. Goku, cradling his unconscious son, struggled to stand. Piccolo hovered beside him, battered and pale. He's still alive, Piccolo muttered. That bastard's too stubborn to die. Goku nodded grimly. Then we end it now. Piccolo clenched his jaw. One more shot, that's all I've got. But if I miss, we're finished. Raditz staggered forward, panting, voice breaking into manic laughter. I'll kill you both, tear you apart, and that brat, he'll be next. Goku looked down at Gohan, brushing a hand through his messy hair. I made a promise, he whispered. Then he laid the boy gently on the ground. And without another word he launched himself at Raditz. Raditz barely reacted before Goku was behind him, arms locking tight across his chest. What? Kakarot. Goku's grip tightened. It ends here, Raditz thrashed, muscles bulging, but Goku's hold was unbreakable. Goku, Piccolo shouted. Are you insane? Do it, Goku yelled, straining, his voice cracking under the pressure. Fire it, Piccolo. Now, I'll hit you too. I don't care, Raditz screamed, panic in his voice for the first time. You wouldn't dare, you'll die too. Goku's eyes blazed. If it means saving my son and his planet, then I'll die 1,000 times. Piccolo's hands shook. Then, slowly they steadied. Damn you, fool, he muttered. He raised his glowing hand. Energy spiraled, condensed, spun into a killing beam. Special beam Cannon. Quote, the special beam cannon screamed across the battlefield like lightning. A single, piercing spiral of purple-gold light cut through the air. Goku closed his eyes. Raditz screamed. The beam struck them both clean through the chest. Thwoosh. Then came the explosion. Kaboom. Silence returned. Only the whisper of wind carried the smell of ash. Piccolo lowered his smoking hand, arm trembling violently before he dropped to one knee, gasping. Before him smoke, and within it two shapes. Goku, Raditz, both fallen, both barely breathing. Goku coughed blood, his voice weak but clear. He turned his head toward the small, unconscious boy nearby, and smiled. Chi-Chi, I kept my promise. The sky turned gray not from clouds, but from the dust and smoke that blanketed the ruins. The scent of burnt earth lingered. The battlefield was quiet, but not peaceful. Minutes later, a small white capsule ship descended through the haze, engines hissing. Inside, Bulma gripped the controls. Krillin sat beside her, pale. What was that explosion? She gasped. I don't know, Krillin said, voice shaking. But the radar says they're right below us, Goku, Piccolo and that Saiyan. The ship touched down hard on the scarred plateau. They rushed out, and froze. Goku lay sprawled on the ground. His arms open, his face calm, peaceful, still. Krillin's heart stopped. No. Bulma stumbled forward, tripping on debris. Goku, no, no, no. They fell to their knees beside him. Come on, wake up, Krillin shouted, shaking his friend's shoulder. Nothing. Bulma pressed her hands to her face, tears spilling freely. You idiot, you big, stupid idiot. Krillin looked away, jaw clenched. He sacrificed himself to stop that monster. Then Bulma gasped. Gohan, a few feet away. The boy lay unconscious, face streaked with dried tears. Bulma gathered him up carefully, cradling him. It's okay, little one, you're safe now. Your dad protected you. Krillin wiped his face. We can bring him back. The Dragon Balls, they can wish him back. Hope flickered, but it didn't last. From behind the wreckage, a weak, guttural laugh cut through the silence. Hey 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 hey. Bulma froze. Krillin turned, fists up. Who's there? Hehe. Raditz, barely alive. His armor was gone. His chest still smoking from the hole Piccolo's beam had left. Yet he laughed. Dragon Balls, he croaked. Interesting. Piccolo's shadow fell over him, energy swirling in his palm. You're still alive? Not for long. Raditz coughed blood, grinning through broken teeth. Kill me if you want, but it won't change anything. Piccolo frowned. Talk. Raditz wheezed, forcing the words out. In exactly 1 year 2 more Saiyans will come. Krillin's face went pale. What? Real warriors? Raditz said with a sick grin. I was the weak one. He chuckled. One of them is Nappa, a brute. The other. He paused, eyes darkening. The Princess Vegeta, heir to the Saiyan throne. The strongest of us all. Bulma whispered. A princess? Piccolo's jaw tightened. A leader without mercy. Raditz coughed one last time. Blood filled his mouth. She'll tear you apart, all of you. Not even your magic balls will save you. Then his body went limp. The last Saiyan breath escaped his lungs. Raditz was dead. A cold wind swept the plateau. Ash swirled, and the world felt smaller. Piccolo lowered his arms slowly. 1 year, he muttered. We have 1 year. Krillin's voice shook. Can we even stand a chance? Piccolo didn't answer. He stared toward the horizon, where the night sky was fading to dawn. For the first time in his life, Piccolo didn't know. Goku was gone. The earth was quiet, but peace was only the calm before the storm. Elsewhere, star system Elro 9, planet Voon, a charred wasteland under a crimson sky. The stench of death hung heavy. Oceans were dust, cities were bones. And amid the ruin 2 Saiyans feasted. One was massive, bald, thick-bearded laugh, as he tore into the roasted limb of a 3-eyed beast. The other sat quietly on a cracked stone, legs crossed, eyes half-lidded. The princess, Vegeta, small, lean, and lethal. Her armor gleamed gold and black, the crest of the extinct Saiyan royal house shining faintly on her chest. Her hair, long and dark, was braided high like a whip down her back. Her eyes, jet black, burned with icy clarity. In one hand, she held the arm of a fallen enemy and took a deliberate bite. Her movements were elegant, detached, like killing planets was a chore she'd long grown used to. Then beep, beep, BKZKT. The large Saiyan, Nappa, lifted his scouter, his face darkened. Hey, about time. Look at this, Vegeta. She didn't move. She finished chewing, tossed the remains aside, and wiped her mouth. The scouter from Raditz just went dark. Nappa said, "He's dead." The world fell quiet. Ash drifted past like snow. Vegeta didn't flinch. Her voice was cool. "He took longer than I expected." "You expected this?" Raditz was weak, she said simply, standing, brushing imaginary dust from her armor. His mission was simple. Retrieve Kakarot, assess the planet. If he died, it's because he underestimated his brother. Nappa laughed, gnawing another bone. "Ha, the idiot probably got himself killed by some Earth trash. Maybe Kakarot's gone soft." Vegeta didn't laugh. Her eyes gleamed. "That's not what interests me." Nappa blinked. "Then what does?" "In his last transmission," Vegeta said slowly, "he mentioned something." She smiled faintly. "Dragon balls." "Dragon what?" "Artifacts," she said, voice sharpening. "He claimed they can grant any wish." "Any wish?" Nappa froze. "You mean we could revive Raditz?" Vegeta burst out laughing, a harsh, venomous laugh that echoed over the dead planet. Even Nappa tensed. "Revive Raditz? Please. What's next? Wish him a sense of humor." Nappa chuckled awkwardly. "Hey, fair enough." Vegeta turned away, the red light of the sky reflecting off her armor. "No, we won't waste a wish on garbage." Her tone was final, cold and royal. "If the Dragon Balls are real, we'll use them for something that matters." "Like what?" Nappa asked cautiously. She turned, eyes gleaming like onyx blades. "Immortality." Nappa's grin faltered. "Immortal? You mean?" "Yes," Vegeta said. "We destroy worlds. We rule weak species. But there's always someone stronger. Always one name above us." Her voice dropped to a hiss. "Frieza." Nappa's grin disappeared completely. Vegeta's gaze turned upward. "As long as we serve him, we're nothing but pawns. But if I become immortal?" Her lips curved into a slow, dangerous smile. "Then one day I'll kill him myself." She turned away, cape billowing like a dark flame. "Prepare the pods. We're going to Earth." Nappa straightened immediately. "We're heading for the Dragon Balls?" "Yes," she said, and then paused, eyes narrowing. "But there's something else." "What now?" "Kakarot had a child, a half-breed. Raditz said his power was unstable." "And?" Vegeta smirked over her shoulder. "I like unstable things." Nappa chuckled. "Planning to recruit him?" She stepped into her pod. "Planning to test him. A half-Saiyan raised by humans could be a weapon." Her eyes glinted as the pod door slid shut. "Or a threat." The engines roared. Flames burst from the soil. As planet Voon burned behind them, the two Saiyan ships rose into the blood-red sky. Their destination? Earth. On Earth, the wind blew with an unnatural chill across the devastated plain. The sky, still gray from suspended dust, was slowly starting to clear. But no ray of sunlight could penetrate the sorrow hanging over the survivors. Bulma, kneeling beside Goku's motionless body, had red-rimmed eyes. She was still holding Gohan in her arms. The little boy breathed with difficulty, unconscious, exhausted, scratched, sweaty, and covered in dust. A few meters away, Krillin didn't take his eyes off Raditz's corpse. The invader's last sentence still rang in his ears like a curse. "In a year 2 more Saiyans will arrive." He swallowed. His voice trembled. Did he say 2? 2 more like him? Stronger? The air seemed to grow colder. Bulma looked at him, her face pale. "Stronger? How is that possible?" she whispered. "Raditz was already a monster. Goku had to sacrifice himself to beat him." Krillin nodded slowly, eyes fixed on the cracked earth. "Yeah, and those two if their power levels are higher." He had no words left. Fear began to crawl through him like a disease. Then a dark presence made itself felt. Piccolo, standing, hadn't moved since firing the special beam cannon. His arm still hung sorely by his side, and his gaze was fixed on the horizon, not out of distraction, but because he was processing. Thinking, sensing, feeling something troublesome. He closed his eyes and frowned. Bulma noticed. She took a step toward him, Gohan still in her arms. "What is it now?" she asked, voice tense. "Can you still sense something?" Piccolo pressed his lips together. HMPH Goku's body. Krillin immediately looked where Goku had been. "Empty." "What?" he shouted, spinning around. Where is it?" Bulma looked too. The rock still showed the exact spot where his body should have been. But he was no longer there. Only emptiness, and a sepulchral silence. Krillin took a step back. Was it stolen? Was the body? Piccolo closed his eyes and sighed, annoyed. "TCH. No." Bulma looked at him, confused. "So what happened?" Piccolo turned slowly toward them. Kami. Krillin frowned. The god of the earth? Piccolo nodded, though he seemed irritated having to say that name. I felt his ki weak, distant, but unmistakable. He took it. Bulma stared at him in disbelief. But why? What does he want with Goku? Piccolo lowered his gaze, as if he already knew the answer but refused to share it. That doesn't matter right now. He turned and walked toward Bulma. She noticed. She took a step back. What are you doing? Piccolo raised his arms, and he took Gohan, firmly. The boy barely moved, his head resting on the Namekian's shoulder. He breathed with difficulty. His little fingers trembled. Bulma stared, petrified. Then she reacted. Hey, what are you doing? Let him go. She stepped toward Piccolo, trying to snatch the child. But Piccolo didn't flinch. He simply looked at her, his yellow eyes shining beneath his furrowed brow. And he spoke. I'm taking him. Krillin went cold. What? Bulma raised a hand defiantly, though it trembled. Are you crazy? Gohan is an orphan now. Chi-Chi's been dead for years, and now she also loses Goku. He has no one else. I will take care of him. You can't just take him like he's an object. Piccolo didn't blink. You have no idea of the power inside this child. He's a child, Bulma shouted. Not a tool. Exactly because he's a child, Piccolo shot back, in a gravelly voice like a distant thunder. He doesn't know what's inside him. Bulma furrowed her brow, wounded. Piccolo looked at Gohan. His expression softened slightly less hardness. Almost respect. When he woke, his ki was higher than Goku's. Higher than mine. Higher than that Saiyan's. But it was unstable, chaotic, pure emotion, without control. Krillin swallowed. You want to train him? Piccolo nodded. In a year those monsters will come. And if we want to have even a minimal chance, this child needs to learn to fight. To control what's inside him. Bulma shook her head. You can't do that. Goku would never have allowed. Piccolo turned slowly toward her. And what would you do? Teach him science while the planet burns? Bulma recoiled, hurt. Goku died for him. Piccolo continued, not raising his voice but speaking with force. He would understand. If this child is the key to preventing this from happening again, then I will teach him what no one else can. Krillin lowered his gaze. He knew that deep down Piccolo was right. Bulma lowered her arms but didn't take her eyes off Gohan. Her voice dropped. And what will you do with him? Piccolo didn't answer at once. He looked toward the horizon. I'll train him, where no one can find us. Where he can grow without distractions. Where he can confront what he carries inside. Bulma gritted her teeth. What if he cries for his father? What if he's afraid? What if he doesn't understand why his life suddenly changed? Piccolo closed his eyes for a moment. Then I will make him stronger. And if he hates me for it, let him hate me. But he will survive. And without saying more, Piccolo rose into the air with Gohan in his arms. His cape billowed like torn flags. The wind swirled around them. Bulma raised a hand, but didn't shout. She only watched him go. Krillin approached her silently. Maybe Piccolo is the only one who can do it, he said softly. Bulma didn't answer. She only looked at the sky, where a green figure receded, carrying the world's last hope in his arms. Another world. A soft hum, like the whisper of an ancient wind, floated in the air. Goku opened his eyes slowly. He blinked several times. His eyelashes were coated with dust. The light surrounding him was gentle, pale, like dawn mist but without the sun. Before him, a cloudless sky. Beneath his feet a polished floor of white stone, almost luminous. He stood on a large circular platform floating in nothingness. And beside him, you're finally awake. Goku jerked around. A tall, thin man with green skin and a long white robe looked at him solemnly. Kami. His expression was calm, almost solemn. Goku recognized him at once, but something was off. Kami, where am I? He put a hand to his head, feeling something strange. And he noticed it. The halo. What's this? He cried, touching it with both hands. Did a plate grow on my head? Kami closed his eyes and nodded slowly. No, Goku, that is a spiritual halo. Goku blinked. Kami sighed softly. It means you are dead. Silence. Goku froze. Then he bowed his head. Of course. He stayed like that, still for a few seconds. No drama, no tears. He only let the words echo in his mind. I guess you can't get out of that without paying a price, huh? Kami watched him with a neutral but serene look. Not many accept their death so calmly. Goku chuckled a little, sadness in his eyes. This is the first time I've died. It's different from what I expected. Then he raised his head. His expression changed. Gohan, Is he okay? He asked abruptly. Kami nodded slowly. Yes, he's alive. Goku let out a breath. Phew, thank you, but Kami added, although Piccolo has taken him. Quote, what? Goku stepped back, confused. Piccolo took him? Why would he take him? What will he do to him? Kami narrowed his eyes and folded his arms. I don't know for sure. I only felt his ki. But it wasn't hostile. Most likely he saw the same power you saw in your son. Goku lowered his head for a moment, frowning. HMPH, yeah. Piccolo isn't a saint, but if anyone can train him, it's him. I'd rather he be with Bulma. With someone who can care for him, but... He closed his eyes. His fists tightened slightly. Gohan has a power he doesn't even understand. And if Piccolo can help him discover it, then I won't complain. Kami nodded with respect. Your son has a unique destiny. And perhaps it's what the world needs more than you. Goku raised an eyebrow. Was that a compliment or a hint? Quote. Kami smiled. Both. Silence. The wind still blew, but it was no longer cold. It felt light, charged with something invisible, as if the air itself vibrated with spiritual energy. Goku looked around. So am I in heaven? No, Kami replied. You're in an intermediate plane. The path from here may lead you to peaceful rest or to hell, depending on your actions. What matters now is that I've secured permission for you to keep your body, even though you're dead. Goku blinked. Seriously, that's possible, only in exceptional cases. Your sacrifice, why? Our heart, your connection to this world moved the great Enma Dio. Goku's mouth opened in surprise. Enma who? The judge here, he's the one who decides destinies after death, Kami nodded. But that wasn't the only reason. Also because you have training pending. Goku leaned in, curious. Training? Kami turned slowly. Behind him, a giant white door opened as if it had been waiting. I've arranged for you to train with one of the greatest masters of the other world. His name is King Kai. Goku cocked his head. King what? Kami turned with a faint, amused sigh. King Kai, an ancient god, a master of power, wisdom and questionable humor. He lives at the end of the Snake Way. Goku raised an eyebrow and folded his arms. How do you get to him? Kami extended his hand. The door's light brightened. Then he saw it, a huge stone serpent, endlessly long, curving and winding into infinity. It floated in the void, suspended above a bottomless sea of clouds. The Snake Way. Goku's eyes widened in amazement. That is the way. You have to travel all of that. Kami nodded. Yes, there's no other way to reach him. But if you make it, Kaio-sama can teach you techniques that even the Earth's gods don't master. And with his guidance, perhaps you'll be strong enough to face what's coming. Goku swallowed. Kami continued. Your brother mentioned 2 more are coming. Stronger than he was, and they'll arrive in a year. Not more, not less. Goku looked at the path again. Then he crouched, tied his belt firmly, adjusted his boots. And he smiled. So what are we waiting for? He stepped forward and placed himself at the start's edge. Ahead of him, the golden serpent rippled like a legendary creature. King Kai, here I come, he said with a confident grin. Wahoo! And without another thought, Goku ran. His footsteps echoed along the floating path. The spiritual sky opened before him like a sea of possibilities. Behind him, Kami watched, wearing a calm smile but filled with concern. Good luck, Goku. You're going to need it more than ever. Meanwhile, somewhere in the cold reaches of space, the universe's blackness wrapped everything. Distant stars twinkled like embers in the dark. Nebulae, comets, and remnants of extinct civilizations drifted silently among the rings of oblivion. And in the middle of that infinite void, 2 battle pods floated side by side. They were metallic spheres, marked with Saiyan insignias and battle scars. Both hovered in automatic positioning mode, spinning slowly through space as if seeking the destination they just set. Inside the larger pod, ready, boomed a deep, thunderous voice. Coordinates entered. Planet 4032-2778. Alias Earth. Nappa. The bald colossus with a thick mustache gripped the controls with thick, calloused hands. His tracker's visor flickered, confirming the trajectory. A year in cryosleep. I can almost taste the fight, he grunted, wearing a predatory grin. He turned slightly, looking to war. The other pod connected through internal comms. Ready, Your Highness? Inside the other pod, more compact but perfectly outfitted, a female figure settled in slowly. Her eyes were sharp, dark, like they swallowed the light. Her hair was straight and wild, falling to her shoulders. Her skin had the sun-brown tone of a warrior raised under harsh suns. Wrapped around her waist a Saiyan tail, alive and twitching. Vegeta, the princess of the Saiyan race. The last noble bearer of a crown forged not from jewels but from blood, fire and expectation. She sat in her pod, adjusting the final commands on her holographic panel. Her boots touched the curved floor with precision. Her expression was calm. Almost bored, but her eyes never stopped shining. "Nappa," she replied, her voice elegant and lethal. "Remember what I told you before you went into hibernation?" Nappa snorted. "About not destroying the planet until we collect the Dragon Balls?" "I got it. I'm not an idiot." Vegeta arched an eyebrow. "You say that, and yet, on 3 missions you almost exterminated the princess of the Horvax system because you made fun of her mustache." Nappa scratched his neck unabashedly. "It was a ridiculous mustache. Exactly like your judgment." Vegeta pressed a button. The interface lit up and displayed the silhouette of planet Earth, its solar system, rotation, moons, atmospheric shield. "Remember our objective," she added with disdain. "Find the Dragon Balls. If the Earthlings don't cooperate, annihilate them." Nappa snorted, folding his arms. "Yeah, I figured, but we could at least think about reviving Raditz with those magical balls." Vegeta burst into a dry, scornful laugh. "I already told you, idiot, we won't waste a wish on nonsense like that." She shook her head. Her tail tapped the seat like a restless serpent. "We have the chance to ask for anything. Immortality, unlimited power, and you want that crying primate back?" Nappa growled but didn't reply. Vegeta smiled. "No, we're not wasting this opportunity." Then she fell silent, staring at the screen. Floating there like a distant fate was Earth, an insignificant planet, blue, warm, inhabited by insects, but also by something else. Vegeta squinted. "There's something on that planet that interests me more than the Dragon Balls," she murmured. Nappa arched an eyebrow. "What? The weather? The food?" Vegeta ignored the joke. "Kakarot, son." Nappa frowned. That brat Raditz mentioned before he died." "Yes." Her eyes narrowed further. Raditz's tracker signals showed that his power spiked above 2,000 units for a moment. "That isn't natural." Silence. "A child with that power is an anomaly. A genetic mix never seen before. If that power is real, we could raise him, train him, use him, or eliminate him before he becomes a threat." Nappa settled back in his pod. "So sleep?" "Yes." Vegeta took a deep breath. Just as the cryogenic system's low hum began, a small image popped up on her screen. An old file, a genetic record. She had kept it. A low-resolution photograph. A baby. An incubation chamber. A little girl of about 5, with long hair and proud eyes, watching from outside. It was her, Vegeta, the princess, in her elite uniform with her tail wrapped around her waist, walking among the incubation chambers on planet Vegeta. She remembered that day clearly. Her father, King Vegeta III, had taken her to see their future subjects. Dozens of Saiyan infants floated in life fluid capsules, most with low power numbers, not names. But one caught her attention, a small pod, almost forgotten in the corner. Power level 2, pathetic, insignificant. Yet something in his face as he slept, something in his dimmed energy made her stop. She still remembered him. Kakarot. The princess pursed her lips, still gazing at the image. "A pathetic power, but a look that drew my attention. You were born a waste, Kakarot. And yet, you survived. You betrayed your mission, and now you've left a son who could break Saiyan logic's limits." Her smile widened, a mix of twisted pride and genuine curiosity. "What kind of power is that you've left on Earth?" With that question in her mind, the cryosystem's whisper wrapped around her. Sleep began to take her, but a smile still lit her face. "Kakarot, let's see how far your legacy goes." Both Saiyan pods streaked away at subspace speed. On the star map they were only 2 lost dots in a sea of light. But they carried a storm, one the Earth was not prepared to face. 1 year, that was the margin. 1 year to prepare. 1 year before, the roar of the Saiyans crossed the skies again. But this time with a princess at the lead. And she wasn't going to negotiate. The full moon hid behind dark clouds, leaving the desert shrouded in a grayish gloom. The dunes, lifeless, looked like frozen waves carved into the earth. The wind howled harshly, carrying dust and small pebbles with it. There wasn't a soul for hundreds of miles except for a tiny figure beginning to stir. Son Gohan, a small 4-year-old boy, dressed in worn-out clothes, his hat lying nearby, slowly opened his eyes as a yawn escaped his lips. "NNNH, Dad?" he murmured weakly, his voice hoarse and fragile. He sat up with difficulty, blinking several times. He looked around, confused. Where was he? Why wasn't he in his bed? Sand, rocks, cold, a strange desert he didn't recognize. And above all, no sign of his father. Dad? He repeated louder this time, his voice cracking. Where are you? He looked up at the dark sky, expecting to see that familiar silhouette riding the flying nimbus. Or hear his carefree laughter calling him home. But there was nothing, only silence, only stars. Fear slithered into his chest like an invisible serpent. His little eyes filled with tears. And then he screamed, "Dad!" His voice echoed through the cliffs, desperate and raw. Tears began to fall, one after another, sliding down his flushed cheeks. "Don't leave me alone. Dad, I don't want to be here. Dad." And then, a shadow descended from the sky. FWOOSH. The wind shifted. The dunes trembled. Gohan looked up and saw an imposing figure falling slowly through the clouds. Tall, green, wearing a white cape that fluttered like dark wings, his sharp features and pointed ears carved into a stern mask. "Piccolo, Tisk, you're awake already." His deep, guttural voice carried authority. "I thought you'd sleep at least until sunrise." Gohan froze. His eyes widened. His crying stopped instantly, and then, he began backing away, dragging his feet through the sand as his small body trembled. "Awa, and no, you're the bad green man. Don't come near me. Dad said you want to kill him." Piccolo landed silently, his boots sinking slightly into the sand. His amber eyes locked onto the child, piercing him like twin blades. "I don't care what your father told you," he growled. "I'm not here to play games or hurt you. I'm here to train you." Gohan blinked, confused. "Train me?" Piccolo crossed his arms, his cape billowing behind him. "Yes, during that battle I saw what you've got inside. A hidden power that nearly killed that Saiyan. That power needs control, and I'm going to help you master it." Gohan shook his head violently, sobbing again. "I don't want power. I don't want to fight. I just want my dad. I want to go home." Piccolo snorted, irritated. "Your father is dead." The boy froze. "What? He died protecting you, and if you don't get stronger his sacrifice will mean nothing. In 1 year, 2 Saiyans far worse than that one will arrive. If you don't train, you'll die, and so will everyone you care about." Gohan fell to his knees. The world seemed to spin around him. He couldn't understand it all, it was too much. But what he did understand was that his father was gone. And that broke him. "Dad," he whispered through tears. "No." Piccolo watched him silently, and for a brief instant, his frown softened. "You're right to be afraid," he said quietly. "But fear is useless if you do nothing with it. So from now on you'll survive." The child looked up at him with tearful eyes. What?" Piccolo extended an arm and pointed toward a massive rock formation in the distance. "That will be your shelter. You'll be alone. For 6 months you'll survive on your own. After that I'll begin your real training." Gohan trembled again. Alone. "No, I can't." Piccolo turned his back on him. "You can and you will. Your blood is Goku's, and your destiny is not that of an ordinary child." The wind howled louder. Gohan fell back, terrified, as Piccolo rose into the sky and flew away without looking back. "Wait, don't leave me alone." But Piccolo was already gone, lost among the clouds. And so, in the middle of the desert, beneath the starlit sky, the son of Goku began his harsh trial, not by choice, but by necessity. The father's legacy had fallen upon the shoulders of the son. 24 hours later, the moon, barely visible behind drifting clouds, bathed the land in a pale glow. The dunes were sleeping shadows. The stones, silent sentinels. The cold wind carried fine sand that whispered across the cracks in the earth. In the midst of that lonely vastness, a small campfire flickered weakly. Beside it, hugging his knees, trembled a 4-year-old boy. Son Gohan. His clothes were dirty, his legs scratched from the day's falls. His hat lay half buried in the sand beside him. The fire crackled softly, but its warmth wasn't enough. "It's so cold," he murmured, his voice faint. His nose was red, his eyes wet. "Dad, where are you?" No answer, only the crackle of the flames. Gohan looked around. Beyond the circle of light from the fire, there was only darkness. Everything seemed so big so far away. A tear slid down his cheek. Slowly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, folded piece of paper. It was slightly wrinkled from the heat of the day, but he held it as if it were treasure. A photo, the only one he had. It was old, in faded colors. In it, A young Goku held a baby Gohan in his arms, smiling brightly as always. Beside them, with her arms crossed, a woman with straight black hair and a firm but gentle gaze, resting in a bed, Chi-Chi. Gohan stared at it silently. He didn't remember her well. He'd only seen her in pictures, or in the bedtime stories his father used to tell him. "This is your mom, Gohan," Goku had said with a wistful smile. "She was strong but even more loving. She wanted you to become a great scholar and she always cared for you with all her heart." Gohan brushed the photo with his fingertips. "Mom, Dad said you loved me a lot even though you're not here anymore." His voice broke. Tears fell again. "Dad, I don't want to be alone." And at that very moment, as if the heavens had eared his plea, something landed in front of him. Thump, thump, 2 red apples rolled across the sand, stopping at his feet. Gohan blinked. He rubbed his eyes, looked up. No one was there. "Huh, apples?" He picked them up carefully. They were fresh, shining faintly in the firelight. For a moment, his fear disappeared. "Apples. I've got food." He smiled, a small, sincere smile. He wiped his tears with his sleeve and took a big bite of the first one. So good," he mumbled between bites. He didn't know where they came from, but he didn't care. In that instant, on that lonely night, he felt just a little less alone. High above, standing atop a rocky spire, Piccolo watched, arms crossed, his cape fluttering in the wind. His eyes remained fixed on the boy. No emotion showed on his face, but his silence spoke volumes. "HMPH. He can't even light a proper fire," he muttered. But he didn't cry as much as I expected. He looked down, and his right hand closed slightly. "That kid, he's got more strength than he realizes." And silently, he vanished into the dark sky, leaving behind the boy who, without knowing it, was already taking his first steps toward the warrior he was meant to become. The sky was an endless golden dome. No sun, no moon, no stars, only a soft, steady glow illuminating the long, winding road that floated in the void of the other world. The snake way stretched endlessly before the feet of a lone runner. Son Goku, wearing his classic orange gi, now with a glowing halo above his head, Goku jogged at a steady pace. He wasn't sprinting as if in battle. No, his steps were calm and measured. He knew this journey wasn't a sprint, but a test of endurance and patience. "Ha ha," he panted, stopping for a moment at one of the many curves of the road. He looked back, an infinite horizon exactly like the one ahead. "Wow," he said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "I've been running since yesterday and I still can't see this snake's tail." He sat at the edge of the road, letting his legs dangle over the void. The breeze of the other world blew softly, though he couldn't tell from where. He took a deep breath and allowed himself a moment of rest. That's when his thoughts began to wander. Far from the battle, far from training, far even from the road itself. He thought of Chi-Chi. "I wonder if she's here somewhere," he said softly. He remembered her smiling, scolding him, hugging Gohan. Their marriage had been complicated, a promise he'd forgotten, and his constant focus on training, but he knew she had loved their son deeply. And in her strict, fiery way she had loved him too. "Chi-Chi," he whispered. "I hope you're resting in peace. You're probably wondering how we're doing." The wind seemed to whisper back. Then he thought of Gohan. His expression changed. Gohan. The image of his little boy came instantly to mind. That frightened look at first and then that powerful scream when he exploded against Raditz. Goku shivered. That power. I've never seen anything like that in a kid. I wonder how he's doing now. Is Piccolo treating him okay? He said, smiling nervously. He's not exactly the warmest guy around. But deep down, though Piccolo was his enemy, Goku trusted him. Piccolo wouldn't have taken Gohan as his student if he hadn't felt something else. Something like respect, or responsibility. Even in their fight at the tournament, Goku had sensed that Piccolo wasn't like King Piccolo. He was different. "Gohan, I hope you're okay. And I hope someday you'll surpass me too." Then he stood up, stretched his arms, rolled his neck, and then his mind shifted. The calm aura turned a little more electric. He remembered Raditz, and more than that, what he'd said before dying. Maybe the princess will want to take a look at this. Goku clenched his fists. The princess. That title rang in his blood like a bell. A Saiyan, proud, feared even by Raditz. She must be incredibly strong. If Raditz respected or feared her that much, Goku narrowed his eyes. And without meaning to, a smile crossed his face. Hey, that sounds exciting. Yes, the thought scared him. But more than that, it thrilled him. A powerful Saiyan woman, a true rival, I hope she doesn't disappoint me. He took a deep breath, his thoughts calming again. Well, time to keep running. King Kai's waiting for me and I won't let him down. Goku started running once more. The snake way stretched infinitely before him, winding and endless, but now it didn't seem quite so long. He wasn't alone anymore. He carried with him the memory of his wife, the hope of his son, and the fire of a warrior waiting for his next great battle. Southern Desert. Day 100 since Goku's death. Dawn broke across the sky in orange and pink streaks, painting the clouds with soft fire as the wind blew cold from the mountains. The desert was no longer so strange to Gohan. The dunes, the cracks, the rocky formations, all those things that once spelled desolation on his first day were now familiar. The boy, barely 4.5 years old, walked steadily through a rocky canyon. His clothes were worn, torn in places. His cap was no longer on his head but tied to his belt, a treasure he refused to lose. His face still held traces of childhood, but now there was something different. Determination. Gohan climbed a tall rock with agility and crouched down. From that height, his gaze swept across the horizon patiently. He waited, he listened, he sniffed the air, and then he heard it. A faint tremor in the ground. A distant rumble, barely audible. He smiled slightly. There it is, he whispered, lowering his ki to the bare minimum, just as he had learned to do after many failed attempts. He slid down the rock and hid behind a patch of dry shrubs, his breathing steady. And there it was, a short-necked dinosaur, thick and scaly, its small eyes scanning the rocks as it lumbered forward in search of water. It was nearly 10 meters long, and each step made the nearby stones tremble. Its tongue flicked out slowly, tasting the air. Gohan tensed. He prepared himself, not as a trained warrior, but as a child who had learned to hunt or starve. The dinosaur stopped. Gohan took his chance. "Ya!" he yelled, leaping from the top of a boulder, arms raised. A flicker of ki flared around his body. Bam! He landed on the beast's back. It roared furiously, thrashing, but Gohan didn't fall. Using his small weight for leverage, he jumped toward its neck and struck hard at the base of the skull. Not enough to kill it, but enough to stun it. "I'm sorry, but I have to eat," he cried, eyes squeezed shut, then channeled ki into his right hand. A small orb of light formed. "Ha!" he shouted, firing it precisely into the dinosaur's neck. Boom! The creature crashed to the ground with a muffled roar, sending up a cloud of dust and sand. Gohan landed beside it, panting. "I did it again." Without wasting a second, he began gathering dry branches to start a fire. High above on a rocky cliff hidden among low clouds, Piccolo watched. Standing tall, arms crossed, his cape billowing in the dawn wind, the Namekian hadn't taken his eyes off Gohan for a single second. And for the first time in weeks his brow lifted slightly. One lone eyebrow, an expression hard to read. Surprise. He caught it without hesitation, he muttered. He closed his eyes briefly, sensing the boy's ki. It wasn't just strong, it was stable, controlled, focused, and his power was increasing fast. "That blast was cleaner than half the shots Raditz ever threw," he grumbled. A mix of cynicism and respect in his tone. He crouched on the rock, one elbow resting on his knee, still watching. Gohan was now cooking, lighting a campfire using a method that probably came from his father. HMPH, of course. Goku raised him in the mountains, he murmured, as though realizing it just now. He must have taught him the basics: fishing, fire making, listening to the wild. A city kid wouldn't have lasted a week out here. But Gohan was thriving. Am I wasting time letting him fend for himself this long? Piccolo thought, stroking his chin. At this rate he won't need 6 months to be ready. He fell silent for a while. The campfire flickered in the distance. Gohan was cutting strips of meat and hanging them on branches to cook evenly. He'd even improvised a small storage setup with dry leaves and flat stones. Piccolo clenched his jaw, uneasy. Am I underestimating this kid? The question bothered him more than he liked to admit. Later that day, noon, Gohan sat in the shade of a large rock, eating calmly. The wind carried the scent of roasted meat. Though dirty and disheveled, the boy's eyes were bright and alert. He no longer stared at the sky crying for his father. He no longer feared every shadow. He had learned to live, and that hadn't gone unnoticed. It's time, Piccolo said to himself, rising slowly. If he keeps improving like this, I'll lose valuable training time. He vanished in a flash. Minutes later, Gohan screamed, running for his life. Behind him, A gigantic boulder, one that hadn't been there before, was floating, chasing him as if it were alive. "What is this? Magic?" the boy yelled, dodging cacti and leaping over cracks. From above, Piccolo descended slowly, a faint smirk on his face. "Come on, scared of a rock?" With a snap of his fingers, the floating boulder stopped, then dropped. Kaboom! Gohan fell on his backside, gasping. Then he looked up and saw him. Piccolo landed in front of him, towering, arms crossed. His shadow covered the boy completely. "It's been over 3 months. And it seems someone's starting to understand how this world works." Gohan gulped. "Why you did that? The rock?" Piccolo didn't answer directly. He only stared. Then, raising one hand, he fired a tiny ki blast that split a stone 20 meters away clean in half. "It's time. Your real training begins." Gohan slowly stood up. His fear was still there but smaller. His hands trembled but he didn't step back. "TT training? What kind of training?" Piccolo's expression hardened. "One that's not a game. You'll run until you can't breathe. You'll climb cliffs with one hand. You'll dodge attacks without using your ki. And when you're about to collapse, you'll keep going." Gohan went pale. But, you're Goku's son." Piccolo cut him off sharply. "And what you carry inside isn't from an ordinary child." He turned away. "Start now. If I don't see you at the top of that mountain before sunset," he pointed to a towering 200-meter rock formation, "you don't eat tonight." And with that, he took off. Gohan stood still. Then he looked up at the mountain. He sighed. "Dad, I hope you're watching this," he murmured. And started to run. From afar, Piccolo watched. Part of him didn't understand why he kept watching. The other part, the one still learning what a human heart truly was, had begun to accept an uncomfortable possibility. He cared, not because he was weak, not because he was soft, but because the boy was promising. A living promise. Goku's legacy. "You've grown more than I expected, kid," he said quietly. "And I swear I won't let that power go to waste." With that silent vow, the true training began. Deep space. Day 102 since Goku's death. 2 Saiyan battle pods streaked through the universe at subspace speed. They were black steel spheres, armored in Saiyan alloy, marked with the scars of ancient conquests. They glowed faintly in the light of a distant star, cutting through the void like the projectiles of a war god. In one of them, Nappa slept in cryogenic suspension, his face peaceful for the first time in years. His massive body barely moved, wrapped in stabilization fields. And in the other, silence reigned, a sacred, deliberate silence. Inside that sleeker, customized pod, Princess Vegeta floated motionless, suspended in a deep artificial sleep. Her body drifted gracefully within the stasis fluid, a faint red glow illuminating her sharp face. Her royal armor still bore the proud crest of the Vegeta bloodline, and her Saiyan tail, wrapped tightly around her waist, rested like a sleeping serpent. Her body rested, but her mind did not. And deep within her subconscious the past came alive. More than 2 decades ago. Planet Vegeta. The day of royal training. The training arena blazed beneath a crimson sun. The distant mountains were black blades etched against a violet sky. At the center of the dome, a group of Saibamon screeched in agony as they were mercilessly torn apart. A small, fierce figure moved among them with surgical precision. Vegeta. She was 6 years old. Her wild hair spiked upward, slightly shorter than it would someday be. Her face already bore the arrogance that would make her feared. She wore a Saiyan armor with scarlet trims and exclusive royal design. She leapt onto a Saibamon, grabbed its skull, and slammed it into the ground until it burst in a hiss of acid. Another lunged. She spun mid-air, fired a ki blast with one hand, and reduced it to green smoke with absolute accuracy. One more tried to bite her. She split it in half with a single, energy-charged strike. When the dust settled, every Saibamon lay in pieces. She barely panted. "HMPH trash," she spat, crossing her arms. The dome doors opened. A tall warrior entered elite armor. Thick black hair slicked back. Nappa. Back then, he still had hair, though the same square, proud face. "Magnificent, Your Highness," he roared with a wide grin. "You tore those pests apart like wet paper." Vegeta glanced at him coldly. If that was supposed to be a test, it was insulting. Nappa laughed heartily. "Exactly, which makes it even more impressive." He stepped closer and bowed slightly, not in reverence, but in respect. "The king will be pleased. The strategy chamber already logged your results. Nearly 5,000 power level and you're only 6. Vegeta turned away. Her tail flicked in disdain. "Numbers are irrelevant. Power only matters if you use it without hesitation. She walked down the long, cold corridor of the training complex. The walls were decor, aided with sculptures of great conquests and star maps. The air smelled of sweat, gunpowder and pride. As she passed an intersection, she stopped. A familiar hum filled the air. The incubation chamber. Vegeta turned and entered. Inside, dozens of pods floated in amniotic fluid. Each held a Saiyan infant. Some slept, others kicked impatiently, tiny warriors in the making. Their scouters displayed power levels at birth. Vegeta walked past several pods. The numbers flickered. 100,120,180. Mid-class. Farther back, the numbers dropped. 2, 3, 5. The rejects. And there, she stopped. The space one particular pod was empty. Only the base remained, marked with a serial number. #L312. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. She remembered that number. It had stuck in her mind, somehow. She glanced around. Gone? She stepped to the control panel and tapped a few buttons. The monitor displayed, subject removed from automated growth program. Parents reclaimed the infant for off-world mission. Destination: low-ranking planet. Vegeta tilted her head. Reclaimed? Why would two low-class Saiyans want a baby with a power level of 2? She stood there for a moment. Uneasy, annoyed, intrigued. She remembered clearly the day she'd first seen him. A calm-faced baby, asleep. Nothing remarkable about him, and yet, that child didn't cry like the others. He just stared, through the glass, as if he already knew his world didn't need him. A vivid memory. Princess Vegeta standing before that pod, clad in royal armor. Her proud gaze fixed not on the elite warriors but on the weakest of all. And now, he was gone. Kakarot. The name slipped from her lips naturally. She hadn't said it in months. Why did she still remember it? A common name, a meaningless one, and yet, it echoed in her mind like a strange, persistent sound. Why haven't I forgotten you? Her eyes narrowed, and without realizing it, she closed her fist. Not in hatred, not in anger, but in silent promise. Back to the present. Inside the pod, Vegeta remained deep in sleep. Her face was calm, but her brow furrowed slightly as though, even in rest, something inside her still burned. A single thought looped through her mind. Even in that chemical dream, that low-class child is no longer a child, and if his son truly exists, if his power wasn't a fluke, then maybe I was the first to see it. Inside her POD system, the navigation monitor flickered. Destination: Planet 4032-2778, Earth. ETA: 237 days. And just before the lights dimmed to standby, a single phrase, recorded by her armor's voice assist system, escaped her sleeping lips. Kakarot, show me how far you've come. Snake Way, day 104 since Goku's death. A golden line floated through the endless void, suspended like a thread of energy above an infinite abyss. It curved beyond the horizon, stretching across a realm where death was not the end, but a transition. And running along that road, face drenched in sweat, boots worn from friction, breath heavy, was Son Goku. Almost there. He had been running for over 100 days without rest, stopping only briefly. He had lost sense of time, of distance, even of his body. Only his will remained, to run, to move forward, to reach. Far ahead, the horizon began to curve upward. What's that? Goku squinted. The end of the road rose in a strange slope as if the world itself turned upside down. And there, floating at the peak of the sky, he saw it. A planet, small, spherical, so perfectly round it looked like a rubber ball forgotten by the gods. It hung in the void, suspended by invisible threads. Goku stopped for a moment, panting. That's gotta be King Kai's planet. His eyes lit up. He grinned, and with one mighty shout, he leapt. Yahoo! The void swallowed him. Snake Way vanished beneath his feet. And then, boom! Wah! He yelled, crashing into the planet's surface. Not gracefully, more like a falling anvil. He hit the ground with such force it left a crater. What is this? He groaned, face buried in the planet's soft, perfect grass. It's so heavy. He tried to move. His arms trembled. His legs refused. Every motion felt like lifting mountains. Am I on King Kai's planet or in a nightmare? After several grueling seconds, he managed to get to his knees. His whole body felt like lead. He looked around, dazed. The sky was purple, and the planet so small he could see the curve of the horizon just a few meters away. There was a single tree, a small house, and a monkey. A monkey, hanging from a branch, munching a banana without a care in the world. Goku stared, wide-eyed. Are you King Kai? The monkey blinked behind its glasses, then burped and turned away. Hello? Goku crawled closer but then, ha 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 ha. That was the least graceful landing I've ever seen, said a high-pitched voice from the other side of the tree. Goku turned, wobbling, and saw him, a short, blue-skinned being with round sunglasses, thin mustache, and two little antennae sprouting from his head. He wore a black robe with red trim, marked with the royal Kai emblem and a mischievous grin. King Kai, no, 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 King Kai said, wagging a finger, laughing. That's Bubbles, my monkey assistant. I'm the Great North Kai. Nice to meet you, Son Goku. Goku blinked, half relieved, half confused. You're King Kai? Exactly, said the little deity proudly. Guardian of this quadrant, master of ancient secret techniques, and most importantly a killer sense of humor. Humor? Goku tilted his head. Of course, King Kai chuckled. On this planet, everything begins with a smile, but before I train you, I have to make sure you possess the most important thing of all. Goku straightened up, as best he could under the crushing gravity. Strength? No. Speed? No. Food? Well also, King Kai giggled. But no, I mean a sense of humor. Goku blinked. Huh? King Kai pointed dramatically. If you want to be my student, you must first pass my ultimate test. Silence fell. The wind blew softly. Bubbles dropped a banana peel. Goku swallowed hard. What test? King Kai adjusted his glasses, lifting one finger with solemn grace. You must tell me a joke. What? A joke? King Kai repeated. One that makes me really laugh. If you can't make me laugh, no training. Those are the rules here. Humor first, power later. Goku stood still. Seriously? Very seriously, King Kai nodded. Humor reflects the soul. If you can make a Kai laugh, you're ready to learn what no one else can. Goku scratched his head. I'm not very good with jokes. King Kai floated closer. That makes it even better. Goku closed his eyes, thinking. He remembered one Master Roshi used to tell after a few drinks. Maybe, I got one. King Kai leaned forward, expectant. Goku cleared his throat, stood tall, and with total seriousness said. What did one tomato say to the other tomato? King Kai raised an eyebrow. What? Goku grinned. Catch up or we'll get squashed. Silence. The wind blew again. Bubbles looked at King Kai. And then, King Kai burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. That's awful. It's so bad it's good. He floated in circles, clutching his belly. It's terrible. Ha ha ha. What a horrible joke. I love it. Goku laughed too, though a bit confused. So I passed? King Kai wiped tears from behind his glasses. With honors, my boy. It takes real courage to tell such a terrible joke with a straight face. He extended his hand. Welcome, Goku. From today on your real training begins. And at that moment, Goku felt something shift in the air. The planet was still small, but it didn't feel as heavy anymore. Or maybe, he was just starting to get used to it. Time remaining until the Saiyan's arrival on Earth. 5 months. Planet of King Kai. The air was dense. The sky, an eternal yellow, seemed motionless. A constant silence wrapped everything, broken only by the sound of strong, rapid footsteps pounding against the perfect green grass of the tiny planet. Goku was running. His boots slid and struck the ground hard, kicking up dirt with every step as if each one carried tons of restrained energy. Gah, I almost got you, Bubbles, he shouted, panting, eyes locked on the brown figure sprinting ahead of him. Bubbles, King Kai's quick and playful monkey, darted in zigzags with natural grace, his long arms propelling him like an acrobat through the air. Though he looked like a simple monkey, under the gravity of this planet, he was a formidable opponent. Goku had spent weeks chasing him. His body now moved smoothly under the pressure of 10 times Earth's gravity, but Bubbles always found a way to slip away. Meanwhile, King Kai sat floating in his chair, sipping a cup of lactic tea and enjoying the show with a mischievous grin. Almost but not quite. Come on, Goku, that monkey's got more reflexes than a mirror in a lightning storm. Goku gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed with focus. He'd learned to control his energy, to conserve his strength, to predict Bubbles' movements. But this time he knew it was the moment. Bubbles leapt toward the tree. Goku lunged after him. He twisted mid-air, his body tracing a perfect arc. His fist clenched, and just before the monkey could dodge as usual, he closed his eyes for a second. He felt the wind, the pulse of the ground, the energy around him, and then, he changed direction mid-air. Now, with an explosive yell, Goku rocketed forward, arms outstretched, and caught Bubbles around the waist. Gotcha! Bubbles let out a startled squeal. Both rolled across the grass, raising a small cloud of dust. Goku ended up on top, gasping, arms locked tightly around the monkey, who squirmed but couldn't break free. King Kai stood, wide-eyed. What in the world? Goku, still out of breath, lifted his head with a giant grin. Hey ha ha, I finally caught him. Bubbles made an indignant noise but accepted defeat. With a quick hop, he freed himself and sulked under the tree. King Kai floated down toward Goku, arms crossed. Well, didn't think you'd manage that so soon. Huh, so soon? Yes, he nodded. Most folks take 7 or 8 centuries or so. Ha ha ha. Goku flopped back, scratching his head. Ah, then I guess I got lucky. King Kai studied him closely. For a moment, his expression shifted. It became more solemn, heavier, as if the laughter had been carried off by the wind. It wasn't luck, Goku, he said quietly. It was spirit, determination, hunger to grow stronger. Veer, why few mortals truly understand what it means to adapt to this gravity. But you didn't just endure it. You made it your ally. Goku sat up, now serious. So does that mean I can start my training? King Kai smiled, softer this time. Yes, now you're ready to learn 2 techniques, ones that could save your planet or destroy it if used by the wrong hands. Goku swallowed hard. What are they called? King Kai raised his hand. The air around him shifted. The energy grew dense, almost electric. The first is the Kaioken, a technique that amplifies your power, multiplying it for brief moments. But at a cost. A cost? King Kai nodded. The Kaioken pushes your body, your muscles, your bones, even your soul. Use it wrong, and it'll tear you apart from the inside. But used wisely, it can make you a rival even to gods. Goku was speechless. And the second? King Kai turned slowly. He raised both arms. The sky of the planet seemed to shrink upon itself, and a heavy pressure descended like a wave. The second is the Spirit Bomb, a technique that gathers energy from all living beings nearby and focuses it into a single sphere of absolute power. It's borrowed energy. It doesn't belong to you, but you can use it to protect what you love if your heart is pure. Goku listened in silence, his eyes fixed on the sky, his breathing slow. Can I learn them in 5 months? King Kai tilted his head. I don't know, maybe, maybe not. That depends on you. On me? Yes. King Kai floated toward the tree again. I won't train you like a normal master. I won't give you orders. I won't control you. I'll only show you the path. You must decide how much you're willing to sacrifice. Goku clenched his fists. His heart pounded. I'm ready. Are you sure? Yes. Willing to break your body 100 times if you must? Quote, yes. King Kai smiled. Willing to carry the power of millions without losing yourself? Goku closed his eyes. When he spoke, his voice didn't tremble. Yes. Then King Kai extended his hand. A small sphere of energy floated above his palm. It was small, trembling, but it shone with a unique brilliance. Very well, son Goku. Let the real training begin. At the same time on Earth, a vast field stretched to the horizon. The sky was clear, except for a few passing clouds casting soft shadows over the tall grass. The eastern breeze stirred the meadow like an emerald sea, and between the rolling hills, a small figure ran panting, drenched in sweat. Son Gohan. His clothes were torn and dirty from training. His boots were barely holding together. The cap he once wore had been lost somewhere the week before. But his eyes, they were steady, brows furrowed, breathing controlled. His small body moved with intent, his ki vibrating with a strength that hadn't existed months ago. In front of him, floating a meter above the ground, arms crossed and brow severe, Piccolo watched him in silence. They had been training since sunrise, and the boy hadn't stopped once. Ha! Gohan shouted, charging forward. His feet struck the ground, creating a small burst of dust. He lunged upward in a quick leap, throwing a punch straight toward the Namekian's face. Whack! Piccolo blocked it effortlessly. Again, he said flatly. Gohan gritted his teeth. He spun and kicked with force. Bam! Piccolo raised his arm. Blocked. Again. Gohan stumbled back, gasping. His face was drenched in sweat, muscles trembling. The sun beat hard on his back, but he didn't stop. He lunged again, a barrage of strikes, fists, elbows, knees. Small flickers of ki flared with every hit. Piccolo dodged them all, barely moving, just leaning, half-stepping, tilting his head. Gohan roared in frustration. Ha, ha, stop blocking me. Boom, boom, swoosh. Each failed strike sent waves of air rippling around them. Piccolo's expression didn't change. If you shout that much, your ki becomes erratic. Shut you. The boy yelled, launching a spinning kick. Piccolo sidestepped. Gohan fell to his knees. Drained. His breath was ragged. His hands ached. His throat burned. His pride stung. But his eyes held no tears. Not this time. He stood. That's it. Piccolo's voice was deep. That's the best you can do after months of training? Your father would be disappointed by this display. Gohan glared at him, face flushed and sweaty. He didn't answer. He just clenched his fists. And screamed. Ah! The cry echoed across the hills. His ki exploded. An unseen wave shook the air around him. The ground trembled. Leaves rustled. Birds fled the trees. Piccolo's eyes widened slightly. Gohan's power had spiked. R-A-A-H. The boy roared. Then he charged. Faster than before. Sharper. Every strike filled with purpose, rage, and will. Piccolo blocked the first, and the second, and the third, but the fourth wasn't enough. Crack. A clean punch, directly to Piccolo's left cheek. The sound was crisp like a hand slapping wet stone. Piccolo staggered half a step back, eyes open wide in surprise. Silence. The wind stopped for a heartbeat. Gohan stood trembling, arms still extended. His legs shook, scratches covered his arms, blood on his lip, his body exhausted, but his eyes shone like they'd touched the sun. I did it, he whispered. His voice trembled not with fear, but with awe. Mr. Piccolo, he said again, breaking into a pure, disarming smile. I did it. I hit you. The wind blew again. Piccolo stared at him. He slowly touched his cheek. The pain was minor, but the impact far greater. For months, he'd blocked every strike effortlessly. For months, he'd been an unbreakable wall not to humiliate, but to push, to see if the boy would shatter. But he hadn't, and now, he'd finally reached him. HMPH, Piccolo grunted, turning a way to hide the faint expression that crossed his face. It wasn't quite a smile, but it was close. Don't let your guard down, he said quietly. That was only one hit. Gohan dropped his arms, panting. I know, but he closed his eyes for a second. It felt amazing. Piccolo didn't answer. He simply floated into the air, back to the boy, gazing up at the blue sky. You're growing faster than I imagined. Goku, your son, is catching up to you. And down on the hill, son Gohan fell to his knees amid the wind-tossed grass. Tired, but not defeated. For the first time, he felt like a warrior. At the same time on Earth, a vast field stretched to the horizon. The sky was clear, except for a few passing clouds casting soft shadows over the tall grass. The eastern breeze stirred the meadow like an emerald sea, and between the rolling hills, a small figure ran panting, drenched in sweat. Son Gohan. His clothes were torn and dirty from training. His boots were barely holding together, and the cap he once wore had been lost somewhere the week before. But his eyes, they were steady, brows furrowed, breathing controlled. His small body moved with intent, his ki vibrating with a strength that hadn't existed months ago. In front of him, floating a meter above the ground, arms crossed and brow severe, Piccolo watched him in silence. They had been training since sunrise, and the boy hadn't stopped once. Ha! Gohan shouted, charging forward. His feet struck the ground, creating a small burst of dust. He lunged upward in a quick leap, throwing a punch straight toward the Namekian's face. Whack! Piccolo blocked it effortlessly. Again, he said flatly. Gohan gritted his teeth. He spun and kicked with force. Bam! Piccolo raised his arm. Blocked. Again. Gohan stumbled back, gasping. His face was drenched in sweat, muscles trembling. The sun beat hard on his back, but he didn't stop. He lunged again, a barrage of strikes, fists, elbows, knees. Small flickers of ki flared with every hit. Piccolo dodged them all, barely moving, just leaning, half-stepping, tilting his head. Gohan roared in frustration. Ha! Ha! Stop blocking me. Boom! Boom! Swoosh! Each failed strike. He sent waves of air rippling around them. Piccolo's expression didn't change. If you shout that much, your ki becomes erratic. Shut you. The boy yelled, launching a spinning kick. Piccolo sidestepped. Gohan fell to his knees. Drained. His breath was ragged. His hands ached, his throat burned, his pride stung, but his eyes held no tears. Not this time. He stood. That's it, Piccolo's voice was deep. That's the best you can do after months of training? Your father would be disappointed by this display. Gohan glared at him, face flushed and sweaty. He didn't answer. He just clenched his fists. And screamed. Ah! The cry echoed across the hills. His ki exploded. An unseen wave shook the air around him. The ground trembled. Leaves rustled. Birds fled the trees. Piccolo's eyes widened slightly. Gohan's power had spiked. R-A-A-A-A-A-H. The boy roared. Then he charged. Faster than before. Sharper. Every strike filled with purpose, rage, and will. Piccolo blocked the first, and the second, and the third, but the fourth wasn't enough. C-R-A-A-A-C-K. A clean punch, directly to Piccolo's left cheek. The sound was crisp like a hand slapping wet stone. Piccolo staggered half a step back, eyes open wide in surprise. Silence. The wind stopped for a heartbeat. Gohan stood trembling, arms still extended. His legs shook, scratches covered his arms, blood on his lip, his body exhausted, but his eyes shone like they'd touched the sun. I did it, he whispered. His voice trembled not with fear, but with awe. Mr. Piccolo, he said again, breaking into a pure, disarming smile. I did it, I hit you. The wind blew again. Piccolo stared at him. He slowly touched his cheek. The pain was minor, but the impact far greater. For months, he blocked every strike effortlessly. For months, he'd been an unbreakable wall not to humiliate, but to push, to see if the boy would shatter. But he hadn't, and now, he'd finally reached him. HMPH, Piccolo grunted, turning away, to hide the faint expression that crossed his face. It wasn't quite a smile, but it was close. Don't let your guard down, he said quietly. That was only one hit. Gohan dropped his arms, panting. I know, but, he closed his eyes for a second. It felt amazing. Piccolo didn't answer. He simply floated into the air, back to the boy, gazing up at the blue sky. You're growing faster than I imagined. Goku, your son, is catching up to you. And down on the hill, son Gohan fell to his knees amid the wind-tossed grass. Tired, but not defeated. For the first time, he felt like a warrior. Meanwhile, Mount Paus, a humble house, stood at the edge of a dense, cool forest. The songs of birds drifted softly through the tall branches, and a light breeze carried the scent of wood, moss, and memory. Goku's house. It stood quietly among the trees, as if unaware that its owner no longer lived there. Every corner seemed frozen in time. The floor creaked softly underfoot. Furniture lay covered with white cloths. The kitchen was untouched, and on the table sat a photo. Bulma was there, wearing a light blue jacket and work pants. She wiped sweat from her forehead as she watched a few workers haul out boxes and cleaning supplies. Don't forget to check the solar panels on the east side, she said tiredly but firmly. Even if it's empty, I don't want this place falling apart. One of the workers nodded and left through the back door. The others kept busy. For a brief moment, Bulma was alone. She sighed. Then she walked over to the dining table, where the framed, dusty photo rested. She lifted it carefully. In it, Goku smiled with that carefree, radiant expression so uniquely his. He held baby Gohan in his arms, wrapped in a green blanket. And beside him, seated in a wooden chair, was a young woman, gentle but firm-eyed. Chi-Chi. Bulma swallowed hard. I never really got to know you, she whispered, more to herself than to anyone. Honestly, I think I only saw you 2 or 3 times. She sat down at the table, placing the photo before her. You were Goku's wife, and yet you were always so far from our world of battles, Dragon Balls, and tournaments. I think that's exactly what he loved about you. That's what made him keep that promise. She rested her elbows on the table, hands folded under her chin. I've wondered many times what it must have been like for Goku to lose you. He never said it out loud, but it changed him. Her eyes softened with a quiet sadness. Since that day, Goku was never the same. Her gaze shifted to the baby Gohan in the photo. And that little one, your son. He's out there training with Piccolo now, and I don't even know if he's okay. Her voice grew fragile. I always worried that he'd be scared, that he'd cry at night. He's just AC. Killed, and they left him with the scariest guy on the planet. But then she smiled faintly. Though, if there's something that eases my mind, it's that he has your blood, Goku. She leaned back in her chair, tilting her head toward the ceiling. You've always been a bonehead, but even when you didn't understand anything, when you didn't even know what marriage meant, you always had that instinct. You probably never realized it. But when Chi-Chi died you changed. Her voice turned solemn. You stopped running just for fun. You stopped getting lost in your training. You learned to cook, to clean, to raise that baby all on your own. And all of that without ever complaining. A long silence followed. Bulma sat motionless, eyes closed, listening to the song of a nearby bird. The scent of dust and old wood hung in the air. I guess this is my way of helping, you know? She murmured. Coming here once in a while, keeping this place alive. I don't know when you'll come back, Goku. No one knows how death really works for someone like you. But when you do, I want you to have a clean home to return to. Her fingers brushed the edge of the photo frame. And for Gohan, too. She stood up. That boy will need this house someday to remember, to rebuild. And who knows, maybe when it's all over, he'll fill it with laughter again. From the back, one of the workers called from the door. Miss Bulma, we finished checking the systems. Should we head back to Capsule Corp? Yes, she replied, carefully tucking the photo into her bag. In a minute, she took one last look at the house. Gohan's bedroom window, the shelf lined with worn storybooks, a few old toys, a mug shaped like a dragon. Every corner held a story. Bulma lowered her gaze and whispered to herself. No matter how many times you fall, Goku, you always find a way to come back stronger. Then she stepped outside, the breeze nudging her gently down the path. The house fell silent again, but not empty, because the memories of Goku, Chi-Chi, and little Gohan still lived there, and somehow that energy lingered, as if the home itself was waiting for father and son to return. Months later, Kami's temple. 1 month before the Saiyan's arrival, the sun blazed high in a clear sky. At this altitude, the clouds floated beneath the temple, forming a living carpet, while the golden light of noon bathed the sacred spires in brilliance. On the main platform, 5 figures trained with intensity. Krillin, his bald head glistening with sweat, dodged a flurry of blows from Yamcha, while Tien fired blasts of ki toward reinforced stone columns. Chaozu floated nearby, controlling the weight of his own body as part of his gravity training. And off to the side, Yajirobe sat on a cushion, chewing on a strip of dried meat, looking utterly bored. I still don't get how you guys talked me into climbing all the way up here, he mumbled through a full mouth. I already fought once, remember? That should count for something. Shut up and train, Yajirobe. Krillin gasped, dodging a punch. Kami's letting us train here, the least you can do is try. TCH. The swordsman grunted. All I heard was that some killer monkeys are coming. Not that I had to do yoga with you bald guys and Yamcha. Then everything stopped. All of them froze, as if the very air had thickened in an instant. The sky didn't darken, nor did thunder strike, yet something had changed. Not in color, in presence. An energy. No two energies burst into the planet's awareness like the universe itself had exhaled in their direction. What is that? Krillin whispered. He fell to his knees. His breath grew heavy, as if an invisible wall pressed down on him. Tien remained standing, but his eyes widened in shock. They're massive, they're far away, but I can feel them. Chaozu descended slowly, trembling. They've entered the solar system. Yamcha narrowed his eyes, a bead of sweat trailing down his cheek like ice. One of them is so strong it's like the whole sky is screaming. Krillin clenched his fists. This can't be. They're still millions of kilometers away and we can already sense them. At that moment, a new voice joined them. Mr. Popo, who had been watching quietly from the palace entrance, spoke in a low, calm tone. They have crossed the boundary of the star system. The universe no longer restrains them. Yajirobe swallowed hard, dropping his piece of meat. What the hell are those things? Meanwhile, southern region, Earth. A strange current of air swept through the rocky field where Piccolo and Gohan were training. The sky seemed to tremble. The grass rippled as if an unseen force descended from above. Gohan stopped, panting, hands still raised in a fighting stance. Mr. Piccolo, what was that? Piccolo didn't answer immediately. His eyes were closed, his face more severe than usual, as though he felt something deep within his soul. Gohan's voice wavered. It's them, isn't it? The Saiyans? Piccolo nodded slowly. Yes. His voice was heavier than before, graver. 2 ki and one of them. He opened his eyes. That power makes Raditzes feel like a crushed fly on a wall. The wind roared. Gohan stepped back instinctively. It's a woman, he said suddenly, clutching his chest. I can feel it, it's like my body just knows. Piccolo tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing toward the sky. Yes. He crossed his arms. his cape whipping behind him like a banner in a storm. Her presence is clear, unmistakable, dominant. That power, it's alive, fierce, sovereign. It must be her, Piccolo growled. The princess Raditz spoke of. Gohan frowned. Princess? Piccolo nodded slowly. Raditz died saying he wasn't alone. That his princess would come with another warrior. And now I can feel it. He turned toward the horizon. They're still more than a month away and I can already taste their power. A pressure hung in the air, something that crushed the spirit. That level of stray. I've never felt anything like it before. And if that woman is as strong as they say. He clenched his fists. Then the whole earth is in danger. Back at Kami's temple, the warriors stood gathered before Kami. Are you sure? Yamcha asked quietly. Kami closed his eyes. I've lived for centuries and sensed many threats: demons, corrupted humans, creatures born of chaos. He opened them again, but never a presence like this. Krillin took a shaky breath. What do we do? Kami looked at each of them in turn. Train as if it were your last day. Because it just might be. A heavy silence fell over the temple. The sky gleamed peacefully, as though nothing had changed. But they all knew, there was no turning back now. The countdown had begun, and out in the deep of space, 2 metal pods streaked through the void. And inside one of them, a warrior slept. A princess. Even in her dreams her expression was one that did not forgive. Meanwhile, planet of King Kai. The sky here never changed. A deep, eternal blue, no sun, no stars. The gravity pressed down like a mountain upon the shoulders, giving no rest unless King Kai allowed it. And at that moment, he did. Goku lay flat on his back on the planet's perfect green grass, gasping, drenched in sweat, though technically, he was dead. His chest rose and fell hard, his orange GI wrinkled, his spiky hair sticking in every direction as usual. I almost broke my bones with that last one. He wheezed, laughing between coughs. You're getting close, said King Kai, sitting under his tree, nibbling on a rice ball covered in sauce. You've managed to hold the Kaioken ×2 without ripping your body apart. That's more than most living beings ever manage, and you're dead. Goku sat up and slumped down beside the tree. He grabbed a tray of food provided, as always, by King Kai with a resigned sigh and began devouring it. Thanks for the food, King Kai. It's delicious. Chew, Goku. Even dead, you can choke if you eat like that. Bubbles let out a playful screech, imitating Goku as he munched on a piece of fruit. Goku swallowed with a satisfied grin. So if I increase the internal pressure without losing control, I can multiply my strength safely? Exactly, but the higher you go, the greater the danger. King Kai's tone turned serious. The Kaioken isn't just a technique, it's a bomb inside your own body. You can handle ×2 now, maybe ×3, but beyond that you'll snap like a dry twig. Goku nodded, staring at the planet's curved horizon for a long moment. The warm, strange wind blew steadily around them. King Kai, can I ask you something? Oh, you're curious now, are you? Hey, no, really. I want to know more about the Saiyans. King Kai raised an eyebrow. And why, whoa, old, you want to remember that pack of thick-headed brutes? Goku shrugged. I know I'm one of them, but I don't remember anything. I don't know what they ate, what they were like, or how they lived. And now that I'm gonna fight 2 more of them, I want to understand. King Kai sighed deeply. HMPH. Fine, but don't be surprised if you don't like what you hear. The story of the Saiyans. The Saiyans, King Kai began, adjusting his tiny glasses and taking on a grave tone, were a warrior race. Fierce, brutal, powerful. From birth, they were raised to fight. They measured their worth by the battles they won, by the planets they conquered, by how many enemies they could destroy before losing a limb. Goku swallowed hard. Were they all like that? Almost all, said King Kai. There were exceptions, but very few. They lived by a strict hierarchy based on power levels from infancy. Those born with low battle power were sent to weak planets to conquer them alone. Goku frowned. Like me? Exactly, King Kai nodded. You were a low-class warrior. Practically disposable, but you survived. And being raised by humans changed you. And their tails? Goku asked. I had mine until it got pulled off. The tail was a source of power for Saiyans. It allowed them to transform under the full moon into Uzaru the Great Ape. But it was also their weakness. Grab their tail, and they'd freeze at least the untrained ones. Goku fell silent. Great Ape, that sounds familiar. Could it be connected to the monster that killed Grandpa Gohan? Before he could dwell on it, King Kai went on. They were famous for their ferocity and their ability to grow stronger after recovering from injuries. A race born for war. No compassion, no attachment, just evolution through battle. Goku looked down for a moment. What happened to them? King Kai paused. Officially, planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor. Officially? Goku repeated, sensing something off. Yes, that's what the Frieza Empire claims. Frieza? King Kai grimaced. An entity you're not ready to face or even fully understand. Let's just say he's no friend to anyone. And he had much to gain from the Saiyan's destruction. Goku's expression hardened. Did anyone else survive? King Kai nodded slowly. With what I know, only 4. The air grew heavy. The first you, Son Goku. The second your brother, Raditz, now dead. The third Nappa, a brutal colossus, bodyguard to the royal family. And the fourth, he hesitated for a moment, as if the name itself carried weight. The daughter of King Vegeta III, Princess Vegeta II. Goku raised his eyebrows. So the princess's name is Vegeta? Exactly, King Kai said gravely. The last living female Saiyan. Since childhood, she was trained as heir to the throne not just for her lineage, but for her strength, which surpassed that of most adult warriors when she was only 6. Goku's eyes widened. She was that strong, and even more dangerous inside than out, King Kai added. His tone shadowed, cold, lethal, sadistic, intelligent, and obsessed with the perfection of power. Goku stayed silent. The wind rustled softly. Bubbles stopped playing and sat near the tree, as if he too felt the weight of the tale. King Kai squinted into the distance. If your brother was a storm, she's a collapsing star, a force that drags everything into her gravity. And if she's coming to Earth, it's not just to avenge her comrade. It'll be for curiosity, for challenge, for supremacy. Goku looked down. She and I were from the same race. King Kai studied him carefully. Perhaps, but heart is another matter entirely. Goku thought quietly for a moment. Then I guess I've got to do more than just get stronger. Yes, King Kai said, nodding. You have to become unstoppable. Goku stood, eyes sharp now, staring at the endless horizon of the small world. In that case, I'm gonna master the spirit bomb too. King Kai raised his brows. Back to training already? Goku grinned. Of course, I can't let that princess beat us so easily, right? Then stop eating all my food and get moving, you blockhead. Goku laughed and started running in circles again, his aura flaring crimson with the Kaioken's glow. The training was far from over. And in the heavens above, the shadow of war drew ever closer. The sky above King Kai's planet was, as always, a motionless sea of deep blue, no stars, no moon, no sun. And yet, an odd luminosity floated through its atmosphere, as if the light itself was born from the ground below. Everything was serene, silent, heavy, and there, in the midst of that strange little world where gravity weighed 10 times more than on Earth, a single warrior raised his hands toward the sky, fingers spread, eyes half closed. Ha ha, come on, just a little more. Son Goku, standing over the emerald grass, his body glowed with a faint blue-white aura. His boots sank several centimeters into the ground under the pressure of his surrounding ki. And his face, usually cheerful, was now tense with effort. His hands trembled, sweat ran down his temples. His brow furrowed like cracked stone. Above him, floating in mid-air, shimmered an unstable sphere of energy. The spirit bomb. It was about the size of a watermelon, pulsing like a living heart, trembling as if it might fall apart at any moment. Not perfect, not yet, but real. King Kai, I've got it. I've actually got it. He shouted triumphantly without lowering his arms. A few meters away, comfortably seated on his floating chair, King Kai observed in silence. Joined by Bubbles, the brown-furred monkey, who watched the scene while holding a half-peeled banana. King Kai didn't reply right away. His sunglasses gleamed with the sphere's light. One antenna quivered faintly, and in his expression there was no celebration. Only focus, calculation, and a trace of sadness. Not bad, he finally said, slowly lowering his teacup. But it's still vibrating with imbalance. Goku tilted his head. Huh? What do you mean, imbalance? Your energy isn't completely in sync with that of the spirit bomb, the master answered, folding his arms. And that, Goku, isn't a matter of technique. The Saiyan looked down. Sweat now dripped from his chin. The sphere still hovered above his palms, trembling like a fragile bubble on the verge of bursting. Then what is it? He asked, voice lower. King Kai stood from his chair, walking toward him with his hands clasped behind his back. Bubbles followed, chewing noisily. Your heart is in conflict. Huh, you're good, Goku. Pure, even, perfect for what the spirit bomb needs. But inside you there's a crack. His voice softened a notch. Something unhealed, something you've carried for years. The spirit bomb flickered violently for a moment. Goku clenched his teeth. He didn't answer. He didn't have to. I've heard fragments of your story, King Kai went on, circling him slowly. I know you lost your wife shortly after your son was born. That she died from an illness you couldn't fight. Goku's eyes shut, and for a second, the spirit bomb's light dimmed. I know you never speak of it. You joke, you train, you smile. King Kai paused. But you can't fool the spirit bomb. You can't fool your own heart. Silence dropped like a stone slab. The wind on the tiny planet stopped. Goku opened his eyes slowly. No tears but a shadow behind them. I tried, he whispered. Tried to find help, a cure, asked Bulma, asked Kami, even the Dragon Balls, but they couldn't do anything. King Kai finished softly. Goku nodded, and then right before she passed away, Gohan was born. I swore I wouldn't fail again. If I couldn't protect her, I'd protect him. The spirit bomb trembled once more. Tiny sparks scattered from its surface. Bubbles stepped back nervously. But that's part of the problem too, King Kai said. You can't carry the future if you haven't made peace with the past. Goku frowned, holding the sphere steady, though the pressure made him sweat as if running through boiling rain. But I won't forget her, he shouted. I can't. King Kai didn't answer right away. He just looked at him with an expression more human than Goku had ever seen. And who's asking you to forget? Goku blinked. It's not about forgetting, King Kai continued, voice low, almost paternal. It's about accepting th. And even though she's gone, you're still here. And so is your son. Chi-Chi died, beyond any chance of return. But you're still standing. And if she truly loved you, as I believe she did, King Kai sat back down. She wouldn't have wanted you frozen in the past like a statue. She'd have told you to move forward. Slowly, Goku lowered his arms. The spirit bomb descended softly, dissolving into brilliant particles that drifted away like fireflies before vanishing into the starless sky. The warrior dropped to his knees, not from physical exhaustion, but something deeper. You think someday I'll be happy again? King Kai finished, raising an eyebrow. Maybe with someone else, or just with your son and friends. Goku bowed his head. His hair swayed gently in the warm breeze. I don't know, King Kai said, sipping his tea again. But what matters isn't whether you'll love again, it's that you don't deny yourself the chance. Your path isn't over yet, Goku. And Gohan's has only just begun. Goku clenched his fists into the grass. Sometimes when I look at him, it hurts. Why? Because he has her eyes. He looked up, a sad smile breaking through. Every time Gohan gets angry, very time he protects something, she's there. King Kai closed his eyes. Then carry her with you, not as a chain, but as a star. Pain doesn't vanish, Goku. But it can become your guide. Silence. The wind returned, carrying away the last glowing remnants of the dissolved spirit bomb. Goku stood. He inhaled deeply, very deeply, and for the first time since arriving on that planet, he smiled, not as a warrior, not as a father, but as a man finally beginning to release the invisible weight on his back. Thank you, King Kai. The master shrugged. Bah, don't mention it. Comes with the title. You know, wise master, all that. Bubbles chirped mockingly. Goku laughed under his breath. All right, let's try again. This time, I'll make a bigger spirit bomb, and this time, it won't shake. King Kai smiled. That's the spirit. Goku raised his hands to the sky once more. And this time, the light forming above did not waver. Deep space. Near Jupiter. Darkness reigned, vast, endless, absolute. Dotted here and there with distant embers of stars that would never touch Earth's daylight. Beyond the asteroid belt, beyond the breathing atmosphere of the blue planet, Jupiter turned in silence its sea. A colossal storm swirling without witnesses, save for two small metal capsules cutting through the void at supersonic speed. Saiyans, two chrome-plated spheres, their gravity thrusters pulsing with residual heat, crossed the gulf of space like bullets aimed straight at Earth's heart. Inside one of them, someone snored. Inside the other, someone dreamed. Suspended within her cryogenic chamber, Prince SS Vegeta II, the last heir to the royal bloodline of her race, floated in a fetal position, immersed in a brilliant blue solution. Her long, black hair drifted softly, like a shadow trapped inside light. The glass around her was cold. Her mind was not. She was dreaming, and her dreams were far from gentle. Years ago, planet Vegeta. The red light of the native sun poured down on a stone arena half buried in volcanic rock. They stood in the lower training levels of the Royal Palace, an open-air coliseum surrounded by black columns carved with emblems of war. There, a little girl with spiky hair, no more than 7 years old, was breathing hard. Her battle armor was torn, her face smeared with a thin line of blood across the corner of her lip. In front of her lay 3 bodies. Children, Saiyans like her. One of them, Raditz, taller, with a wild mane, clutched his arm in pain. Another, Pepperis, was unconscious. The last, Chartle, was crawling weakly, unable to rise. High atop one of the columns, watching with crossed arms, stood King Vegeta III, his gaze as cold as the core of a dead world. 3 minutes, his voice boomed, heavy with royal gravity. Not bad, but you're starting to take too long. The little girl, the princess, barely caught her breath. She walked toward Raditz, looked down at him without expression, and spoke flatly. Get up. Raditz spat blood, but didn't move. Not out of defiance, but because he couldn't. Get up, she repeated, lower this time, voice laced with threat. When he didn't, she raised one foot and slammed it into his stomach. The young warrior curled up in pain. Useless, she muttered. Above, the king snapped his fingers. An elite guard descended, surrounded by a violet aura. He knelt before the princess. Shall we execute them, your highness? The small Vegeta lowered her gaze for a moment. Her brows, delicate but sharp, furrowed slightly. No, pardon, I won't waste time on trash. Heal them. If they survive, they can serve as training dummies. As you command, princess. She turned and walked toward the exit, her ki still crackling violently. The king followed her descent with his eyes. Then, descending himself, he walked beside through a torch-lit corridor of stone, where the flames needed no oxygen to burn. You're growing quickly, he said, without warmth. That's what's expected. You've surpassed your instructors, your attendants, your squadmates. Soon even your royal guards. She didn't answer. The king glanced down at his daughter. His armor weighed heavily on his shoulders, but not as much as his crown. And yet you never smile. Vegeta stared straight ahead. Because I haven't found anyone yet who can make me try. Her father's eyes glinted faintly. You wish to lose? She shook her head slowly. I wish to fight seriously. A pause. With whom? The girl stopped walking. Her gaze, unyielding even at 8 years old, carried the pride of generations. With one of my own kind. A Saiyan. Destroying lesser races isn't enough for you? No. She turned to face him. I want a rival. The king stared at her for several seconds. Then simply turned away and said, then you'll wait for him on an empty throne. Our race produces no equals, only superiors, and refuse. Now, inside the capsule. The pod shuddered faintly as it crossed Jupiter's gravitational field. Inside the cryogenic fluid, Vegeta's fingers twitched. Her brows tightened, her breathing quickened, and then, her eyes snapped open. The blue solution bubbled for a moment. Internal alarms registered the spike in her biological activity. A sharp tone echoed through the pod's interface. Yet Vegeta gave no command to awaken. She floated there, conscious, silent, her pupils locked on the distant site of Earth, a small, blue, living world. Her next hunting ground. Her voice unspoken, but razor-sharp, cut through the quiet of her mind. Kakarot, 3rd class, a miracle of filth, a genetic error. You defeated Raditz. Was it chance, instinct, luck? Or maybe are you the one I've been waiting for since I was 8 years old? Her fists clenched inside the fluid. Ki trembled. The pod vibrated faintly. Her gaze darkened. Will you be the rival who forces me beyond my limits? Or just another disappointing insect begging through broken teeth? In the secondary capsule, farther back, Nappa snored so loudly the system automatically increased the soundproofing. Vegeta didn't look his way. She didn't need to. Far ahead, Earth turned slowly, innocent, unaware, a blue sphere waiting to be defiled. And she wanted only one thing. Not glory, not conquest, not revenge. A rival, someone who would bleed with pride, roar when struck down, someone who would remind her that battle still meant something. She closed her eyes again. And once more, she dreamed. But this time, she dreamed of a faceless opponent, whose ki burned just like hers. Southern wilderness. At the foot of a solitary mountain range. The sky was clear that night. Strangely clear. The clouds had retreated, as if something greater demanded full visibility. The wind barely whispered through the hills. The stars gleamed sharp and cold, but none more commanding than her. The full moon, round and blazing, hanging in the firmament like an open eye watching the world. Gohan was alone, seated at the edge of a rocky rise, legs dangling, a half-eaten apple in hand. He chewed in peace. His breathing was calm, his cheeks rounded with food, his eyes drowsy after a long, exhausting day of training. He wore the usual clothes Piccolo had allowed him to use, a weighted cloak, a light tunic underneath, and wrappings around his arms and ankles. The boy looked more like a young monk than a student of combat. Beside him, a half-empty basket of fruit rested near a small fire. "Tomorrow's the final test," he murmured with his mouth full. "I wonder what Mr. Piccolo's gonna make me do this time." He turned his head, searching for his master. Nothing. Piccolo had left a few minutes earlier, saying he needed to prepare something special. Nothing more. Gohan took another bite of his apple, then his gaze drifted upward. And he saw it, the moon, immense, white, unavoidable. He stared at it first with simple, childlike curiosity, then something else. He didn't know why, but his body began to tense. The bite froze halfway to his mouth. The fruit slipped from his fingers, rolling down the rock and disappearing into the dark below. What's happening?" he whispered, clutching his chest. His heart raced, his breathing quickened, cold sweat trickled down his brow, even though the night was cool. Then he felt it, a tingling, at the base of his spine. He looked down. His tail was moving on its own, rigid, upright, vibrating like an antenna. "My tail? But I almost never." His pupils dilated, the air seemed to grow heavy. I don't understand." Then, crack, a sharp snap burst from within his body, like a joint dislocating violently. Gohan screamed, collapsing to his knees. What's happening to me?" His cloak tore apart at the back. A dark aura began to rise around him. His ki flared wildly, untamed, explosive. Bushes quivered, stones split beneath his feet. The boy's eyes turned red, glowing, feral. And his face began to change. A few kilometers away, Piccolo flew silently through the air, carrying a hollow boulder the size of a house. It was part of the final test, a trap, an obstacle course, a controlled ki challenge. Everything ready to push Gohan beyond his limits. Then he stopped dead. A pressure, brutal, familiar, but long forgotten. His pupils narrowed. What the hell is that? He dropped the boulder. It crashed into the forest below like a meteor. Spinning mid-air, he shot off like a green bullet, cutting through the clouds. Gohan's ki had vanished. In its place something else. A presence, savage, immense, animal. And when he reached the ridge, he saw it, the creature, a massive, fur-covered giant nearly 30 meters tall. Its body was thick and powerful, its chest heaving like a war drum. Veins bulged under its arms. Its eyes burned crimson, blazing with primal fury. A great ape. "Gohan, it can't be," Piccolo whispered, stunned. The creature roared an earth-shaking bellow that shattered trees, sent birds screaming into the sky, and triggered minor avalanches. Gra hhhhhhhhh. Piccolo recoiled instinctively, his cape snapping in the violent updraft of ki. "Gohan, is that you?" The Uzaru turned. Those burning red eyes locked onto the tiny floating figure. And without a thought, it unleashed a beam of energy straight from its mouth. Grua. Foosh. A torrent of scorching ki swept across the sky like a wave of fire. Piccolo barely dodged it. The blast struck a nearby mountain, vaporizing it in a storm of dust and molten rock. "He's not conscious," Piccolo snarled, landing on the ground. "He's just a beast now." The ape slammed both fists into the earth, cracking it open in a thunderous quake. Then it lifted its gaze to the moon and howled like a demon set free. Piccolo frowned, analyzing the scene. That form. He looked up at the moon, the same light the beast seemed enslaved to. Then realization hit. Of course, that's what Goku turned into during the World Tournament. The monster Jackie Chun thought it was Goku all along. This is what Saiyans can do. The moon hung above them, silent witness to chaos. And Gohan howled again, smashing trees, crushing boulders, firing wild bursts of ki into the night. "I have to stop him. If he keeps this up, we're doomed." But then, Piccolo hesitated. He looked at the monster and thought, what if he could control this? What if this power could be harnessed? He closed his eyes. The air thundered with raw energy. The boy's roars echoed like the wrath of a god. But there was no time for experiments. Gohan was lost to instinct. Then Piccolo spoke, not shouting, not commanding, just speaking. "Gohan." The beast froze for an instant. Its eyes flickered. "It's me." Piccolo floated up to face the creature's enormous eyes. You're a Saiyan. That, you can't change. But you're also a child. A student. My student. The beast growled. It didn't strike, but it didn't calm either. Piccolo sighed. I'm sorry, kid. He raised his hand, and with a flash, ZAAAAS. A blade of energy sliced the air. The moon shattered in an instant. Light faded. The creature's body shuddered violently. Muscles contracted. Bones cracked like snapping wood. The fur receded, burning away. The roar turned into a scream. The form collapsed, and the child fell naked, unconscious, wrapped in trembling breath. Piccolo landed silently. His cape settled around him once more. He approached the boy lying among uprooted trees and broken stone. He lifted him carefully into his arms. Then, without a word, he extended 2 fingers toward the tail. And cut. One swift stroke. Precise. Final. The severed tail fell like a dead serpent. Don't worry, Gohan, Piccolo murmured, wrapping him in his cloak. This time we won't let that monster out again. But deep inside, he knew he had seen something more. A power he didn't fully understand. A power that, if mastered, could either save them, or destroy them all. Kami's temple. Midnight. The wind blew gently through the heights. Up here, where the weight of the world faded and the sky stretched below one's feet. The sacred temple floated an island of white stone suspended among the clouds. The full moon that had shone only hours before was gone now. The heavens had changed, and with them, something deep within the world's consciousness had awakened. Kami was alone. He walked in silence along the temple's outer corridor, hands clasped behind his back, robes drifting softly with each step. At this altitude, the night was perfectly still. No crickets, no wind, no life. Only the vastness of the sky in every direction. He stopped at the edge of the platform, where the railing curved like a crescent moon. From there, he could see beyond the atmosphere itself, the earth asleep beneath a blanket of clouds. He sighed. They're resting. His voice was low, almost a whisper. They've pushed themselves harder than anyone expected. His eyes shifted slightly to the left. From that angle, he could see the temple's lower terrace where, under simple blankets and using sacks for pillows, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Xiaosu, and Yajirobe slept lined up like exhausted soldiers after a long campaign. Krillin snored softly. Yamcha muttered something in his sleep, perhaps the name of an old lover. Tien remained upright, still meditative even in slumber, while Xiaosu clung to his arm like a child seeking warmth. Yajirobe, of course, had a hunk of meat in his mouth, sleeping with his feet propped on a stolen pile of meditation cushions. Kami smiled faintly. They've given everything, endured training under pressure, days without rest, ancient techniques, and still. He closed his eyes. It's not enough. The wind changed. A colder breeze swept across the temple, stirring the long curtains that hung from the main gate. Then, from the shadows of the stone hall, a familiar figure emerged. Kami, said a calm, steady voice. Mr. Popo, the eternal attendant, the quiet guardian of the temple. His steps made no sound against the marble. He approached his master with a slight bow, eyes always serene. Yes, Popo? Kami asked, without turning. Something has happened. I felt it minutes ago. I know, Kami interrupted gently. Popo's brow lifted slightly. The moon has been destroyed. Kami nodded. Again, he recalled the last time when Master Roshi had done the same. He would rebuild it later, once the Saiyan threat had passed. Popo stepped closer. It wasn't a human this time. That energy. I know, said Kami again. Piccolo. Popo blinked. Are you certain? As certain as I can be. The old Namekian finally turned, meeting his companion's tranquil gaze. Minutes ago, I felt a distortion in the southern lands. Wild energy untamed, primal, power at its most raw. Popo's eyes lowered in understanding. Gohan? Kami nodded. Yes, the child has finally revealed his heritage. The great ape, the beast of the Saiyans. He turned back toward the moonless sky. I knew this moment would come. It was only a matter of time. That creature sleeps within Goku's blood and within his son's. Popo's gaze narrowed slightly. Then Piccolo stopped it, and destroyed the moon. Kami's eyes closed again, this time longer. I saw it in his ki, the flash of decision. The clean strike. He must have cut the tail as well, just as I once did to his father. Popo stood beside him, letting silence settle like mist. Finally, he spoke. Do you think Gohan could ever learn to control that transformation? Kami didn't move. Perhaps, but not without consequence. And Piccolo? He's changing too. A small smile crossed the old god's face. He's seen something in that boy, something beyond power or purpose. He's seen hope. Quote, redemption? Popo asked quietly. I don't know, Kami said. Piccolo is my reflection but also my shadow. And shadows don't always walk toward the light. But, if anyone can make him change, it's that child. Popo nodded silently. The two stood watching the horizon for a while longer. The wind shifted again, this time carrying the faint breath of dawn. Kami looked down at the sleeping warriors below. They trained well, gave their all, but, he paused. Popo finished the thought. It won't be enough, not without Goku. Kami nodded. The fate of this RLD will depend on how far he's come in his training. Popo turned his gaze eastward, toward where the sun would soon rise. Then all we can do is wait. Far away, in the depths of space, two metal-lick spheres continued their invisible descent, dark projectiles guided by an unseen god. And within one of them, a princess slept, but her key did not. And in the quietest corner of the sky, the god of earth gazed toward tomorrow, and whispered to himself, like father, like son, and perhaps like master, like future. November 3rd, age 762. East City, 10:42 a.m. The sky was clear and immaculate blue, dotted only by lazy cotton clouds drifting between the skyscrapers. The city, one of the most technologically advanced in the world, pulsed with life. The streets buzzed with hovercars, motorcycles weaving through aerial lanes, and pedestrians chatting as they crossed intersections, coffees in hand or data capsules in their palms. Some gathered before holographic shop windows, others debated the latest news projected in mid-air. It was a perfectly ordinary day, until something changed. What's that? Shouted a boy in the park, pointing at the sky, his eyes wide with awe. High above, two gleaming objects streaked downward at incredible speed. They weren't planes, nor meteors. They left no trails of flame. Their descent was too precise, too deliberate, as if they were being guided. People began looking up. Some raised their devices to record. Others stepped back instinctively. The lights became clearer. Two pods, round, metallic, black as graphite, each one bearing an insignia no earthling had ever seen. They plummeted like bullets toward the city's financial district. And then, boom, the first pod struck a side street near a crosswalk, tearing the pavement apart, hurling debris into the air, tossing cars like toys. Boom, the second landed between two skyscrapers. The shockwave shattered windows for blocks. Screams filled the air. Panic surged. Some ran, others froze, staring in disbelief at the smoking craters where two spherical crafts now rested, sealed tight. Silence followed. Tension. Expectation. A woman holding her child stepped back, trembling. Are they meteorites? Murmured an old man, clutching his hat as the dust rolled through the street. And then, PSSSSSHHHHT. Both pods began to open. The lids rose slowly, like the shells of ancient beasts awakening from slumber. White, icy vapor spilled out, cloaking the silhouettes that started to emerge. From the first pod, a massive figure rose. Nappa, a giant of a man over 2 meters tall, muscles carved like living stone. His bald head glinted under the sunlight, and his thick, curved mustache lifted with a smirk full of arrogance. He wore a dark Saiyan battlesuit with golden shoulder guards, black boots crunching against the fractured ground. On his left eye, a green scouter beeped rapidly as it scanned the area. "Gra, that was a good nap," he grunted, stretching his arms. Almost forgot what walking felt like. People staggered back, sobbing. Somewhere, a child screamed. Sirens began to wail, and then everyone saw the second figure. She stepped out of the other pod with effortless grace. Her body was leaner than the brute's, but her presence was tenfold heavier. Vegeta, the Saiyan princess, short in stature but regal in bearing, she stood like royalty that needed no crown. She wore a battlesuit molded perfectly to her shape, lined with sharp, stylized edges. Her arms were folded across her chest, her jet black hair long and wild, spiking upward like a storm of dark fire. Her eyes were razor sharp, her skin pale as marble, her face delicate, yet utterly cold. It wasn't her beauty that struck the crowd. It was her aura, invisible, yet crushingly present. A pressure in the chest. A silent declaration. "I am the predator here." People trembled. Some ran. Others fell to their knees. Vegeta opened her eyes slowly. Her scouter flickered, emitting a series of pitiful beeps. Power levels laughably low. She scanned the humans with detached disinterest. Not a single one above 10. Nothing worth noting. The princess tilted her head back, inhaling the air calmly. And then, for the first time, she spoke. Her voice was soft, clear, almost alluring, but every word was edged with steel. So this is Earth. She paused, eyes sweeping across the city, the buildings, the streets, the frozen faces of fear. HMPH. Not bad. Clean atmosphere, stable gravity, a decent sun. Her lips curved slightly. It even has oceans and vegetation perfect for a good sail. Nappa, stretching amid the rubble, let out a booming laugh. Hey, I thought it'd be more primitive. At least they've got cities. His gaze drifted toward a group of terrified humans cornered near a shop. He approached. Each step was a tremor. A woman screamed. A man drew a gun and fired. Blam, blam. The bullets bounced off his armor like raindrops. Nappa grinned. Guess I should say hello, huh? Vegeta didn't turn. She kept watching the horizon. Unimpressed. Do as you please, but try not to destroy too much. Nappa calmly raised 2 fingers. Let's greet the Earthlings the Saiyan way. Zoom. Boom. The city center vanished in a blazing dome of fire and energy. Entire blocks were flattened. Glass exploded outward. Cars were hurled sky high. The ground itself cracked open. The shockwave swept dozens away. Screams tore through the air, short, sharp, and then silence. A black cloud rose into the heavens. Ash, shattered concrete, lost lives. Vegeta closed her eyes, frowning faintly. Tisk. Nappa roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that, princess? Did you see that? This planet blows up prettier than Arlia. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta opened her eyes again. Her gaze locked on the burning crater. And then she spoke cold, precise. Be careful, Nappa. The laughter died. Her voice cut through him like a scalpel. She turned slightly, wind brushing her hair, her eyes now dangerous. If you damage this planet too much, we won't be able to sell it for a good price. Nappa swallowed hard, stepping back. And more importantly, her tone dropped, colder still. If one of those Dragon Balls was in that area, you might have just destroyed it with your stupidity. Silence. Only the distant crackle of fire, and the whisper of wind through ruin. Nappa lowered his shoulders. Why, you're right, princess, I got carried away. Vegeta clicked her tongue in annoyance. We're here for 2 reasons. 1. To see if Kakarot's son's potential is real. 2. To gather the Dragon Balls and gain immortality. Her eyes gleamed with contained ambition. Don't ruin that with your games. Nappa nodded obediently. Yeah, got it. Vegeta turned toward the horizon. Far away, beyond the mountains. Her scouter caught faint readings. Weak, but something at the edge of her perception pulsed. An energy. Distant. Different. Let's see if your friends can entertain me, Kakarot, she murmured. Her voice was calm, but her ki began to rise. And the sky itself shivered, as if it somehow knew that true hell had finally arrived. Elsewhere, Kami's lookout, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Xiaosu, and even Yajirobe froze where they stood. Their bodies trembled, not from the shaking ground, but from what they felt. What is this energy? Whispered Krillin, staring toward the distant sky. Tien shut his eyes, frowning in concentration. One's enormous, the other smaller, but sharper. Denser, like a blade. Yamcha's gaze followed the horizon. A dark column of smoke was already rising far away. Was that an explosion? Yajirobe dropped flat onto the ground with a groan. Forget it, we're toast. Those aren't fighters, they're demons. The mountains, Piccolo and Gohan's training grounds. Both sat in meditation when the ki hit them like an icy wave. Gohan's eyes snapped open, fear twisting his face. What is that? Piccolo rose slowly to his feet. They've arrived. Kame House, South Ocean, November 3rd, age 762, 11:24 a.m. The salty breeze brushed gently against the tiny island, swaying the palm trees like dancers moving to some distant drumbeat. The clear blue sky reflected on the crystal waters surrounding the planet's most peculiar home. A bright pink wooden house with red sloped roofs and the proud sign reading Kame House above the door. But this time, there was no laughter, no TV chatter, no games, only tension. In the center of the main room, resting on a hand-woven rug made long ago by Krillin's late grandmother, gleamed the 7 Dragon Balls. Shining, pulsing, as if each contained a fragment of the cosmos itself. Standing before them, hair tousled by the ocean wind and face set with grim focus, was Bulma. Her light blue jacket was smudged with oil and dust. In one trembling hand she held a crumpled notebook, the one where she'd written, years ago, the summoning words, just in case she ever forgot. Are you sure this'll work? Asked Oolong, arms crossed beside the sofa. Of course it'll work, Bulma shot back, eyes fixed on the orbs. We gathered them all. Goku's only died once, there shouldn't be any problem. We just have to say the words, finished Master Roshi. Seated quietly with his staff leaning against the table, his calm expression couldn't hide the unease behind his sunglasses. Puar, floating above the table, tilted her feline ears. What if he doesn't answer? What if something went wrong? Bulma drew a deep breath. Then Goku won't come back. And we're finished. Silence fell again. Only the sound of the waves outside remained. Bulma stepped forward. She knelt before the Dragon Balls. They glowed brighter now, the air around them thickening, vibrating with power. She raised her hands, and in a clear, steady voice filled with memory and hope, she called out, "Come forth, Shenron, rise and grant my wish." The orbs responded instantly. FWWWWOOM. A golden light burst forth from the center. Columns of RGY shot into the sky like pillars of flame. Above Kame House, the sky darkened in seconds as if a storm had engulfed the island alone. Winds howled, palm trees bent under the pressure of pure magic. Clouds spiraled like a whirlpool in the heavens. And then, he appeared, a colossal, serpentine form stretching across the sky, eyes red as molten rubies, emerald scales flashing with every crack of thunder, spectral wings unfurling behind him, jaws opening with a roar that split the heavens. WHO has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls? Everyone stepped back, everyone except Bulma. She stood tall, looking up without fear. I have, Shenron, I have a wish. The dragon's eyes burned brighter. Then speak, mortal, you have but one request. Say it, and I shall grant it if it lies within my power. Bulma swallowed hard. She remembered Kami's warning when he still walked the earth. Only one wish, no mistakes, no second chances. Her voice rang clear. Bring Son Goku back to life. Restore him to the living world. Thunder rumbled. Shenron's body convulsed with power. Energy surged across the island, piercing the sea, the sky and something beyond. Much, much beyond. Otherworld, King Kai's planet. The golden sky was as still as ever. But now something stirred. The tiny planet trembled faintly. The trees swayed as if touched by a breath from within. Goku, dressed in his familiar orange GI and blue sash, looked up. King Kai, do you feel that? King Kai, floating upside down while reading a book titled Philosophy of Galactic Frogs, spun around and adjusted his glasses with a grave face. Yes, I feel it, your body's being called back. Bubbles, the monkey, shrieked and hid behind the tree. Goku stepped forward, eyes wide. So it's time? I'm going back to Earth? King Kai raised an eyebrow. Well, yes and no. The dragons fulfilled the wish. Your soul and body are restored to the living world. But that doesn't mean you'll just appear there. Goku blinked. What do you mean? Can't Shenron just send me straight to Earth? King Kai sighed, crossing his arms. Goku Shenron can do many things, but he can't grant 2 wishes for the price of 1. Oh right, I totally forgot. Goku laughed sheepishly. Exactly, King Kai nodded. Bringing you back counts as 1 wish. Transporting you back would be another. Don't be greedy. Goku scratched the back of his head with a grin. Guess you're right. Also, King Kai added, suddenly serious, you came back with your body intact. That's rare. It took a lot of the dragon's energy. So then, King Kai extended his staff toward the planet's far horizon, where a transparent platform floated in the air. You'll have to return the same way you came. You mean? Yes, Goku. The snake way? Goku paled slightly. All that distance again? That's like 1 billion kilometers or something. King Kai puffed his cheeks and nodded solemnly. Correct, but this time, you're stronger. Your body can handle it. And if you are, unlike you trained, you might just make it in time. Goku looked to the sky with renewed determination. Then I won't waste a second. King Kai stopped him just before he left. Goku, yeah? Don't forget what I taught you or what you discovered here. Goku nodded firmly. I won't. And be careful with that princess. Goku grinned. I will. Thanks for everything, King Kai. With a quick bow, Goku leapt onto the platform. The moment his feet touched down, a white aura enveloped him, his silhouette glowing warm and bright. His revived body stabilized, pulsing with life. The halo above his head vanished. He was no longer just a soul. He was Son Goku, and his race against time had begun anew. Earth Northern Plateau, Eastern Region. November 3, age 762 11:58 a.m. The sky seemed to hold its breath. The clouds had cleared completely, as if even they sought to flee what was coming. The air hung heavy, charged with invisible electricity. The grass trembled without wind. The world itself tilted toward a single point. And there, standing on a lonely ridge with his white cape flowing like a ghostly banner, Piccolo watched the sky. Gohan stood beside him, nervous, wide-eyed. Piccolo didn't blink. His senses were wide open, reading every ripple in the atmosphere. He could feel them, two monstrous presences, descending toward Earth's surface. "They're here," he muttered. His pupils narrowed. He could sense everything. The arrogance in the larger Ki. The precision and malice in the smaller one. One of them wasn't just strong. She was a queen of war. And Earth was nothing but dust beneath her feet. Behind him, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the tension. Krillin arrived first, gasping for breath. Behind him came Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Xiaosu. They stopped at the edge of the plateau, facing Piccolo, who didn't turn immediately. "Mr. Piccolo," Gohan cried, "what are we gonna do?" Piccolo didn't answer right away. It was hard to focus with those colossal energies, pressing down on the planet like storm clouds. Krillin spoke next. "That Ki, we felt it from Kami's lookout. It's even worse than Raditz's." Yamcha swallowed. "Worse, doesn't even cover it. One of Hem makes me sweat just thinking about it." Tien crossed his arms, his expression like carved stone. "And Goku, hasn't he arrived yet?" Piccolo slowly lowered his gaze. "No." He finally turned to face them. "He's on his way, but we don't know how long it'll take. Could be minutes or hours." Gohan's brow tightened. "So what do we do? Wait for Dad?" Piccolo looked at him. The boy's forehead glistened with sweat, but his fists were steady. He didn't shake, he didn't cry, he didn't ask for help. He had grown. Piccolo took a deep breath. When he spoke, his voice was deep, firm, absolute. "Until Goku gets here, I give the orders." Silence. The others exchanged glances. Krillin didn't object. Yamcha didn't either. Tien only raised an eyebrow. Because deep down, they all knew Piccolo was right. He continued, "We're not splitting up, we're not running. When they arrive, we fight together." Xiaosu hovered closer. "And if they're stronger than us?" "They are," Piccolo said bluntly. "But that doesn't mean we're beaten." He turned back toward the horizon. "We'll use what we have knowledge of the terrain. Coordination. Endurance." Gohan raised his hand timidly. "What about me?" Piccolo's face hardened, not in anger, but in worry. "You stay behind everyone, until I say otherwise." "But why?" "I want to fight too." "You will, but you won't be the first to die." Gohan looked down, then nodded. Krillin stepped forward, trying to lighten the air. "You know, if you'd told me a year ago we'd be taking orders from Piccolo, I'd have laughed." Yamcha smirked faintly. "Same here. Guess desperate times make impossible things well possible." Tien nodded. Kami's training led to this moment. Nothing else matters now. Piccolo looked over them. Former enemies, now allies. And for a fleeting second, something like pride flickered behind his eyes. "If anyone wants to leave, do it now." No one moved. Krillin shook his head. "We didn't train for a year just to run away." "I'm not going anywhere," said Yamcha, cracking his knuckles. "This fight decides the planet's fate," Tien added, his tone steady. Xiaosu floated beside him. "And wherever Tien goes, I go too." Gohan straightened his back. "I'm staying." Piccolo nodded once, approvingly. "Good. Then listen carefully." He raised an arm, pointing toward the east. "They'll land there in that open plain near the city they destroyed. We'll intercept them." All eyes turned toward the distant columns of smoke rising into the sky. Piccolo narrowed his gaze. "A fight without Goku is suicide. But every second we hold out is one more second for him to get here." Gohan swallowed hard. "And if he doesn't?" Piccolo met his eyes calmly. "Then we die as warriors." Before anyone could reply, the sky roared. Two auras streaked across the horizon. Living meteors. Stars of war. The Saiyans had arrived, and Piccolo prepared himself to stand as Earth's final wall of defense. Because until Son Goku returned, he was the only barrier between life and the end. The sun hung high above. No clouds, but it wasn't a warm day. The wind howled erratically, cold and sharp, as though the planet itself trembled in anticipation. The mountains on the horizon seemed to waver, blurred by the invisible vibration of Ki flooding the air. Even the grass flattened under the weight of unseen pressure. Everything was trembling. The Z fighters stood assembled. Piccolo at the center, arms crossed, expression carved from stone. Krillin, sweating cold, but holding his ground. Yamcha, fists clenched, jaw tight. Tien, stoic but sweating from his temple. Xiaosu, floating beside him, trembling slightly, and Gohan just a step behind Piccolo, heart pounding like a war drum. Then they felt it, two ki, cutting through the air like blades, descending with controlled fury. An invisible thunder followed, the sky shivered, a dry gust swept across the plain. FWOOM. Two figures descended slowly, gods fallen from the heavens. The first was massive, towering, a bald titan with a thick mustache and a brown and white Saiyan armor, solid as a tank. Nappa, the Colossus, landed first, shaking the earth with the impact. The second figure, smaller in stature, but infinitely more terrifying, she touched the ground with the grace of a predator. Her hair, black as obsidian, rose like a dark crown against gravity. Her gaze, not human, sharp, regal, piercing. Vegeta, princess of the Saiyans, descended without raising even a speck of dust. Her arms crossed, her breathing calm, her ki contained chaos. Krillin swallowed hard. That's her. Yamcha stepped back instinctively. That look. Tien narrowed his eyes. She's not just a warrior. Piccolo's brow furrowed. He could tell instantly. She was the true danger. Gohan clung to his leg. Mr. Piccolo, is that the Princess Raditz talked about? Quote. Before Piccolo could answer, Nappa's deep laugh rumbled through the air. Well, what do we have here? He spread his arms, stepping forward with mock grandeur. Fresh meat. So these are Earth's champions? Krillin gritted his teeth. Don't make fun of us. And what are you gonna do, Bug? Nappa sneered, baring his teeth. Then, Vegeta spoke. Her voice was serene, refined, deadly. You. Her eyes locked on Piccolo. You're the Namekian, the one who helped Kakarot kill Raditz, aren't you? Piccolo didn't reply. Vegeta smirked coldly. No need to answer. No one else here has the strength for that. For an inferior race, that's almost impressive. Gohan stepped forward, fists trembling. Don't insult Mr. Piccolo. Her gaze flicked to him, not surprised, not curious. Just exact. And you, she murmured, narrowing her eyes. Your energy is identical to Kakarot's, distorted, but unmistakable. The air grew heavier. You're his son, aren't you? Gohan's breath caught. Kakarot? Right, Piccolo had told him they'd call his father that. He wanted to run, but he didn't. Why, yeah. Nappa laughed loudly. Kakarot's brat. Ain't that something? Hey, Vegeta, let's kill him first. Gohan stepped back, trembling. Piccolo raised his arm in front of him, shielding the boy. Not if I can help it. Vegeta tilted her head, brave but foolish. Then she turned slightly to Nappa. Use the scouter. Huh? I want to see if these insects are worth fighting or if we should bring out the Saibamen first. That word echoed through the group like a chill. Saba what? Krillin muttered. Yamcha glanced at Tien. Did you hear that? Tien frowned. No idea what she means. Xiaosu hovered closer. Sounds bad. Piccolo glared at her. What are the Saibamen? Nappa chuckled as he removed his scouter, pressing a few buttons. Oh, you'll see. Our little warm-ups. Combat seeds. We use them to clear planets of pests like you, Vegeta said, as if commenting on the weather. Nappa laughed again, checking his readings. Ha, pathetic power levels. The Namekians the strongest, barely over 3,000. The rest of you don't even break that. Krillin clenched his fists. Power levels aren't everything. Oh, sure they aren't. Nappa grinned. But they do tell us how long you'll scream before you die. Gohan stepped forward, eyes blazing. Don't underestimate us. Vegeta lowered her arms. For the first time she looked intrigued. So, the cub has claws, she said softly. Interesting. She looked to the sky. But pointless. Then back to Piccolo. I'll see for myself how far your limits reach. Until Kakarot arrives, we'll see what trash he left behind. She turned to Nappa. Plant the Saibamen, quickly. Nappa whistled, pulling a small metallic case from his belt. You asked for it, now you'll wish you hadn't. The Z fighters braced themselves. Piccolo lowered his stance. Tien's ki flared. Krillin raised his hands, ready to strike. And Gohan trembling, but standing firm. The war had begun, and this was only the beginning. Eastern Plains, 12:03 p.m. The silence had become strange. It was as if even the wind had stopped to watch. Before the Z fighters, Nappa was smiling. A wide, crooked smile, animal satisfaction glowing behind it, the kind that appears when someone knows something the others don't. With a slow, almost theatrical movement, the gigantic Saiyan reached for his belt. From one of its metallic compartments, he pulled out a small grayish case, smooth, marked with the Saiyan insignia in low relief. He held it up before him as if it were a sacred chest. Gohan frowned. What's that? Piccolo narrowed his eyes, alert. Krillin took a step forward. Tien clenched his jaw. Yamcha muttered under his breath, frowning. Is he playing with us? Nappa said nothing. He simply pressed a small button on the side. The case opened with a faint hiss, as if releasing inner pressure, and inside lay 5 small, bright green spheres. They were rough, like fleshy fruits, with a dense, living texture. Tiny roots peeked from their ends. Seeds. Nappa reached in and grabbed one. He held it between his fingers, turning it slowly under the sunlight. See this? He said in a deep, satisfied voice. This, my little earth friends, is a Saiyaman seed. Xiaosu tilted his head, confused. A what? Nappa chuckled. A battle toy. He flicked his wrist and threw it down, burying it in the dirt with a dull thok. I told you we were gonna have fun, didn't I? From the same case, he pulled out 4 more and calmly began to plant them in a line before him, each about 10 feet apart. He always wanted to see how these little guys would do on a planet like this. Yamcha's jaw dropped. Is he planting seeds? Krillin raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Tien muttered through his teeth. He's lost it. This some kind of joke? But Piccolo wasn't laughing. He felt something, not through ki but instinct. A subtle vibration like a whisper beneath the ground. Something was getting ready. Nappa bent down and pulled another capsule from his belt, a small pressurized water canister. He shook it twice, aimed at the buried seeds, and sprayed a mist of artificial dew. Ah, there we go. Nothing like a little moisture to wake the boys up. He stepped back, arms crossed, grin widening. And now we wait. The Z fighters looked at each other. No one understood. The ground was still. No explosions. No unleashed energy, only 5 small mounds of damp earth scattered across the plain. Gohan blinked. That's it, he whispered. And then, craack. A faint sound, like a root breaking through soil. Kruuk. The ground trembled. Brrrmmm. The mounds quivered. Cracks opened like silent mouths. The surrounding grass withered at the touch of something unseen. And suddenly, splaash. An arm burst from the dirt. Green, tough, 3 hooked fingers tipped with black nails like obsidian. Then another, and then a head. A hunched, grotesque form rose from the churned earth. Its skin was acid green, slick with slime. Its body was lean and wiry, muscles tight and uneven. The head round, bald, with 2 blank white eyes and a vertical mouth lined with thin, saw-like teeth. And then another, and another. 5 in total. They emerged like radioactive mushrooms sprouting from a cursed field. The 5 Saiyaman stood in unison. The same raw, sping growl came from each of their throats. Grrrrrrrahhhhhhhhhhhhh. A guttural sound that settled deep in the chest, a wet vibration. It wasn't language. It was hunger. Krillin stepped back. What are those things? Yamcha was already in a fighting stance. Never seen creatures like that. Xiaosu trembled visibly. Are they monsters? Tien gritted his teeth. No, they're weapons. Piccolo nodded without looking away. Exactly. Living weapons. Nappa exploded in laughter. Ha ha ha. Correct. Namekian. Saiyaman were made for one purpose: pure combat. No emotion, no fear, just attack until death. One Saiyaman screeched, its back splitting slightly, revealing a row of twitching spines. Another stepped forward, its arm stretching unnaturally, bones creaking like reinforced rubber. From behind, Vegeta watched in silence. Arms crossed, eyes cold. Don't let any of them die yet, Nappa. Yeah, the giant grunted. Just letting them have a little fun and letting our guests warm up. He looked at the Z fighters. So who's first? The group hesitated. Yamcha stepped forward. I'll go. Krillin looked at him sideways. You sure about that? Yamcha smiled. I've been training a whole year for this. Time to prove it. Piccolo gave a short nod. Stay sharp. They're not simple creatures. Yamcha rolled his shoulders, focused his ki. A faint golden aura surrounded him. The Saiyaman growled in unison, as if acknowledging the challenge. One stepped ahead. Its movements were too fast for its hunched frame. It stopped in front of Yamcha, raising its arms like a rival calling him out. Nappa laughed. Perfect. One-on-one. Without even looking, Vegeta activated her scouter. This Saiyaman's base power is about the same as Raditz, but it'll rise under pressure. Gohan turned to Piccolo. Mr. Piccolo, will Yamcha be able to beat it? Piccolo didn't answer immediately. Yamcha raised his fists. Come on, monster. The Saiyaman shrieked, "Gra-hhhh," and leapt. The fight had begun. The first Saiyaman launched itself like an organic bullet, its body moving with unnatural agility, as if gravity had lost its claim on it. Its sharp fingers reached for Yamcha's face like claws meant to tear flesh. Yamcha didn't flinch. "Come on, you green freak." The ground thundered beneath his feet as he leapt forward. The collision was brutal. A punch met a block. A kick grazed a cheek. Twin bursts of energy exploded mid-air between them. The two fighters clashed, vanished, reappeared, blurs of motion and fury dancing across the cracked plane. Boom, bam, whish, crack, each blow echoed like thunder. The others watched in silence. Tien narrowed his eyes, reading every movement. Krillin clenched his teeth. Xiaosu trembled, unsure whether to watch or look away. And just behind them, Gohan shook. Literally, his feet barely held him. His hands clutched his chest. His wide eyes followed the fight, both terrified and mesmerized. "They're so fast," he whispered. Piccolo didn't look at him, but his voice reached the boy steady, sharp. "Watch, Gohan. What? Observe, learn." Piccolo's gaze never wavered. "This is what a real battle looks like." Gohan swallowed hard and obeyed. He looked back just as Yamcha spun mid-air, dodging an acidic burst that shot from the Saiyaman's mouth. "Ugh, gross," Yamcha grunted, landing on a cracked boulder. No time to rest, the Saiyaman was already there again, claws slicing toward his abdomen. Yamcha smirked. "Not so fast, bug." Zap, he vanished. A cloud of dust hovered where he'd stood. He reappeared behind the creature, fist glowing with energy. Bam, the Saiyaman flew, tumbling through rocks. "Go, Yamcha," Krillin shouted. "You've got this." The scarred warrior landed, rolled, and the instant the Saiyaman tried to rise, Yamcha raised his hands into his classic stance. Wolf Fang Fist. His body spun forward, faster than sight, surrounded by a cyclone of ki and dust. He struck, once, twice, 5 times, elbows, knees, rising hooks. Each hit flowed into the next, a violent dance of precision and rhythm. The Saiyaman staggered backward, screeching, its body splitting, slime and black saliva spilling from its mouth. Its spines were broken, its movements erratic. Yamcha stopped, panting. "I'm not done with you yet." He closed his eyes for a second, gathering energy. A bluish sphere formed above his hand, vibrating, growing, alive. Spirit Ball. The orb shot forward with a sharp whine. The Saiyaman dodged. Yamcha's hand guided it through the air. The sphere curved and chased the target like a predator on instinct. "You're not escaping," Yamcha roared. The Saiyaman darted, leapt behind rocks, zigzagging desperately. It didn't matter. Boom. The explosion was clean and final. A cloud of smoke swallowed the area for a few seconds. When the wind cleared, the Saiyaman's body lay still, blackened, smoking. Yamcha lowered his arms, breathing hard. His boots pressed firmly into the cracked earth. A grin broke across his face. "That's that." Krillin raised his arms from afar. "You did it. That was awesome, Yamcha." Xiaosu clapped timidly. Gohan blinked in awe. Tien nodded solemnly. Even Piccolo exhaled through his nose, arms crossed. Yamcha walked toward the body. "Hey, that all you got? Not much of a challenge. Good warm-up though." He nudged the Saiyaman with the tip of his boot. "Trash." He turned, gave a thumbs up. One down, but then, high above, on a rocky ridge, Vegeta tilted her head slightly, watching. Arms crossed, expression unreadable, and then she spoke quietly. 4. Nappa didn't react, just kept smiling, like he knew what came next. 3. Krillin frowned. "Huh?" 2. Yamcha blinked. What's shish? 1. Vegeta closed her eyes. Boom. FWWOOSH. The Saiyaman's body shot upright, as if hatred itself had yanked it back to life. Its chest still smoldered, but its claws were intact. It shrieked, high, piercing. Its whole body began to swell, energy glowing from within. Yamcha turned, just in time to see the green blur hurl itself at him like living shrapnel. "What the, scraw?" The creature clung to his chest, claws digging through armor. Yamcha screamed, trying to tear it off. "Get off me!" The Saiyaman didn't respond. Its body shook violently, pulsing. A blinding green light spread from its back, growing, throbbing. Krillin's eyes widened. "No!" Tien shouted. "Yamcha, move!" Too late. Gohan covered his ears. Piccolo's eyes burned. Yamcha, kaboom! An emerald explosion swallowed them both. The blast rocked the plains. The earth quaked. A pillar of smoke speared the sky. The silence that followed was unbearable. Gohan opened his eyes slowly. Yamcha? The smoke cleared. Yamcha's body lay on the ground on his side, motionless, clothes torn to shreds, arm outstretched, face empty. Krillin ran to him. Yamcha. No Yamcha. No answer. The fighter was gone. His ki vanished. Piccolo looked down. High above, Vegeta watched. Pathetic, she murmured, emotionless. Gohan fell to his knees. He didn't understand everything, but he knew. Someone had died, and this was no longer training. This was war. The wind barely moved. Smoke from the explosion still hung heavy over the place where Yamcha had fallen. His body lay twisted at an impossible angle, his ki gone, snuffed out. Krillin stared, frozen. The shouting had stopped. The air buzzed with a low electric hum, the sound of tension itself. His fists trembled. His pupils were wide. His mouth half open. No, he whispered, voice cracking. No way. He knelt beside his fallen friend. A single tear slipped onto the broken ground. Damn it. Slowly, he stood. His aura began to stir, white fire swirling around him. Damn it all. No one else moved. Tien closed his eyes in silent respect. Xiaosu bowed his head, muttering a tiny prayer. Gohan just trembled, his small hands gripping the dirt. Piccolo's eyes stayed locked on the enemies ahead, jaw tight. Then Krillin spoke, his voice trembling, filled with fury. I won't let this go on. He raised his hands. His ki exploded. A sphere of pure light burst into existence above his palm, vibrating, alive, chaotic. But this wasn't a simple energy blast. It was different, divided, controlled fury. Take this, you bastards. He screamed, voice burning. Scatter shot. From the main sphere, dozens of smaller orbs split off fast, gleaming, whistling roughed the air like a swarm of furious needles. Each one sought a target, guided by Krillin's rage. The Saibamen, regrouping, barely had time to react. Boom, bam, krrsshhh. Explosions erupted across the plain. One Saibaman was hit dead on its body, bursting into a cloud of green smoke. Another tried to leap for cover. A blast caught it mid-air, incinerating it before it hit the ground. Two more huddled together, shielding themselves with their claws. Mistake. A single orb speared between them, detonating with surgical precision. The last one, charred, broken, barely moving, ran. It leapt from rock to rock, trailing black slime, trembling. Silent. No more shrieks, only fear. And then, a shadow fell over it. High above, descending like a goddess judging an insect. Vegeta, the princess of the Saiyans, floated in silence. Eyes sharp as blades. Coward. Her voice was so calm it froze the blood. The Saibaman whimpered, raising its arms in a plea. She didn't look twice. One finger extended. A small orb of energy appeared, humming faintly at its tip. The weak, she whispered, don't deserve a second chance. Zam. A narrow beam cut the air clean, instant. The Saibaman was gone before it could scream. Not even ashes remained. Vegeta lowered her hand as if nothing had happened. TCH. Her eyes turned toward the Earthlings. Krillin stood at the center of the battlefield, chest heaving, aura flickering. He'd spent nearly all his energy, yet his face burned not with exhaustion, but with anger and defiance. She noticed. HMPH. Not admiration, just observation. At least they've got guts, she murmured, almost correcting a mental note. She landed lightly on a tall rock. Nappa dropped beside her with a crash, crossing his arms. Ha, not bad, princess. That bald one's got some fight. Took out 5 of our pets. Vegeta said nothing. Her gaze stayed on the horizon, calm as glass. But they're still insects. The words came out like a verdict. Xiaosu trembled. Gohan hugged himself, eyes wide. And then, a faint vibration. From the edge of the battlefield, one last Saibaman, charred, crippled, its body barely holding together, dragged itself across the rocks. One eye dangled loose, its skin cracked. It had no direction, only instinct. It crawled toward Gohan. The boy froze. He couldn't even scream. His body refused to move. Gohan, look out, Krillin shouted, but Piccolo was already there. In a blur, he appeared beside the boy, his arm stretching out, his clawed hand gripping the Saibaman's skull. Pathetic. He lifted it effortlessly. This mistake ends here. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it upward. His mouth glowed, energy charged within. BZZZZT. A thin green beam shot into the sky. The Saibaman exploded into 1,000 fragments before it could reach its peak. Silence returned. Gohan fell to his knees. Thank you, mister. Piccolo. The Namekian didn't reply. He simply lowered his arm, expression hard as stone. Vegeta watched him, studied him. "Him not bad," she said quietly. "He's precise, cold, like a trained soldier." Then she sighed, bored already. But still not enough. She crossed her arms, her hair swaying in the dry wind. "Not enough to make me fight." Her eyes shifted toward Nappa. "Go, Nappa." The giant turned to her, grin spreading. "For real? Already?" She nodded slightly. "They've finished off the Saibamen. Time to test them with something real." Ha 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 ha. Nappa cracked his knuckles one by one, the sound making the earth shudder. "Finally, I've been waiting for this." His boots thundered as he stomped toward the center of the field, leaving a trail of dust behind him. "All right, Earthlings," he bellowed. "WHO wants to die first?" His ki erupted, shaking the ground, splitting the dirt. The real battle had begun. Southern Ocean. Kame House. November 3rd, 12:13 p.m. The sound of the sea was no longer soothing. No laughter, no music, not even the gentle hiss of food frying in the pan. Only the low murmur of wind over the waves. And a heavy silence that clung to the pink walls of the tiny house like an invisible curse. At the center of the main room, a crystal ball hovered just above a purple velvet cushion. It glowed with an inner light, projecting hazy, dreamlike images. But these weren't dreams, they were nightmares happening in real time. Master Roshi's wrinkled, weathered face leaned close to the sphere. Behind his dark sunglasses, his eyes did not blink. Beside him, Bulma covered her mouth with a trembling hand. Her eyes were red, wet with tears that refused to stop. "No," she whispered, voice breaking. "It can't be, not Yamcha." Her whole body shook. The image in the sphere showed it all: his confident smile seconds before, the Saibaman leaping from behind, and the explosion that erased him. "No," she screamed, collapsing to her knees. Puar floated beside her, letting out a high-pitched cry, flailing her tiny paws in panic. "Why Yamcha? Yamcha? No, wake up, please, wake up." The scene kept replaying in her mind. Not in the crystal ball but in memory. Puar had been his shadow, his friend, his confidant. To see him like this, lifeless and still, was to watch a part of herself die. He had plans, she sobbed. He wanted to ask Bulma to try again, he wanted to change. Oolong stood by the wall, pale as chalk, arms crossed but shaking. He tried to look tough, but the sweat on his forehead betrayed him. "This is too much," he muttered, voice hoarse. "Those monsters, what kind of warriors are they? They came here just to kill for fun." No one answered. The only one who remained calm, if that word even applied, was Fortunate Baba. Roshi's sister, floating on her platform and holding the crystal ball steady with both hands. Her brow was furrowed, her mouth drawn into a grim line. "The fight is brutal," she said softly. "But what worries me isn't what they've done, it's what they haven't done yet." Roshi nodded slowly. "I know." His voice was different, deeper, stripped of the usual playfulness. It sounded heavy, serious, like that of a true master. Nappa's a demon in the body of a brute. You can see it, he enjoys the pain he causes. And yes, he's dangerous. He paused, watching the enormous Saiyan swagger across the battlefield, mocking the Z-fighters with his monstrous grin. But her, Roshi continued. Vegeta, the image in the crystal ball showed her standing tall and motionless, floating above a rock like a queen overlooking her domain. She didn't shout, she didn't move more than necessary. She didn't even sweat, and yet, her presence alone froze everyone's blood. Roshi studied her carefully. Her hair rose like a dark crown, falling down her back like a disciplined flame. Her face, sharp, flawless, was carved like that of a goddess who had forgotten mercy. And her eyes, that look, Roshi murmured to himself. It's the look of someone who's seen death so many times she no longer considers it relevant. Bulma sobbed, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. But she's just a woman. There has to be a way. Oolong shot her a nervous glance. And you're just a woman, huh? He blurted, sarcasm hiding his fear. Bulma glared at him, ready to snap. But Roshi's tone cut through the air like a blade. Don't underestimate that Saiyan. He crossed his arms, his face harder than anyone had ever seen it. I've trained longer than most people can imagine. I've seen true prodigies, and at my age, I can tell when something is truly dangerous. He pointed toward the sphere. She doesn't move because she doesn't need to. She doesn't speak because no one's worth speaking to. That big one, Nappa, he could wipe out a city. He leaned closer to the crystal ball. But her, she could erase a continent without breaking a sweat. Bulma fell silent, still crying, but now, her tears came with a chill that crawled down her spine. Puar trembled, hugging her tail. But Goku's coming back, right? Baba spoke, her gaze still fixed on the sphere. Yes, he's on his way, but will it be enough? Oolong asked, voice shaking. Roshi didn't answer right away. When he did, it was the most honest thing he'd ever said. I don't know. The room fell completely silent. The old master Lu Ked at Vegeta again, not as the lecherous old man who once ogled women, but as a warrior measuring another. Yes, she was beautiful beyond human beauty. Her body wasn't just strong, it was engineered. The perfection of Saiyan genetics made flesh. In another time, in other circumstances, Roshi thought with quiet shame, I might have called her a goddess or one of my comic book heroines. But not now. That woman, he said aloud, is the most dangerous being we've ever faced. The crystal flickered briefly, showing a glimpse of Goku running along the Snake Way. A tunnel of gold stretching into infinity. I just hope, Roshi whispered, eyes closing for a moment, that Goku's training was enough. He opened his eyes slowly. Because if it wasn't, he turned back to the sphere. It won't be the big one who destroys the world. His voice fell to a whisper. It'll be her. Otherworld. Snake Way. November 3rd, 12:34 p.m. Earth time, approximately. A golden horizon stretched endlessly in every direction. No sky, no ground, only an infinite road winding through the void, its curved tiles twisting like the spine of some ancient dragon. And on that path, running without rest, was Son Goku. His F.E.E.T. struck the tiles at incredible speed. His black, spiked hair whipped with every stride, his orange GI billowing behind him like a battle flag. Sweat streamed down his face, but his eyes stayed forward, sharp, focused, unblinking. His breathing was deep, rhythmic. He couldn't stop. Ha-ah-ha-ah, he exhaled, leaping over a broken gap in the road. Not much left, not much left. He'd lost track of the turns, the stretches, the time, but from the glow of the golden light around him, he could guess. Halfway there, he panted. Yeah, almost halfway. The effort was enormous. The Snake Way was low, inner than any mortal mind could comprehend. But Goku was no ordinary human. Not anymore, not after his training with King Kai. His body stronger than ever. His spirit tempered. His ki expanded beyond limits. And yet, his heart was uneasy. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Piccolo, he muttered between breaths. Please hold on. He pushed harder. And Gohan, his voice softened, warmer, fragile. The name of his son hurt not from weakness, but from love. Gohan, his little boy, the child he was only beginning to know, the one he'd barely held outside of training. And now he'd left him behind in a world where monsters walked with human faces. He remembered Chi-Chi's last words to him. Her voice echoed through his mind, clearer than the air he breathed. Protect him, but don't hold him back. Let him discover the world his own way. I will. Chi-Chi, he whispered, swallowing hard. I promise I won't let anything happen to him. Not to him, not to the earth. His legs didn't slow. His ki pulsed brighter. Each step was a heartbeat driving that promised closer to the world of the living. But through the flashes of his friends fighting, of Gohan struggling to survive, another presence emerged in his mind. A different kind of energy. Cold, sharp, perfect. The princess. Goku frowned slightly. He remembered King Kai's words, days earlier, when he first learned about the Saiyans. The princess of the Saiyans, King Kai had said, trained from childhood as heir to the throne. Her power surpassed most adult warriors by the time she was 6. From that moment, something had stirred in him. Curiosity, restlessness, an instinct older than words. He murmured through gritted teeth. I want to meet her. Not in a romantic way. Goku didn't think like that. No, he wanted to feel her power, her spirit, her strength. Until now, his greatest rival had been Piccolo. Before that, Tien, Nam, even Jackie Chun. But Vegeta, she was something else. Not a rival, a challenge, not an enemy, a test, not a threat, an answer. If she's as strong as King Kai says, he muttered, a grin creeping across his face, then this is gonna be amazing. His ki flared unconsciously. White light surrounded him. His speed doubled. The Snake Way trembled beneath his feet. Sparks flickered in his wake. Even the gods of the other world might have paused to watch. And in his mind, two images intertwined. Gohan's innocent smile, and Vegeta's eyes, cold fire. Life and death, duty and desire, promise and battle. I'm almost there, just a few more hours. And then, he felt it. A shiver pierced his chest like an invisible blade. A familiar energy, dense, sharp, unbearably proud. Huh? Goku slowed for half a heartbeat. That was. He closed his eyes, focused. Yes, he could feel it, across that impossible distance from the realm of the dead to the living. His revived ki was resonating with the energy flaring from Earth. A battle was happening. One ki burned like wildfire Nappa. But the other was like ice that refused to melt. Precise, elegant, perfect. Vegeta, he whispered, and without knowing why he smiled. I hope you're waiting for me. He clenched his fists, because I'm coming straight for you. The snake way lit up around him with renewed brilliance, as if the universe itself acknowledged it. The defender of Earth was returning, and this time, he wasn't just coming back to save the world. He was coming back, for his son, for his promise, and for the fight. Eastern Plains, 12:45 p.m. The sky looked like a curtain torn apart. No clouds, no birdsong, only the heavy air of a world holding its breath. And in the middle of that wounded plain, trampled by the echoes of a hopeless battle, the Colossus advanced. Nappa, each of his steps thundered like a hammer blow against the chests of the Z-fighters. The cracks his boots left in the ground opened like fresh scars, still smoking. His armor gleamed with dust and blood. His breathing was steady, untroubled, as if this wasn't fighting, but warming up. Before him lay the defenders of Earth, beaten and bleeding among the rubble. Krillin, his shoulder scorched by an energy blast. Chaozu, barely standing on trembling legs. Tien Shinhan, missing an arm, blood dripping like ink down his torn belt. And Piccolo, the only one still standing with true strength. His feet dragged against the ground, breath cutting in harsh bursts, his left arm hanging limp. But his eyes still burned, not with fear, with defiance. Nappa stopped and scratched his chin, amused. Hey, I thought you'd fall sooner. His voice hit like a stone dropped into a dead lake. You really think you can last this long without Kakarot? Piccolo spat to the side, blood leaving his mouth. We're not here to last. His ki sparked faintly, resisting the gravity of Nappa's overwhelming power. We're here to stop you. Nappa grinned. Stop me? Me? He took a single step forward. The ground quaked beneath his boot. You? He pointed a thick finger at the Namekian. You're strong. Sure, I'll admit that. The only one here who actually made me step back once. He shrugged. But one step means nothing. In the distance, from a flat ridge carved smooth by the wind, the Saiyan princess watched. The sunlight danced across her ivory-colored armor, but she didn't blink. Her hair swayed gently with the breeze, as if even the air itself refused to touch her without permission. She didn't speak, she didn't move, she only observed, and inside she calculated. Her scouter blinked every few seconds, measuring, comparing, reading the rhythm of energy. The short bald one barely reaching 980 at best. An annoyance, a mosquito. The bald one with 3 eyes more resilient. His multiform technique had been useful, but fleeting. Without his right arm, his energy flow was completely unbalanced. And the Namekian. Vegeta narrowed her eyes. Namekian. The word was a whisper inside her mind. No need to say it aloud. 3,200 peaking at 3,500 in short bursts. Fascinating. She tapped the lens of the scouter, and the number spiked again, 3,640. His energy didn't rise linearly, like a Saiyan's. It flared up explosive, erratic, like fire forced into a cage. Not bad for a worm. She shifted slightly, settling back on the rock, crossed her legs with unhurried grace. But even so, I could crush him if I felt like it. Her eyes closed just for a moment. She could feel her own ki humming quietly beneath the surface. She didn't need to prove herself. She didn't need to scream or lift a finger. Not yet. That was the level of the game. And the only player she truly wanted to see hadn't arrived yet. Kakarot. On the battlefield, Piccolo vanished in a burst of speed, then reappeared right in front of Nappa. His fist slammed into the giant's chest. Bam! The Saiyan armor held, but cracked slightly. Nappa stepped back a single pace. Piccolo followed up with a spinning kick and a focused blast of ki straight to the face. Whoosh! Zong! For an instant, Nappa's head was lost in blinding light. But when the glare faded, he was still there, smiling, a thin line of blood trickling down his cheek. Not bad, Green Man, he muttered, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. But, he raised his arm and clenched his fist. Now it's my turn. Crack! His punch drove straight into Piccolo's gut. The Namekian doubled over, mouth open, blood spilling out. Mr. Piccolo, shouted Gohan. The boy had stayed behind, obeying orders, but something inside him snapped. Nappa drew back his arm for another strike. And at that moment, from the ridge, Vegeta noticed a flicker, a tiny spark on her scouter. A sudden shift in energy flow. She adjusted the device's sensitivity. A power level that had been around 900 just spiked. Only for an instant, but it rose to 1320. The kid? Vegeta narrowed her eyes. Gohan. His ki had erupted the instant he saw the Namekian in danger. Gohan screamed without thinking, "Leave Mr. Piccolo alone." His aura burst forth, no training, no form, just raw instinct. Fear, pain, anger. He charged like lightning, leaping from the small hill where he'd been hiding. His feet barely touched the ground. Piccolo was still doubled over when Gohan shot past him. Nappa turned just in time to see the boy coming like a comet. What the? Bam! The boy's tiny fist connected squarely with the Saiyan's face. The hit was clean, brutal, and Nappa stumbled back, not one step, two. Thump, thump, the giant grunted, touching his cheek. There was blood. He looked at Gohan and for an instant, he didn't smile. Not out of fury, but out of surprise. Vegeta slowly lowered her scouter, eyes half closed. Her voice was soft, almost intimate. Interesting, not with excitement, not with fear, just acknowledgement. Kakarot's son had reacted emotionally, a blind spike of ki. Wild, uncontrolled, but real, strong. He had attacked to protect. That wasn't Saiyan instinct, that was something else. She tilted her head. Instinct to fight or emotional impulse? A pause. What if they're the same? The ground no longer felt like earth. It was a battlefield burned, torn apart, scarred by every blast, every strike, every howl of Nappa's fury. And now, he was done playing. No laughter, no mocking, only violence. Raahhhhh. Nappa roared, and his punch carved a crater into the plain. Tien barely dodged, landing awkwardly, one knee trembling. Krillin rolled the other way, firing a ki blast that hit Nappa's back to no effect. Piccolo clenched his teeth. He could feel it. That wasn't the brute force of a mindless monster anymore. Nappa was fighting with precision, intent, strategy. He understood they were running out of energy and time. If this keeps up, in 5 minutes there'll be no one left standing. He raised his voice. Stop, everyone fall back, now. The few still able to move, Krillin, Tien, Xiaosu, Gohan obeyed instinctively. The Saiyan brute halted, tilting his head in mock curiosity. What now? A team meeting before you die? But Piccolo wasn't looking at him. He was already facing his allies. We have to regroup. This isn't a fight anymore, it's containment. Containment? Krillin panted. Contain that? Yes, Piccolo replied firmly. We don't know how long until Goku arrives, minutes, hours, maybe never. But if we keep fighting like this, he'll kill us one by one. Tien's face was drenched in sweat. You have a plan? Piccolo nodded slightly. A distraction. Multi-angle. Wheel rotate. Rotate? Xiaosu asked nervously. Exactly. One attacks head-on while two strike from opposite flanks. The fourth stays back to cover the wounded. Then we switch. Krillin blinked. Brutally simple. Perfectly logical. But who starts? Piccolo looked toward the battlefield, where Nappa was cracking his knuckles impatiently. I do. He moved forward. His ki surged, drawing the giant's attention. You again, little green man? This time with more than fists. Zah! A blast shot from Piccolo's fingers. Nappa blocked it easily, but didn't see the second one. A burst of smoke aimed right at his face. TCH, you can't hide forever, he growled, blinded by the haze. That was the cue. From the right flank, Krillin dove downward, spinning like a beam of light. Kiaiho! A sonic wave struck Nappa, staggering him for a second just enough. Tien appeared from the left, leaping high, fingers forming a stance. Dodonpa, the golden blast pierced Nappa's side, forcing a roar of pain. Arghhh. That's enough. He staggered back 2 steps. And then, Gohan. Now, rear flank, aim for the neck. Piccolo shouted. Silence. Nothing. Gohan was in position, hands raised, ki gathered, but his heart beat like an empty drum in his chest. He saw Nappa bleeding, the torn earth, the monster's roar. Everything told him this was the moment. But his legs, they wouldn't move. The air grew heavy, his breath short, erratic. He remembered Yamcha, the scream, the explosion, the still body, and suddenly he didn't see Nappa anymore. He saw that memory. No, I can't. His ki faded. Gohan. Piccolo's voice tore through the smoke. Now, damn it, but it was too late. Nappa felt it. He reacted. With a furious roar, he swung his arm, smashing Krillin into a wall of rocks. Then kicked Tien away like a broken doll. And finally, he turned toward Piccolo. His punch struck the Namekian. Wrapped in a storm of dust and debris, Piccolo's body shot across the battlefield, crashed into a mountain, and vanished in rubble. Piccolo, Xiaosu screamed. Tien spat blood, dragging himself forward. Krillin gasped for air, half buried in stone. Gohan could only cry, and Nappa laughed. Ha 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 ha. Is that it? This is how your little games end. Something cracked inside Xiaosu's soul. A silent fracture, a moment of understanding, no more strategies. He looked at Tien, his friend, his teacher, his brother. Tien looked back, not yet realizing what was about to happen. Xiaosu smiled, sadly, decidedly. 10. The tone in his voice froze Tien where he stood. What are you? Xiaosu rose into the air. Quickly, silently. Nappa barely noticed him. Huh? And then, Xiaosu clung to his back. His tiny arms locked around the Saiyan's neck like anchors. What? Nappa shouted, trying to shake him off. What are you doing, you little bug? But Xiaosu didn't answer. He only closed his eyes. Xiaosu, no, Tien screamed. Gohan's voice trembled. What's he doing? Krillin couldn't move. Xiaosu spoke softly, a voice full of pain and love. 10. His ki began to rise not with shape or form, but as pure energy. Uncontrolled, unrestrained. Thank you for taking care of me. Tien dragged himself forward, tears mixing with dust. No, don't do it. There's another way. There isn't, Xiaosu whispered, cheeks wet with tears. This is the only one. The energy built higher. The air trembled. Get off me, get off. Nappa roared, clawing at his back like a raging beast. But Xiaosu held on. Goodbye. 10. No. Tien's scream shattered the air. Xiaosu smiled. Thank you for being my friend. And he shone. A white explosion devoured the world. No warning, no sound, only light, as if the universe itself held its breath for a single minute of silence. The world was mute. Xiaosu's explosion had erased sound itself. No echoes, no voices, only light, carving the sky in half. For 5 seconds, there was nothing. No screams, no pain, only farewell. Then the light faded, smoke drifted, reluctant to leave. And through the haze a silhouette emerged. Tall, unshaken. When the last curtain of smoke dissolved, horror revealed itself. Nappa still stood, his body charred with soot, breathing heavy but not broken. His left shoulder plate was gone. His right glove shredded, but beneath the grime, his skin still gleamed gold. No blood, no real wounds, only filth, and rage. Aarrghhh. That little bug dared to do that to me? He roared, brushing ash from his armor. The crater around him spread for miles, but he remained in the center. Unmoved, like a statue of hell itself. Krillin was speechless. Piccolo clenched his fists, and Tien fell to his knees, his face turned to stone. His single arm hung limp. His chest rose and fell like he was breathing lead. And no, Krillin whispered. That can't be. Gohan covered his mouth. Xiaosu? He looked up at the empty sky. No energy, no trace, nothing. Xiaosu was gone, forever. He had already died once against King Piccolo. And Kami himself had said it. A soul that dies twice can never return. Tien closed his eyes. He saw his friend in his mind. That gentle smile, that soft voice, that promise once made. No matter where you go, Tien, I'll always follow. And now, that always was gone. Something inside him broke. The silence shattered under a scream of pure agony. Chia Eatsu. Tien howled, and the air trembled. His ki exploded wild, chaotic, furious. Krillin stumbled back. Tien, stop. Tien raised his only arm. His fingers extended. I won't forgive you, bastard. Nappa stared, still grinning. What now, you alone? With one arm? Try BAM. The technique formed in the air like a hammer of golden light. A perfect square of energy, bright and trembling with raw power. The air vanished all at once, sucked toward the space between Tien and Nappa. The ground cracked, stones lifted, mountains trembled in the distance. And then, the energy was released. Boom! The diamond-shaped blast crashed down like a divine verdict, straight at Nappa. The earth split open, the sky shuddered. Tien, stop, you're gonna kill yourself, Krillin shouted, but Tien didn't hear him. From the distant ridge, Vegeta rose to her feet for the first time in minutes. Her eyes narrowed. HMPH, that technique. She tapped her scouter. Unstable power, fluctuating, dangerous but far too inefficient. She analyzed it coldly. An attack with a life of its own. But it drains more than it delivers. Quote, down below, Nappa lifted both arms, bracing himself. The tri-beam struck him head-on, forcing him backward. The ground beneath him shattered, earth sliding away in violent waves. For 10 whole seconds, the monster wavered, his boots digging trenches in the soil. Then, the light faded. Tien fell to his knees, gasping. Ha ha ha, but he didn't stop. He raised his arm again. Face pale, veins bulging. Ha, the ground split open once more. Another blast, another quake. Krillin covered his face. You're killing yourself, Tien. But he didn't listen. Tien wasn't thinking anymore. He wasn't even seeing. Only rage, only grief, only the need to strike again. Ha, again. Nappa blocked with both arms now, growling. Stop that, you pathetic fool. The third blast hit, the earth burned, and then silence. Tien collapsed, face first into the dirt. No cry, no breath, no movement. His ki vanished. Krillin ran to him. Tien, answer me. He fell to his knees beside him, turning him over. Tien's face was calm, eyes closed, breath gone. Krillin clenched his teeth. No, not you too. Gohan approached, trembling. Is he gone? Piccolo, barely standing again, answered quietly. Yes. Krillin lowered his head. First Yamcha, then Chaozu, and now. Piccolo turned slowly toward Gohan. When he spoke, his voice wasn't loud. It was cold. And all of this. Gohan's eyes widened. Be because of me? You were supposed to fire. You had the shot. I know. The boy cried, tears spilling. I know, but I was scared. I couldn't move. Piccolo's stare was a storm held back by discipline. In war, fear costs lives. Understand that. Gohan dropped his head, sobbing. I'm sorry. Piccolo said nothing more, not because he didn't want to, but because there was no time. Nappa was walking again. His ki was a wall. His shadow stretched like a threat. The ground bent beneath his steps. Now you all pay, he growled. I'll crush every last one of you to dust. And then, Krillin stood up. His eyes burned not with hope, but with something sharper. Enough. His voice was low, steady, carrying through the wind. Enough. He gathered ki into both hands. Not to hurl forward, but to lift upward. A sphere began to form above him. Thin, circular, sharp. It spun. It sang. The wind itself bent around it. A living blade. A ring of death. Piccolo squinted. That technique. Gohan wiped his tears. What is that? Krillin didn't answer. He just raised his voice. Nappa. The giant paused. What do you want now, Baldy? Krillin glared straight into his eyes. This is for everyone. He threw the disc. The Destructo disc sliced through the air at incredible speed. Not with brute force but with surgical precision. Its trajectory curved, unpredictable, impossible to read. Nappa laughed. That? A wheel? He didn't even move. The spinning disc screamed through the air. And on the ridge, Vegeta reacted. Her scouter beeped violently. Her mind processed the data instantly. Pure energy. No dispersion. Piercing type. Focus too focused. Her pupils widened. Nappa. Her shout cracked like thunder. Dodge it now. Nappa turned just in time to see the disc inches away. His reflexes kicked in. Pure instinct, he threw himself sideways. FWWWSSH. The Destructo disc grazed his ear. The top half of his armor vanished, cleanly sliced off. Nappa crashed to the ground, panting. The disc continued, flying off into the distance, cutting a mountain in two before fading into the horizon. Silence. Krillin stood, breathing hard. Damn it, Nappa muttered, touching his face. What was that? From her perch, Vegeta sat back down, calm again. That, she said softly, was something you should never underestimate. She crossed her arms. That bald one, he's not strong. A pause. But he's clever. Her voice stayed level, but her eyes, once bored, now glimmered with interest. The battlefield lay drowned in silence. Dust, blood, the faint hiss of dying energy. The blasts had ceased. The planet itself seemed to hold its breath. Only 3 figures remained standing. Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan. And before them, 2 Saiyans. Nappa, armor shattered, spat to the side, his breath heavy not from exhaustion, but from frustration. He wanted more screams, more destruction. And beside him, standing on a flat rock like a throne of stone, Vegeta, calm, still, hair flowing softly with the wind, arms crossed, her ki slumbering beneath the surface like a caged beast. Watching, calculating, judging. Piccolo swallowed hard. His mind raced every thought. every plan tangled in the chaos of what had just happened. 3, he whispered. 3 are gone. Yamcha, Xiaosu, Tien, each one had fallen with courage. None had turned away, and still it wasn't enough. Now, only they remained. Himself, running on fumes. Krillin, battered and bleeding. And Gohan, a child shaking, eyes wet with tears he tried to hide. This isn't a fight anymore, Piccolo thought. It's a countdown. He glanced at the boy beside him. Gohan tried to stand tall, trembling, his jaw set. We need time, Piccolo realized. Just time, even a little, because Goku still hadn't come. And if he didn't soon there'd be no one left to save. Piccolo drew a deep breath. Then he did something the old Piccolo never would have imagined. He lowered his arms, not in surrender, in negotiation. Krillin blinked. Piccolo, what are you doing? Quiet, Piccolo said. Let me talk. He stepped forward, boots crunching over scorched earth. Hey, Saiyans, he shouted. Nappa frowned, annoyed. What now, Namekian? Begging for mercy? Piccolo ignored him. His eyes were fixed on her. The woman who hadn't moved since the battle began. The queen without a throne. Vegeta, listen, Piccolo said. His voice carried steel. We can't win like this. We know that. Krillin's eyes widened. Piccolo. But Piccolo raised a hand, silencing him. There's still one card you haven't seen. He continued. The air grew heavier. Even Vegeta's gaze sharpened. There's a warrior on his way. The strongest we have. Someone who can actually challenge you. A pause. His name is Son Goku. The name hung in the air. Then Vegeta spoke. Her voice was low, but clear. Musical. Dangerous. Goku? Her brow lifted slightly. All right. That's his Earth name, isn't it? A thin smile curved her lips. Kakarot. She rose gracefully from her perch, feline and precise. So it's true, then, she murmured. You Earthlings really can bring the dead back. There was no fear in her tone. Only interest, as if she just discovered a myth that turned out to be real. So you used those Dragon Balls, did you? The intel was accurate, after all. She met Piccolo's stare directly. And what are you proposing? Namekian? Piccolo didn't blink. A truce. 3 hours. 3 hours? Nappa barked. Are you insane? We could wipe them out in 3 minutes. Shut up, Vegeta said without raising her voice. And silence fell like gravity. Nappa's throat tightened. He stepped back instinctively, his ki flickering in submission. The monster who had crushed cities now cowered like a beaten dog. Krillin froze. Gohan shuddered. Even Piccolo felt the shift in the air. Nappa wasn't afraid of her strength. He was afraid of her authority. Vegeta descended from her stone throne. Her steps were measured, deliberate. With every motion, the wind itself seemed to pause. She stopped less than 5 meters from Piccolo. Her gaze dissected him calm, assessing, predatory. Not stripping flesh, but soul. Weighing resolve, measuring will. 3 hours, you say? She murmured. Yes, Piccolo replied. And you believe this Kakarot can challenge me? Yes. He didn't hesitate. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. That infant with a power level of 2. Her smile held no warmth. I remember his capsule fragile, disposable. A genetic joke. Gohan frowned. Don't talk about my dad like that. Vegeta glanced at him briefly. That spark hesitant, frightened, but proud didn't escape her notice. So the boy had Saiyan blood after all. She sighed, not in contempt, in something dangerously close to curiosity. HMPH. She turned away, heading back to her perch. Interesting. Then you accept? Piccolo asked. Without looking back, she answered. Yes. The silence that followed felt almost sacred. Krillin blinked. Wait, seriously? Princess. Nappa shouted, stepping forward. We can crush them right now. They're finished. Vegeta didn't turn around. I know. Then why? She turned just once, and with a single glance, he froze. No shouting, no blast, just power. Because, she said quietly, I want to see with my own eyes what Kakarot has become. Her tone was a blade drawn in the dark. I want to know if death can change destiny. If trash can stand beside the elite. And then, she smiled. For the first time, there was fire in her voice. Maybe I'll finally find a rival who can make me break a sweat. Krillin swallowed hard. Gohan stepped closer to Piccolo. Mr. Piccolo, does that mean? Piccolo nodded slowly, his gaze locked on the horizon. We have 3 hours. Not hope, not victory, just time. Goku hadn't arrived yet, but they were alive, for now, and that sliver of time, that fragile pause between death and salvation, was everything. A calm before the storm, a heartbeat before the climax. The sky remained clear, but everyone knew, The storm hadn't ended. It was only on hold. Otherworld. Snake Way. November 3rd, 2:45 p.m. Earth time approximately. Snake Way had no visible end. It stretched across the golden horizon like an eternal tongue made of floating stone scales. On its surface, the air itself seemed to shimmer with the energy of another plane. There was no sky, no ground, only a boundless golden abyss on both sides. And in the middle of that sacred nothingness, Goku ran, at full speed. His boots struck the curved blocks with a steady rhythm, like war drums announcing his return. Ha, ha, come on, come on, come on. He panted between strides. Sweat streamed down his face in crooked lines, but his eyes stayed fixed ahead. His gaze hardened, his brows drawn tight with focus. He had been running for hours, maybe days. He had lost track of time, but he could feel it. He knew it in his bones. He was close. Gotta be, I dunno, maybe a quarter left. He said aloud, as if speaking the words would make them true. Yeah, that's it, just a quarter left. Goku was never good at math. He never would be, but his instinct, that sixth sense trained beyond logic, told him the end was near. That Earth was calling to him, and that something was wrong. Very wrong. For the past hour, that feeling in his chest hadn't stopped. A knot right below the sternum. A tremor that didn't come from his legs but from his soul. What's happening down there? He muttered under his breath. He tried not to think about it, about the possibility that some of them hadn't made it, but now, it was impossible to ignore. His steps faltered for a second. His body shuddered. Something had just vanished. A key, one he knew. Tien, he whispered, almost like an exhale. Without thinking, he slowed down, his mind tracing the energies he'd been sensing since his revival. They weren't all there anymore. He could feel only three. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and nothing else. No, he said, coming to a sudden stop, his heels grinding against the stone path. The aura around him pulsed violently, mirroring his confusion, his helplessness. His hands trembled, not from exhaustion, from the truth he could no longer deny. Yamcha Xiaosu Tien. He closed his eyes, teeth clenched. I'm sorry I was too late. An invisible breeze, born of no wind, brushed against his face. It was cold, not like the air of Earth's forests or snowy peaks. It was the chill of the void, of loss. But then, something inside him ignited. A spark, small, almost hidden. A promise. Chi-Chi. Her voice echoed in his mind again, clear, distant, almost dreamlike. Protect him, Goku. Protect him no matter what. Gohan was still alive, and if he fell too, Goku could never forgive himself. His son. Goku opened his eyes. Pure fire burned in his gaze. I can't stop now. He looked ahead. Snake Way still stretched endlessly before him, but it no longer seemed infinite. He could feel it shortening, as if gravity itself screamed at him to move faster. He clenched his fists, bent his legs, and then, he decided. Kaioken, he roared, his voice resolute. And his aura erupted. A crimson wave flared to life around his body. Liquid fire made energy. His muscles tightened, and his speed doubled in the blink of an eye. Each stride was an explosion. The road trembled beneath his boots. The stones quivered, as if the very fabric of the other world responded to his resolve. Far ahead, the faint traces of ki began to sharpen. Clearer, stronger, more desperate. Hold on, he roared as he ran, his voice swallowed by the storm of power. I'm coming, almost there. And while Kaioken multiplied his power, his body began to protest. Veins bulged along his neck. Pressure built in his joints. But he didn't slow down. Not this time. Doesn't matter. Bet they've got some senzu beans ready by the time I show up. A tired, fleeting smile crossed his face. Master Korin probably saw this coming. Hope didn't come from his strength. It came from them, his friends, his family, the ones who were still standing. Snake Way curved sharply, as if the universe itself wanted to test him one more time. But Goku didn't flinch. He launched himself into the bend like a missile, no hesitation, no thought. His hair whipped violently in the non-existent wind of the ethereal space. And then, he felt it, a ki, huge, cold, calculated, an energy unlike any other. Vegeta, her ki pierced through him like a needle of ice. It wasn't rage like Piccolo's or Tien's from the past. It was pure calm, killing calm. So she's shown herself, Goku muttered, jaw tightening. Something strange stirred within him. Not fear, not hate, anticipation. For the first time in his life, he felt something more than the thrill of facing a strong rival. He felt uncertainty, But he didn't stop. He wouldn't stop. The Kaioken burned brighter. His crimson aura lit Snake Way like a shooting star. Every step brought him closer to his son, to his friends, to an Earth that might not be the same once he set foot on it again. And still, hold on, he shouted into the void, as if commanding the distance itself. Just a little longer. I promised I'd protect him. I promised I'd come back. The road curved once more. And Goku accelerated, because for a Saiyan like him, a promise made to the dead was holier than any law in the universe. A few minutes later, the silence within King Enma's temple was unlike any silence on Earth. Here, in the threshold between life and death, time didn't walk, it floated. The souls in line made no sound. They drifted in spectral processions, guided by celestial Oni like obedient shadows. Only the sighs of the great judge echoed within the vast chamber. But today, Enma was restless. At his enormous desk, the fingers of his giant hand tapped against the soulpad like an invisible countdown. His massive body quivered slightly with every exhale. His mustache bristled with impatience. Beneath his furrowed brows, his eyes kept flicking toward the horizon of Snake Way. Come on, kid, you should have been here by now," he grumbled. At his side, standing in the air atop a floating platform, Kami watched in silence. There was no peace in his eyes. His hands were clasped behind his back, his robes rippling softly in the subtle winds of the other world, but his gaze burned with contained anxiety. "I shouldn't interfere," he murmured. "I shouldn't, but if he takes a few minutes longer, if Goku doesn't make it in time." He looked down. He felt it. The deaths, the absences. Through his link to Earth, the Guardian knew exactly what had happened. Yamcha, Xiaosu, Tien, their names weighed on his mind like stones. And though he had no tears, his soul trembled. "It can't have been in vain," he whispered. Then, something moved. A line on the horizon. A glimmer through the golden haze. A heartbeat louder than the rest. King Enma straightened up with a triumphant rumble. "There he is." Kami narrowed his eyes. The point was approaching fast. Like a shooting star between worlds. Goku's figure burst through the curves of Snake Way at brutal speed, wrapped in a crimson aura. Arms pumping, his face drenched in sweat but radiant. He shouted as soon as he saw the temple. "Kami, sorry I'm late." He didn't even slow down. No greeting, no courtesy, only urgency. Yema didn't bother to scold him. He just snorted and pointed at Kami. "Hurry, old man, before it's too late for the ones still fighting." Kami reached out his hand. Goku grabbed it mid-run. And in the same instant, zong, they vanished. Sacred temple. Earth's sky. A flash of light descended at supernatural speed from the highest layers of the atmosphere. It was as if the sky had torn its own veil for an instant. And at the heart of that lightning, they appeared. On the platform of Kami's temple, Goku landed on his feet with a force that cracked the sacred tiles. "Thanks," he yelled, already running toward the edge. "Really thanks, Kami." "Go," said the Namekian, barely catching his breath. "They're waiting for you." Without losing a second, Goku jumped diving stride. GHT through the central shaft that led down to Korin Tower. The wind became a vortex around him, his hair flaring like a black flame. "Master Korin," he shouted before touching down. And there he was. The wise cat turned calmly, as if he'd been expecting him for hours. "Took you long enough, Goku. The senzu beans, do you have them?" Goku cried, landing in front of the small clay bowl that usually held them. Korin leaned over the bowl, took a small green pouch, and tossed it with feline precision. "Only 3 left. Use them wisely." Goku caught it mid-air without missing a step, swallowing one. Immediately to recover from the strain of Kaioken. The effect was instant. His energy surged back like a tidal wave. But he didn't linger on it. "Thanks, Master. You don't know how much this means." Then he looked up. He could feel it. The battlefield to the east. Vegeta's energy a brutal beacon. "Kintoan," he called. His voice rolled through the clouds like thunder. He didn't have to wait a heartbeat. From the west, a living spark of golden cotton streaked across the sky, faster than ever before. It stopped right before him. Trembling, ready, Goku leapt onto it without hesitation. "Let's go, my friend." Full speed ahead, and then, they took off. The flying nimbus shot through the sky like a golden lightning bolt, slicing through the clouds. Behind them, the temple vanished. Behind them, the calm. Ahead, hell itself. Goku clutched the senzu pouch to his chest. "Hold on, I'm coming." The wind tore at his face. His heart pounded with a strange mix of fury and hope. This time, he wouldn't fail. At the same time, Eastern Plains. The battlefield was a graveyard without tombstones. No wind, no birds, no sound except the low, almost imperceptible hum of ki from the two Saiyans who still ruled the sky motionless. The ground was cracked, burned, shattered in dozens of places. On the dirt, shrouded by the long shadows of the descending sun, lay the bodies of the fallen. Yamcha, Tien, and what little was left of Xiaosu. Their remains had been laid with respect, beside a low rock formation. But even there, covered with scraps of cloth that had survived the explosions, death clung to them like a silent presence. It was impossible not to look, impossible not to feel. A few meters away, 3 figures still stood. Piccolo, his back straight as a green wall, arms crossed, gaze fixed on the horizon as if waiting for something that had yet to appear. Krillin sitting on a rock, elbows on his knees, sweat on his forehead, hands stained with dust and dried blood. He breathed quietly. He hadn't spoken much in half an hour. And finally Gohan, standing, shaking, eyes red from crying, but unmoving beside Piccolo for more than 40 minutes. And in front of them, Princess Vegeta. She sat atop a jagged rock formation, as if the stone itself had shaped into a throne for her. One arm rested on a bent knee, the other hung loosely at her side. The sun glinted off her armor flawless, not a single crack. Her hair rose naturally, as though gravity itself obeyed her, and her eyes were fixed on Gohan, directly, for nearly 20 minutes. She didn't speak, didn't blink, didn't move. She simply watched, as if analyzing something no one else could see. Gohan swallowed hard. It wasn't just fear, it was something deeper. That woman wasn't looking at him like a child, nor like an enemy. She looked at him as if he were an experiment, a question with no answer. And that uncertainty was worse than any attack. Why won't she stop looking at me? He whispered, voice trembling. Krillin, beside him, muttered softly, I don't know, kid, but don't take it personally. Maybe she's bored. She doesn't look bored, murmured Gohan. Krillin followed his gaze, and for a brief moment felt a chill run down his spine. It was true, Vegeta didn't look bored, nor tense, nor even impatient. She looked focused, like a hunter who has spotted a rare prey, and waits for the perfect moment to strike. A few steps from her throne, Nappa crouched, resting on his heels, arms on his knees like a warhound that hadn't yet been unleashed. He said nothing, only glanced sideways at his princess, waiting, just one word from her, and the massacre would continue. But for now, she was silent. Piccolo finally turned to the two survivors. He observed them for a moment. Gohan was pale, eyes swollen, but he hadn't run, hadn't broken. He was still standing. Krillin had barely enough energy to stay alert. His ki was low, but his eyes still burned with will. Piccolo inhaled deeply, then spoke. His voice was low but firm, dry as stone, sharp as decision itself. Listen, if Goku doesn't show up in the next 15 minutes, I'll have to play my last card. Krillin looked up. What card? Piccolo's expression darkened. My life. Silence fell instantly. Gohan stepped forward. What? You can't. I can. And if things get out of control, I will. Krillin clenched his fists. Wait, that's not part of the plan. Quote. Piccolo narrowed his eyes. What plan? The plan where we die one by one. Gohan cried out, desperate. My dad's coming. He promised he'd always protect me. His eyes blazed, not with fear this time, but with faith. He promised Mom and me. Piccolo looked at him, his face unreadable, but inside, something stirred, something beyond cynicism, beyond battle logic, a spark, a doubt, a hope he dared not embrace. Krillin, though exhausted, spoke too. He's right, Piccolo. Goku always shows up, always. This time's different, the Namekian said flatly. He's not on this planet. We don't know if he can cross in time. We don't know if he'll have any strength left when he does. And we don't know if you, Gohan, he paused. If you'll even be able to move when the time comes. Gohan lowered his head, but said nothing. Piccolo knelt down, took a long stick from a charred branch and began drawing in the dusty ground. Listen, if Goku doesn't arrive and the princess enters the fight. He drew a circle in the dirt. Krillin, I want you to create a smokescreen from this point. Cover our retreat. He drew a line in the opposite direction. I'll position myself here. I'll attack her head on. No ki blasts, just what real strength I have left. Krillin leaned in. And us? Piccolo looked at Gohan. You'll take him and get out of here. What? But I want to fight too. No, Piccolo roared. The ground itself vibrated. Even from her perch, Vegeta raised an eyebrow at the tone. Piccolo lowered his voice, but not its edge. You're going to survive, you're going to live, because if Goku shows up you'll be the reason he doesn't lose control. Gohan stared at him, tears brimming again. But what about you? Don't worry about me. He turned to Krillin. And you, if Goku makes it in time, protect him when he lands. Give him time to assess the situation. Don't distract him. Krillin nodded slowly. Got it. The sun dipped lower. Orange light stretched long shadows across the field. The heat wasn't natural. It was the weight of contained ki. And just then, Vegeta stood up, smoothly, almost gracefully. Quote, quote. Gohan felt a spasm in his stomach. Krillin swallowed hard. Piccolo straightened. She took a few steps, slow, deliberate. Her boots cracked against broken rock. Her eyes still fixed on them. Then she spoke, for the first time in an hour. Time. One word. Her voice colder than ice. Clearer than crystal. More final than judgment itself. 3 hours have passed, she added, glancing at the sky. Kakarot hasn't arrived. Nappa rose instantly. Can I go now, princess? Can I kill them? Vegeta didn't look at him. She just took another step. I don't need to say it. She turned slowly toward the three. Her pupils glinted, and then, the sky trembled. The air changed, not with wind, not with sound, but with presence. An invisible pressure descended on the field, as if the planet itself had held its breath. First came the feeling, then a chill, and finally a heartbeat, a pulse of energy, distant, but firm, pure, direct, like a spiritual bell tolling from the heavens. And in that instant, the three survivors felt it. Krillin spoke first. That energy? He spun around. Dust lifted around him. His whole body trembled. He clutched his chest. It's him. A wide, genuine smile broke across his face. It's Goku. His eyes filled with tears. His knees almost gave out. You made it, you finally made it. Gohan stood silent at first. Frozen. Then his ki flared instinctively. Emotion took shape as power. Heat rushed through his arms. His heart raced. Something deep within him recognized that energy instantly. Dad. He took a step forward. Then another. His lips trembled. It's him, Dad's here. A single tear rolled down his cheek. But this one was different. A tear of joy. Piccolo said nothing. For the first few seconds, he simply watched. The energy felt like lightning spreading from the west. But it wasn't the same. It wasn't the Goku who died fighting Raditz. Nor the naive Goku from years before. This was something else. Piccolo slowly opened his eyes wider. This power. His voice barely rose above a whisper. As if the air itself refused to carry it far. Is this Goku? A pause. His heart skipped. His pupils dilated. No, this goes beyond anything I've felt before. Krillin turned toward him, his smile trembling. See? I told you he'd come back. Gohan nodded hard. He'd never break his promise. Piccolo narrowed his gaze skyward. The ki was coming straight toward them, clearer by the second. Stronger, more defined, and it kept growing. Kakarot, he murmured. On the opposite side of the field, the Saiyans felt it too. Nappa was the first to glance up, frowning, then raising an eyebrow. Huh, what the? He slowly turned toward his superior. Princess, there's something. But his words died. Vegeta already knew. Her hand clutched the scouter, the lens flashing red. The beeping was rapid, harsh, urgent. Beep, beep, beep. The device couldn't settle on a number. 6,200, 6,800, 7,400, 8,000. What? For the first time since landing on Earth, Vegeta was surprised, and not with cold, calculated surprise. It was real. Her expression hardened, but her eyes shone with something deeper than analysis. This can't be, she whispered. What is it? Nappa barked, now visibly shaken. It's him, she said. Gaze locked on the sky. Kakarot. Nappa straightened. For real? Yes. Her voice was low, but heavy, and his power level surpasses 8,000. Nappa's face froze. What? That's impossible. The scouter must be malfunctioning. The words exploded like a bomb. Vegeta slowly lowered the device from her face. The lens trembled, seconds from bursting from the unstable readings. She said nothing, but her fingers tightened. Nappa growled. That's impossible. How can that low-class bastard? But she cut him off. Shut up, Nappa. The snarl silenced him. Her voice turned cold again. How can a low-class warrior possess this kind of power? Nappa swallowed. Then she gave the order. Firm, strategic, deadly. Listen carefully. This game is over. What do you want me to do? Finish the ones who are left. She turned to him, arms crossed. Kill the Namekian. Kill the human. We'll figure out the Dragon Balls later. We'll visit the Namekian's homeworld, if we have to. From afar, Piccolo felt his insides freeze. And the boy, Vegeta, looked up again. Kakarot's energy was closer now. Clearer, stronger. Gohan stared back, confused. Vegeta barely moved her lips. Leave him alive. Huh? He's Kakarot's son. Her words were a decree, not a suggestion. I don't want him dead. He might prove useful later. Nappa nodded, not fully understanding but obedient nonetheless. He turned toward the field where Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan stood ready. With pleasure, and he began to walk. Slow, like a hungry animal, like a living bomb counting down. Each step crushed the earth beneath his boots. His ki flared into a furious bonfire, raw, smoky rage. His armor scorched, but his grin widening. Because now, he had permission. Let's end this farce, he thought as he roared. And charged. Krillin moved first. He'd seen it coming. Nappa's aura was a war train. Fast, loud, unstoppable. Gohan, get down, he shouted, hurling himself into the air. Firing 2 ki blasts straight at the brute. Ba-ba, the explosions bounced off Nappa's chest like rubber balls. He didn't stop, didn't flinch, didn't even blink, and with one move, TCH nuisance, wham, his arm shot out like a hammer. It struck Krillin square in the stomach. The small warrior barely managed a gasp before he was flung backward like a broken projectile. His body bounced 3 times across the ground, sending dust and stones flying. Krillin, Gohan cried, but there was no time to help, because then Nappa turned, opened his mouth, and light began to gather inside. Ag! A blast erupted from his jaws, a searing beam of death, fired without warning, aimed where he thought Krillin had landed. But it wasn't Krillin, it was Gohan. Gohan didn't move, he was frozen. His ki vibrated but he didn't use it. Fear, pure, paralyzing fear gripped his body again. He could see the beam coming, feel its heat, smell death itself. He thought of his mother, of his father, of Yamcha, Chaozu, Tien, of Piccolo. I'm going to die, he thought. He closed his eyes, but then, something stepped in front of him. A green shadow, an outstretched arm, a deep, guttural shout. Gohan! Boom! The blast hit. An explosion swallowed the scene in fire and light. The air warped. Dust rose in a brutal cloud. The ground split open. 3 seconds passed, then 5, when the smoke began to clear. Gohan was still standing, shaking, covered in dirt, but unharmed. And before him, Piccolo, his body smoked. His left arm hung charred halfway to the shoulder. The right side of his chest was burned open. Thick blood dripped onto the dry earth. And yet, he was standing. He turned his head, looked at him, at Gohan. His lips curved, not a smile, but something close. You all right? His voice was a whisper made of broken stones. Gohan fell to his knees. Mr. Piccolo? Piccolo chuckled, a short, painful sound. Stop calling me mister. His legs trembled, but he held for a moment longer. I used to think you were just a whiny brat. Gohan couldn't stop crying. Don't say that. Don't save me like this. Shut up, Piccolo coughed. I'm talking, kid. His breathing faltered. Each word ripped from his soul. When I offered to train you, I did it to turn you into a weapon against these monsters. Gohan shook his head, sobbing. I didn't want anyone to die, not you. And yet, Piccolo looked down. You changed me. A pause. His knees gave out. He dropped to one leg. Damn kid. A low, almost sad laugh escaped him. I never knew what it meant to protect someone until I met you. Gohan reached out but couldn't move, frozen by pain. Piccolo, and then, the Namekian looked him straight in the eyes. You're the only friend I've ever had. And fell. Avi's silence blanketed the field like a black shroud. Gohan didn't scream, not like before. He just clenched his fists. Tight, until his nails broke skin. Until his aura began to shake. Until his ki rumbled like a restrained roar. From afar, Nappa grinned. One less. But something was wrong. The kid had changed. He wasn't trembling, wasn't crying, wasn't hiding behind anyone anymore. Now, ki poured from his back like a wild storm. Spontaneous, untamed, alive. Krillin, half buried in rubble, barely opened his eyes. Gohan? But what he saw sent a chill through his spine. The boy was standing. Dust spun around him, drawn into a furious vortex as if the planet itself recognized his awakening. His eyes, red from crying, now burned with rage. A rage too big for his small body to contain. He screamed, and the air trembled. The sky seemed to twist above him. Gohan's aura erupted. From her rocky perch, Vegeta watched the phenomenon closely. Her face stayed calm, but her left eyebrow arched slightly. That child. She activated her scouter with a faint tap. 3,200, 3,800, 4,100. It's climbing again, and she knew. It wasn't random, it wasn't luck, it was power, raw, wild, emotional power. A volcano without discipline, she murmured. But real. Gohan raised both hands, brought them to his forehead. He remembered. The technique Piccolo had shown him only once on a quiet training day. This is for you, Mr. Piccolo, he shouted through gritted teeth. Ki gathered in his palms a trembling sphere of golden light. It pulsed so hard the ground cracked in a perfect circle around him. Krillin tried to move. Gohan, don't. But Gohan had already decided. No strategy, no fear, only heart. Masenko-u. The blast of light tore through the air like a divine spear. It streaked forward furious, straight, roaring like golden thunder. Nappa, still grinning from his victory, didn't even see it coming. Bomb. The impact was total. The Saiyan's stomach took the hit head-on. The explosion engulfed him, hurling smoke, rock, and energy in all directions. His scream was guttural. Aarrrrghhhhhh. He flew backward, slamming into a rock face, carving a trench through the dirt. A cloud of dust swallowed everything. From above, Vegeta frowned. Not in anger, in surprise, and something faintly resembling respect. That boy. She glanced at her scouter again. 5,200. And dropping. Acts on emotion. Strikes by instinct. But if he survives this day, he'll be a problem. Below. Gohan gasped for breath. His arms felt like lead. The attack had drained him. But he was still standing. Krillin dragged himself forward. Gohan, that was incredible. He didn't finish the sentence. Because through the smoke, something moved. Nappa. Burned. Covered in dirt and blood. Roaring. Oj, you little brat. His eyes were bloodshot, hair singed, armor shredded, but more than hurt, he was furious. He spread both arms. Ki gathered in his chest like molten metal. I'll pay you back tenfold. Gohan, run, Krillin screamed, still on his knees. The boy looked at him. And froze again. Fear crept back in. I can't move, he whispered. The beam shot forward. Whoosh. Krillin shut his eyes. No, Nappa laughed. Say goodbye, you little runt. The blast hit. A brilliant explosion. Blinding. Cracking. Silence followed. Nappa panted. Hey he, that's it. But then, a sound. A whisper in the wind. Nappa turned slowly, and saw him. Gohan. Standing on a yellow cloud. Untouched. Looking down, confused but smiling. Nappa's brow furrowed. What? His ki sense tingled. A shadow was descending from the heavens. And beside him Vegeta felt it too. She looked up and for an instant. Her eyes widened. A figure floated down from the sky. Orange GI, heavy boots, black hair waving in the wind. A calm face, an aura like an ocean. A power like a mountain. Goku. The air itself seemed to know. The pressure changed. A presence, pure yet overwhelming, settled over the battlefield. Goku landed, gently, not even a grain of dust stirred. His eyes swept the scene. The wreckage, the cratered earth, the fallen bodies, Piccolo motionless, and Gohan, wide-eyed, tearful, hopeful. Dad, the boy whispered. Dad, Krillin gasped. Goku, a broken, joyful grin stretched across his face. You made it, you really made it, buddy. From the other side, Vegeta finally spoke. Her voice was firm but something new rippled through it. Curiosity, and a spark of excitement. So you finally arrived. She lowered her arms, crossed her legs atop the rock, and with a half-smile, in a low but clear voice, said, Kakarot. Goku lifted his gaze, and saw her, the princess, and at last, the low-class warrior who defied fate, stood face to face with her. At last, warrior against warrior, destiny against pride, face to face. The wind blew softly, an unreal calm, the kind of calm that only comes when the storm has already torn everything apart. But this time, the storm was him, Son Goku. He hadn't spoken a word, hadn't moved beyond his landing. And yet, everyone felt it. That pure ki, clear, dense, like the deep ocean. Gohan, still on the flying nimbus, stared at him. His eyes were foggy, his cheeks, wet. Then, Goku turned toward him. He smiled just a little, warmly. Sorry I'm late, Gohan. His voice was soft, gentle. Gohan looked at him, his lips trembling. Goku scratched the back of his neck, wearing that smile that could almost heal the world. You've really grown this past year. He leaned forward slightly, watching him with tender humor. Though remind me to get you a haircut later, alright? Looks like Piccolo didn't know barbers existed. Gohan couldn't hold it in anymore. Dad, he leapt from the nimbus cloud straight into his father's arms. He hugged him tightly with everything he had. His small arms wrapped around Goku's neck. His face buried in his shoulder. I thought you weren't gonna make it. I tried but, shish. Goku held him tight, never losing that calm smile. It's okay, Gohan, I'm here now. The world could crumble, enemies could surround them, the earth could be drenched in blood. But right then, Goku wasn't a warrior, he was a father. Down below, staggering, Krillin approached. His legs were pillars of pain. His arm bled, at least one rib was broken. But his eyes, they shone. Gee Goku. Goku gently lowered Gohan. He brushed a hand through his son's hair so softly it almost hurt. Well done, son, I'm proud of you. Gohan looked up through his tears and nodded silently. Then Goku turned to his best friend. Krillin, one word, enough. Krillin didn't speak, he just hugged him for a moment, tightly, wordlessly. Two friends who didn't need explanations. You guys look like you've been through hell, said Goku. Krillin smiled painfully. It's been almost impossible but you made it. Goku reached inside his GI. He pulled out 2 senzu beans. These are all I've got. Use them to get your strength back. Krillin nodded, he already knew. Goku hadn't come just to heal. He'd come to fight. Gohan chewed his bean with effort. Krillin did the same. Energy surged through their bodies like a tidal wave. Their wounds began to close. Their breathing steadied, but Goku no longer smiled. He turned toward the battlefield. And then, he saw them. First Yamcha, lying motionless on the ground. His body broken by a Sabaman's explosion. His face empty. No peace, no rage, just nothing. Then, beyond him Tien Shinhan. Still kneeling, one arm gone. His body marked by sacrifice. Goku lowered his head, his fists clenched. No, and there, the void, where Chaozu once was. Nothing, only dust and his tiny hat. No body, no ki, no shadow, just a crater in the earth and absence. An absence that hurt more than any wound. And then, Piccolo, lying on his side, still smoking, his arm charred, his torso torn open. Goku took a step forward, kneeled beside him. He didn't say a word, but his eyes said everything. Piccolo, the enemy of his youth, the unexpected ally, the one who'd become his son's teacher. Thank you. Gohan approached, lowering his head. Krillin placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. And then, Goku stood. Slowly, he turned, and saw them. Nappa, still panting, still smoking, covered in dust, rage, and wounded pride. And beside him, sitting atop a high rock, legs crossed, back straight as a queen upon her stone throne. Vegeta, the princess of the Saiyans. And she rose. Her boots cracked the stone as she stood. The wind caught her hair, moving it with feline grace. Her face was calm but her eyes burned with hunger. And a faint smile curved her lips. So you finally decided to show yourself. Her voice wasn't mockery, it was fire under control. Her eyes locked on him. Kakarot. Goku looked back. The seriousness in his face was absolute. No anger, no hesitation, just focus. So you're the princess. He paused, measuring her. Then nodded. Vegeta. Silence. And then, the sky began to darken, not from clouds. Before the fallen bodies, the dry blood in the earth, and the planet's open wound. Goku stepped forward. His gaze stayed fixed, not on the heavens, not on the horizon, but on them, on Nappa, the killer, and on Vegeta, the Saiyan princess who hadn't yet fought, but had already decided everything with a single look. From behind, Gohan and Krillin watched. The air shifted again, no longer heavy from threat, but tight with power. Goku clenched his fists. Slowly, then the ground trembled. An invisible wave of energy spread around him. Dust rose, rocks lifted from the ground. A massive pressure as if the sky itself were falling. Goku's aura burst forth, not with screams, not with rage, but with sheer intensity. A blinding, white light, painful to look at. WHHHHHRRRRMMMM. Krillin swallowed hard. I can't believe it. Gohan trembled, but this time, in awe. What is this feeling? Nappa took a step back, his face twisting in disbelief. What the hell? He turned to his princess. Vegeta, what's Kakarot's power level? Vegeta didn't answer immediately. Her eyes stayed locked on her scouter. The lens glowed red, beeping, blinking. The number climbed. 6,800, 7,400, 8,900. And then, the scouter exploded. Pching. Vegeta narrowed her eyes, brushing away the smoking fragments with 2 fingers. Her brow furrowed as she recalled the last number she saw before it burst. And for the first time since landing on Earth, she showed more than control. Rage. It's over 10,000. Nappa's eyes widened like plates. What? 10,000? That's impossible. Vegeta said nothing. She just looked at him. And that look was an order. Nappa roared. That thing must be broken. And without waiting another second, he charged. His massive body became a whirlwind of muscle and rage. His fists roared through the air. The ground exploded under his steps. D-I-I-I-E-E. But then, Goku vanished. Nappa didn't understand. He lost sight of him. Even sound seemed to stop. Where? Then, bam, an explosion of force. A perfect kick, sharp, surgical. Straight to Nappa's back. The giant shot forward like a sack of rock. Crash. He tore through a rocky ridge and hit the ground face first. Silence. Krillin blinked. Did you see that? Gohan could only shake. I didn't even see him move. Nappa stumbled to his feet. Blood trickled from his nose. His teeth ground together. Raw og hhh. Where are you? Goku reappeared several meters away. Arms crossed. His stare cold as steel. Is that all you've got? Quote. Nappa turned toward Vegeta. What the hell was that? A low-class Saiyan can't move that fast. Vegeta didn't answer. She just watched her expression hardening. Goku took another step forward. You. His voice was low, deep, calm, dangerously calm. You came here to destroy, to kill, to turn this world into ashes. He looked at Nappa with pure contempt. And you did it with a smile on your face. He looked at the fallen bodies without moving. Yamcha Tien Xiaosu Piccolo. His voice trembled ever so slightly on the last name. You thin. You can just come to a planet and play with people's lives? He lifted his gaze. You think being Saiyan makes you better than everyone else? His ki began to rise again. Not all at once, but like a storm building slowly, like an ocean wave gathering every ounce of power from the deep. Today you'll learn. A pause. That Earth isn't your toy. Goku's aura exploded once more. Woo-mm. The ground cracked beneath him. The wind spiraled. His hair whipped wildly. And for the first time, Nappa stepped back. Vegeta lowered her gaze, and muttered under her breath, almost to herself. So it was true. A pause. Kakarot survived. He's changed, and now he's stronger. Her brow furrowed again, but a faint smile tugged at her lips. And I want to see it all. Minutes later, Nappa was roaring, not like a warrior but like a cornered beast. Rahhhh. Stop toying with me, damn it. His massive frame lunged forward. The ground shattered beneath him. His fists sliced the air like war hammers. Goku didn't flinch. The first punch came straight for his face. Goku blocked it with one arm. Didn't even blink. Clank. The second, aimed at his ribs. He sidestepped, smooth as water. The third, a spinning kick. But Goku was gone. Nappa snarled. Where are you? A calm voice answered from above. Up here. Goku stood on his head. Literally. Both feet planted squarely on the bald top of the Saiyan's skull. Arms crossed. Is that really all you've got? Nappa roared in fury. Get off me, you piece of shit. He swung both arms upward. But before he could connect, wham, Goku disappeared again, and reappeared right in front of Nappa's chest, already mid-attack. My turn. His fist drove into Nappa's gut like a divine battering ram. Kooum. Air blasted from Nappa's lungs. His body arched. Spit flew from his mouth. His eyes went wide. URRKKK. Goku didn't let him fall. He grabbed him by the tail, the Saiyan's weakness, with precise control. Nappa tried to scream, but only managed a broken groan. Goku spun on his heel and hurled him skyward. Whoosh! Nappa shot into the clouds like a meteor. Krillin covered his mouth. Gohan said nothing, just watched. High above, Nappa stopped mid-air, gasping. His face twisted in disbelief and rage. You won't beat me, Kakarot. He gathered ki between his hands, a spinning sphere of fire. Za! He fired. A massive blast straight down toward Goku. Dad, look out! Gohan screamed. But Goku didn't move. No stance. No dodge. No retreat. The blast hit him square in the chest. Bong! A flash of light flooded the plain. The ground shook. Smoke covered everything. Silence. Krillin stared in horror. Goku. Gohan took a step forward. Dad! The smoke cleared, and there he was, standing, unmoving, face calm, not a single scratch. Nappa's blast had done nothing. Goku raised his head slightly. His eyes cut through the distance. Was that your best? Nappa froze. He didn't understand. Couldn't be, but Goku stepped forward. You're strong. Sure. Another step. But you lack discipline. Another. You've got no purpose. Shut up. Goku was right below him now. From the ground, Gohan watched it all. His eyes still wet, his fists clenched for Piccolo. And yet, he smiled. He remembered. When he was 2 years old. When his dad used to train while he played with the toys his mom had left him before she died. After dinner, his dad would run up the hill, sit on a rock, and smile at him quietly. Telling him that one day, he'd do things like that too. Dad is strong, but this was different. It wasn't training, it wasn't a game, this was the battlefield. And his dad was power itself. Dad, Gohan whispered, a tear sliding down his cheek. You're amazing. From her rocky throne, Vegeta watched. Unblinking, unmoving, arms crossed, body straight, breathing steady, but inside her something began to stir. Nappa was nothing compared to her. But he was strong, stronger than most of Frieza's soldiers. More destructive than almost any race they'd conquered. He had burned entire cities, erased civilizations in a day, crushed the mightiest warriors of countless worlds beneath his boot without taking a scratch. And yet, here he was, humiliated, every attack useless, every roar of rage answered with silence. Kakarot wasn't just winning, he was dominating. Vegeta clenched her teeth, not in fury, in surprise, in something she hadn't felt in a very long time. Disorientation. That idiot. Her thoughts cut like knives. That low-class fool. She remembered perfectly when she'd seen him as a baby. Tiny, helpless, trash unworthy of the Saiyan elite. He'd been sent to a weak planet to conquer or die. Nothing more. And now, that same warrior was crushing Nappa without effort. Her brow furrowed. The wind brushed her face. And then she felt it. A tingle, slight, almost imperceptible. Her tail moved. It didn't hang limp. It wasn't neatly coiled at her waist. It wasn't still. No, it was stirring, uncoiling, slowly, but with a life of its own. Vegeta blinked, confused. She glanced back, saw it twitching behind her, like it was searching for something or someone. TCH. She clicked her tongue sharply and grabbed it. With one swift motion, she wrapped it tight around her waist again. Control yourself, she muttered. But her voice trembled. She stayed silent for a moment. Then remembered. Saiyan biology, combat instinct, the Empire's research logs, the ancient behavioral reports, the secret archives of the royal bloodline. When a Saiyan female encounters a rival she perceives as truly worthy in battle, she may display involuntary physical reactions such as her eyes narrowed, reflexive tail activation, her heart skipped, not from emotion, from realization. It wasn't romantic, not sentimental, it was instinctual, primal, Saiyan. And that was what unsettled her. She didn't lose control, she didn't react, she commanded, always. And yet, her body was responding to him. Not for what he said, not for how he looked, but for how he fought. He wasn't just strong, he was defiant, but not arrogantly, not with anger, with something purer, confidence, calm, nature itself. Vegeta's gaze returned to the battlefield. Goku had just blocked another of Nappa's attacks without even using his hands. His aura glowed like a caged sun. Every move precise, measured, perfect, instinct refined through purpose, strength guided by calm. And there it was again. That tingle, that pull at the base of her spine. Her tail wanted out again. TCH, damn it. She tightened it once more. Harder this time, but she wasn't fooling herself. She knew, she couldn't stop it. She wasn't just watching an enemy. She was watching something she'd longed for since she was a child. Since no one could challenge her. Since she'd realized that ruling over the Saiyan elite felt emptier than she'd ever imagined. A possibility, a rival, a real fight. Vegeta clenched her fists. Could it be at last? She looked again at Kakarot. And for the first time in years, she smiled, not in mockery, not in superiority, but with something older, purer, desire, maybe finally a true battle. The air echoed with rhythm now. Strike, block, dodge, counter, and always the same result. Nappa, frustrated and breathless. Goku, serene, untouchable. Every blast stopped, every charge deflected with a single motion. Goku wasn't mocking him, he was simply beyond him. Krillin watched from behind, sitting on the ground, clutching his side. I can't believe it, I've never seen Goku like this, never this powerful. Gohan stood beside him, silent, just smiling. From her stone seat, Vegeta said nothing. Only her eyes spoke, cold, focused, razor sharp. Then, without even turning her head, she spoke. Her voice was calm but carried the kind of weight that bred obedience. Nappa. The brute stopped, trembling, breath ragged. What is it? That's enough. The silence dropped like a hammer. Goku lowered his guard slightly, watching. Krillin lifted his head. Gohan blinked. Enough? Nappa turned to her, confused. What are you saying, princess? Vegeta narrowed her eyes. It's my turn. Nappa stepped back. What? You're gonna fight him? She looked at him like he was an insect. Can't you see, Nappa? A pause. You're just in the way now. If you can't touch him, better I step in than let you keep disgracing our race with your pathetic brawling. That was too much. Nappa wasn't bright, but his pride was unbroken. He'd been beaten, tossed, humiliated. And now, his princess called him useless. No, he roared, turning toward the field again. If I can't beat that bastard, at least. Then he did the unthinkable. He turned his gaze toward Krillin and Gohan. Gohan felt it instantly. What? Krillin tried to stand, but his leg wouldn't move. No. Nappa grinned viciously, both hands glowing. Then I'll just tear them apart. A roar split the air. But it wasn't Nappa's. It was Goku's. No, and then he vanished. Only Vegeta saw it. Only she, with her honed perception, caught that instant. The red aura, the shift in air, the dense condensation of energy around his body just for a moment. And in that second, Goku was already behind Nappa. With one clean, brutal, final strike. Crack, his fist drove into Nappa's spine. The giant's back snapped in two. He fell like a stone. Heavy, useless, broken. Krillin's eyes widened. What just happened? Gohan gasped. Dad, he moved so fast. Goku walked slowly toward the fallen warrior. Silent, he looked down for a moment. Then lifted him with one arm like a sack of grain. He turned toward Vegeta. His voice was firm, not pleading, commanding. Take your partner, and leave this planet, now. Vegeta didn't respond, just stared. Inside her, a storm of thoughts. That movement, that aura, that power. What was that technique? How many more times can he use it? Goku tossed Nappa's body toward her. The brute rolled across the dirt like a discarded husk, gasping weakly. He looked up at her. Princess Vegeta, please. His voice cracked. Please help me, I beg you. Vegeta walked toward him, graceful, deadly, each step deliberate. She stopped in front of her fallen subordinate, who smiled faintly in relief. Hank, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. She didn't speak. She simply reached out her hand. He grabbed it clumsily. A always loyal Prince. Crack. Vegeta squeezed, not to lift him, but to choke him. Nappa's eyes bulged. What are you doing? She smiled, not kindly, cold, perfect, cruel. A crippled Saiyan is useless to me. Nappa. What are you? She threw him into the sky. Nappa floated helplessly upward, confused. Princess. From below, Vegeta raised a finger. A tiny point of energy formed. Small, silent, deadly. Goku narrowed his eyes. You're not. Vegeta spoke with icy elegance. I'm doing him a favor. Zah. The blast hit, and erased him. One last scream, then nothing. Silence. Krillin's jaw dropped. She killed him. Gohan covered his mouth. But he was her ally. Goku lowered his arms slowly, looking at her. His eyes no longer spoke only of battle. They carried warning. Vegeta smiled, descending to the ground. What did you expect, Kakarot? A useless Saiyan isn't worth anything. They stared at each other. No more interruptions, no more words, only them, face to face, on the brink, and the sky above grew darker. As if it knew that what was about to happen would make history. The sky was silent, a heavy, dense silence like the exact instant before a lightning storm shatters the heavens. The winds had stopped blowing. The faint clouds swirled high above, as if even the atmosphere itself understood that what was about to happen wasn't just another fight. It was history. Two beings, two classes, two legacies. A destiny written not in ink but in blood, sweat, and pride. And at the center of it all, Goku, standing still, calm as a mountain, arms resting at his sides, eyes locked on one single person. Vegeta. They stared at each other. No movement, no words, yet there was a silent conversation between them that said everything. Goku slowly clenched his fists. His breathing was deep, not like someone preparing to strike but like someone trying to understand. And finally, he spoke. His voice cut through the air like a blade. You didn't have to kill him. His tone wasn't furious, it was steady, and filled with pain. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" she asked, her mockery soft but sharp. "Now you suddenly care about the fate of the murderer who killed your friends?" Goku didn't look away. He was beaten. He couldn't fight anymore. He wasn't going to hurt anyone else. "You could have stopped. He trusted you." Vegeta laughed, an elegant, disdainful sound that even made the wind uneasy. "Stop? Before a weak Saiyan?" She stepped forward. Her silhouette carved itself against the sky like the shadow of a predator. "In our race, Kakarot, weakness isn't forgiven. It's a disease." She paused. A faint, dangerous smile curved her lips. "And diseases are cut from the root." Goku lowered his head slightly. His expression was hard to read. Not fear, not anger, disappointment. "That's not strength," he murmured. "That's cruelty." Vegeta didn't answer right away. She just looked at him, studied him. And then, "Tell me, Kakarot." A spark of fire lit up in her eyes. "Are you going to fight me, or are you here to lecture me?" Silence fell again. From behind, Gohan held his breath. Krillin swallowed hard, and Goku slowly lifted his face. His gaze was pure as crystal. Clear, unshaken. Yes, one single word carrying the weight of an earthquake. Vegeta smiled, not with contempt, but with a new kind of electricity. "Good." But Goku raised a hand. "Not here." Vegeta arched a brow. "What?" Goku turned his head slightly. "This place has suffered enough." He looked around him. The craters, the dried blood, the bodies, the open wound in the earth itself. "I don't want to fight among the remains of my friends." He paused, then turned to face her fully. "Let's go somewhere else. Just you and me." Vegeta didn't reply immediately. Her eyes narrowed, thoughtful. And then, interesting. Her words were like steel needles wrapped in velvet. "Are you trying to isolate me to play with me? Or to protect the others?" Goku didn't answer, because they both knew it was both. Then Goku turned. Krillin and Gohan were just a few meters behind, watching, listening. Krillin straightened his back. Gohan's eyes widened. Goku walked up to them. "Take him to Kame House. Stay safe." Krillin stared at him in disbelief. What? You're sending us away?" Gohan immediately shook his head. "No, I don't want to go. I can help you, Dad." Goku crouched down. He placed both hands on his son's shoulders. His eyes were soft, his smile warm as a campfire in winter. "Gohan." The boy trembled. "Dad, you've already done more than anyone could have asked for." He ruffled the boy's messy hair. "I'm so proud of you." Gohan clenched his fists. "But Mr. Piccolo." His voice broke. Goku pulled him into an embrace. "I know." A second, two. Then Gohan pressed his face against his father's chest. "Dad, when this is over." His voice was barely a thread. "Will you take me fishing?" Goku smiled. "Of course." "Really? Really?" Gohan nodded, biting his lip. "And I want you to teach me how to make my own hook. We didn't get it right last time you took me." Goku chuckled softly, the first true laugh he'd had in days. "It's a deal." Krillin watched them silently. Then Goku stood up. He reached out, offering one last senzu bean. "Go. Stay safe." Krillin took it. He knew there was no convincing him. "You're going to win, right?" Goku met his eyes. There was no arrogance there. Only pure determination. "I'm going to protect this planet." Krillin nodded. He took Gohan's hand. "Come on, Gohan." Gohan looked at his father one last time. One final time. Then he climbed onto the flying Nimbus, which lifted them into the air and carried them away from the battlefield. Vegeta watched as they disappeared into the horizon. "How touching," she murmured. Goku turned toward her. His face was different now. No longer the father, nor the friend, the warrior. "Shall we?" Vegeta smiled. "With pleasure." Both lifted into the air, and the sky seemed to split in two, as if even the air itself knew that the most important battle of their lives had just begun. The sky remained overcast. The clouds, slow and heavy, dragged themselves across the horizon as though holding their breath. Two auras tore through the air. Two lights, one golden, the other blue, spiraling through the heavens, leaving trails that blurred like strokes on a divine canvas. Goku flew ahead, his expression serene, his body relaxed, but inside, he burned, not with rage, not with fear, something purer, expectation. He flew over barren plains, valleys eroded by time, until finally, he found it. An ancient desert, surrounded by pillars of rock, rising like petrified giants. The wind blew freely there, unhindered by mountains or trees. The ground was cracked. Dust slept upon every surface. And above, The sky stretched so wide it felt as if the universe itself were watching. Goku descended, floating gently atop one of the rocky spires. He looked over his shoulder, and there she was, Vegeta, flying with elegant precision, her body poised, unwavering. Her hair stirred only at the ends, arms crossed, and her face, the face of a warrior who never hesitated. Goku watched her, and for a moment, just a moment, he was distracted, because she was beautiful, not in the way humans spoke of beauty, not like a portrait or a jewel, not like a fragile flower. No, she was beautiful like a perfect storm, like a freshly forged blade, like fire dancing among ashes. Dangerous, deadly, pure. He had never thought much about such things. He didn't really understand what Krillin or Master Roshi meant when they talked about pretty women. His late wife, Chi-Chi, had been his partner not merely because of a promise, but because, in the little time they'd had together, he'd felt peace with her. And Bulma, his best friend, was beautiful too, yes, but mostly because of her mind, her spark, her unshakable courage. But this, Vegeta wasn't like anyone, and yet, he didn't forget that she was the one who had killed his friends. The cause of Gohan's pain. The one who'd arrived on this planet as if it were hers to claim. And still, Goku felt something inside her. Something more than rage, something alive, something true, and that excited him. Fighting her would be the greatest thing he'd done in years. Vegeta landed on a taller rock formation, a natural throne carved unknowingly by time. Her hair fluttered slightly, her boots pressed firmly into the stone, her silhouette framed against the setting sun like that of a war queen. She looked down, and her smile was almost amused. Now I understand. Her voice echoed through the canyon, laced with poison and pride. You chose this place as your grave, didn't you, Kakarot? Goku didn't reply. He simply looked at her, as though her words were weightless. Vegeta crossed her arms. You should feel honored. A pause. Her smile deepened. A low-class warrior gets the privilege of playing with his princess before he dies. Goku said nothing. The wind swept between them, stirring the dust. Their auras vibrated faintly, not yet moving, not yet clashing, but the air itself was on the verge of breaking. Vegeta lowered her gaze, eyes locked onto him. Her words grew sharper. When Saiyans are born, they're tested. Her voice was a polished blade, a biological assessment combat potential. She leaned forward slightly. Those miserable ones like you, with no power, no future. No spark are sent to planets like this. A mocking smile crept across her face. Places with no real enemies. Places where they can waste their pathetic little lives, without getting in the way of the true elite. The princess lifted her chin. In short, you're a loser. The wind stopped, and then, for the first time since they'd arrived, Goku smiled, not mockingly, not arrogantly, with something cleaner, like a man who's just remembered an old truth and decides to laugh at it. Vegeta frowned slightly. She hadn't expected that. What? Then he spoke. His voice was calm, but it carried the weight of a mountain. So that's why I was sent to Earth. He lifted his gaze toward her. His eyes burned with a fire that wasn't anger. It was conviction. Then I should thank you. Vegeta blinked, caught off guard for a moment. Goku shrugged lightly, his shoulders relaxed. Because Earth gave me a lot. His fingers slowly curled into a fist. Friends. His aura began to pulse faintly. A sun. His feet pressed harder into the rock. A place where I belong. And then, a promise. The air around him began to distort, as though the heat of his spirit was bending reality itself. And then, that smile, gentle, without malice, pure. You know, princess? He looked right at her. His calmness almost unsettling. If a loser tries hard enough. He tilted his head slightly. Eyes bright as molten gold. He can surpass the power of a noble warrior. A second. A pause in the universe. And then, don't you think so, princess? Vegeta didn't answer right away. Her smile froze, not out of fear, but out of surprise, and just a spark of something she would never admit so easily. Interest. Her eyes narrowed, and for the first time in a battle that hadn't even begun. She thought, maybe you're even more interesting than I thought. At that very moment, the salty ocean breeze drifted softly around the small island of Kame House. The palm trees swayed lazily. The waves licked the shore as if whispering ancient secrets. And yet, despite the paradise, the air was heavy. Not with weather, with something deeper, key, an energy so vast that even here far from the battlefield, the very heart of the world seemed to tremble. And everyone could feel it. The battle had begun. Inside the house, in the main room, the atmosphere was tense. The dim light of sunset filtered through the windows. On the table at the center of the room, Urirai Baba's crystal ball gleamed. The image was clear. 2 figures. Goku, standing atop a rocky formation. Vegeta majestic, dangerous watching him from above. Silence. Intel. It's him, Bulma cried, stepping forward. It's Goku. Her eyes shone, not with tears, with pure hope. I knew he'd make it. Her hands clasped before her chest. Her lips trembled slightly. It was a smile, but one that had been trapped for days. Oolong, sitting cross-legged on the floor, grunted. Finally about time. He rubbed his snout nervously. That big lug's been giving me the creeps ever since he landed on the planet. And what did you think would happen? Bulma shot back without looking at him. It's Goku. He always shows up when we need him most. Behind her, Puar floated silently. His ears drooped. His little body was still. Even his shadow quivered faintly against the wooden floor. The small feline looked down into the crystal's glow. Goku calm, Vegeta proud, and beneath that image, the echo of those who were gone. Yamcha. Puar's eyes glistened. Will it be enough? His voice was barely a whisper. A prayer disguised as doubt. Goku's strong, but if that big guy was powerful, how strong could she be? His words choked in his throat. Bulma turned sharply, frowning. Don't say that. Puar looked up, startled. Bulma was trembling, not from anger, from fear. Don't say that, she repeated, her voice cracking. Because if he can't. A pause that said everything. Then there's no one left. And in the corner, silent as an old mountain, Master Roshi watched, standing with his arms folded behind his back. No sunglasses this time, no smile, no pervy jokes, just him, the sphere, and his heartbeat, slow and steady. Goku, his student, his disciple, the boy who once came down from the mountains with a monkey's tail and eyes bigger than the moon. And now, there he was, standing before a Saiyan woman, whose mere presence inspired more dread than any killer before her. Roshi narrowed his eyes. He's changed, he murmured. Bulma heard him. Huh? Roshi didn't move. Goku, he's different now. He didn't say it like a compliment. He said it like a fact. It's not just strength anymore. Not just speed. It's something else. He stroked his beard slowly. It's as if he's understood something he never knew before. His gaze fixed on Goku, the warrior who didn't shout, who didn't blaze, who didn't need to prove himself. He simply was. And then, his eyes shifted to her. The princess, the fierce, Al figure radiating death and defiance from the highest rock. Her posture, her face, her gaze, and her, Roshi added softly. The others fell silent. That Vegeta, a heartbeat of quiet. She carries herself like an empress. The certainty of a general. The force of a storm. Puar floated closer. Eyes still damp. Do you think Goku can beat her? Roshi didn't answer right away. His eyes lingered on Vegeta's face. So composed, so dangerous, so alive, and in her aura, a desire that wasn't for death. It was for battle, for conquest, not of planets, but of respect. I don't know, he said finally. Bulma held her breath. Roshi went on. But if there's anyone in this universe capable of turning a fight into something more than destruction. He turned his head slowly. His eyes returned to Goku, standing tall, smiling under the shadow of his opponent. It's him. A long silence. The image in the crystal quivered under a surge of energy. The air in Kame House grew denser. Puar sank lower. Oolong leaned back against the wall. Bulma closed her eyes tightly and whispered, "Please, Goku." And within the sphere, the image held 2 warriors, a princess and a loser, on the verge of collision. And the sea remained still, as though even the waves, out of respect, had stopped to watch. Back on the battlefield, the air was thick, not from heat, not from humidity, something else, tension, invisible, but unbearable, as if the universe itself were holding its breath, waiting for the first move. In the center of the rocky desert, 2 figures stood still, motionless, separated by barely 30 meters of charged, electric air. The wind swept sand between them like a nervous witness to the inevitable. Goku lowered his stance slightly, left foot forward, knees bent, arms tense, one in front, the other behind, floating like the wings of a hawk about to strike. His breathing was controlled, his eyes locked, his heart calm. Across from him, standing higher up, Vegeta held her ground. Then, slowly she shifted into her own battle stance. Wide, defiant, perfect, legs apart, torso open, right hand extended forward, left held in guard, head high, because even in combat, she would never lower her gaze. Her expression was cold, almost mocking. But her eyes burned. Neither spoke a word, but in their minds, a storm. From a nearby rock formation very nearby, a small figure peeked out from behind a ridge. Yajirobe, sweating like a fish out of water. Eyes wide as saucers, hands clutching his sword even though he knew perfectly well it would be useless here. Oh no, he muttered, biting his lip. This is insane. He watched in silence, crouched low, praying to the heavens not to be noticed. Please, Goku kicked that crazy woman's butt. And there, in the middle of the desert, as if time itself had frozen, the battle began. In their minds, Goku thought, I've faced strong opponents before. Images flashed through his mind. Tien, arrogant and unyielding at the tournament. Dao Pai, the assassin with a face of stone. King Piccolo, his demonic ki filling the air, stealing lives with a graveyard laugh. Piccolo, his rival who became his son's teacher. Raditz, brutal, threatening his family with merciless strength. But this is different. He looked at Vegeta, and something stirred within him. Not fear, a strange clarity. She doesn't just want to destroy. She wants to prove herself. His heart beat slow, but strong. This fight is different from all the others. And in Vegeta's heart, she stared at him. That smaller body, those compact muscles, that simple face, that unrefined stance, that baby. Her mind flew back to a nursery capsule on planet Vegeta. A low-class Saiyan, combat potential. 2, a number so pathetic the recruits didn't even speak it aloud. That baby is standing before me now. He doesn't tremble, he doesn't beg, he doesn't doubt. Vegeta's lips tightened slightly. She felt something strange pulse at the base of her spine. Her tail, still coiled, twitched ever so slightly. Not by will, by instinct. TCH. She felt it again. That damned feeling. That pull. That animal spark. That reaction she hadn't felt in so long. Not since no Saiyan had ever been able to look her in the eye without flinching. What is this sensation? Her body vibrated. Not with anger, with anticipation. I want to see it. I want to feel what makes him different. I want to know what it feels like. To fight him. Silence. The world contracted. And then, a tiny pebble fell from one of the cliffs nearby. Tap. The sound was almost nothing. But it was enough. Both launched forward. Whoosh. A burst of speed. The air shattered. The ground quaked. Vegeta was smiling. So was Goku. Not out of mockery, but because they both knew. They were exactly where they belonged. The collision was inevitable, and the desert became a battlefield. We will continue in next part.